Living with Kundalini. The Autobiography of Gopi Krishna. Edited by Leslie Shepard. Acknowledgements. A great deal of sustained and complex hard work was necessary on the part of a group of friends of the late Pundit Gopi Krishna, in order to preserve and collate this autobiography. Special thanks are due to Michael Bradford, Margaret Cobelt, Philippe and Karen Minus, Dale and Paul Pond, Edie Seepy, and Janice St. Clair. Introduction. The Awakening of Kundalini. One morning during the Christmas of 1937 I sat cross-legged in a small room in a little house on the outskirts of the town of Jammu, the winter capital of the Jammu and Kashmir state in northern India. I was meditating with my face towards the window on the east through which the first grey streaks of the slowly brightening dawn fell into the room. Long practice had accustomed me to sit in the same posture for hours at a time without the least discomfort, and I sat breathing slowly and rhythmically, my attention drawn towards the crown of my head, contemplating an imaginary lotus in full bloom, radiating light. I sat steadily, unmoving and erect, my thoughts uninterruptedly centered on the shining lotus, intent on keeping my attention from wandering and bringing it back again and again whenever it moved in any other direction. The intensity of concentration interrupted my breathing. Gradually it slowed down to such an extent that at times it was barely perceptible. My whole being was so engrossed in the contemplation of the lotus that for several minutes at a time I lost touch with my body and surroundings. During such intervals I used to feel as if I were poised in midair, without any feeling of a body around me. The only object of which I was aware was a lotus of brilliant color, emitting rays of light. This experience has happened to many people who practice meditation in any form regularly for a sufficient length of time. But what followed on that fateful morning in my case, changing the whole course of my life and outlook, has happened to few. During one such spell of intense concentration I suddenly felt a strange sensation below the base of the spine, at the place touching the seat, while I sat cross-legged on a folded blanket spread on the floor. The sensation was so extraordinary and so pleasing that my attention was forcibly drawn towards it. The moment my attention was thus unexpectedly withdrawn from the point on which it was focused, the sensation ceased. Thinking it to be a trick played by my imagination to relax the tension, I dismissed the matter from my mind and brought my attention back to the point from which it had wandered. Again I fixed it on the lotus, and as the image grew clear and distinct at the top of my head, again the sensation occurred. This time I tried to maintain the fixity of my attention and succeeded for a few seconds, but the sensation extending upwards grew so intense and was so extraordinary, as compared to anything I had experienced before, that in spite of myself my mind went towards it, and at that very moment it again disappeared. I was now convinced that something unusual had happened for which my daily practice of concentration was probably responsible. I had read glowing accounts, written by learned men, of great benefits resulting from concentration, and of the miraculous powers acquired by yogis through such exercises. My heart began to beat wildly, and I found it difficult to bring my attention to the required degree of fixity. After a while I grew composed and was soon as deep in meditation as before. When completely immersed I again experienced the sensation, but this time, instead of allowing my mind to leave the point where I had fixed it, I maintained a rigidity of attention throughout. The sensation again extended upwards, growing in intensity, and I felt myself wavering, but with a great effort I kept my attention centered round the lotus. Suddenly, with a roar like that of a waterfall, I felt a stream of liquid light entering my brain through the spinal cord. Entirely unprepared for such a development, I was completely taken by surprise, but regaining self-control instantaneously, I remained sitting in the same posture, keeping my mind on the point of concentration. The illumination grew brighter and brighter, the roaring louder. I experienced a rocking sensation and then felt myself slipping out of my body, entirely enveloped in a halo of light. It is impossible to describe the experience accurately. I felt the point of consciousness that was myself growing wider, surrounded by waves of light. It grew wider and wider, spreading outward while the body, normally the immediate object of its perception, appeared to have receded into the distance until I became entirely unconscious of it. I was now all consciousness, without any outline, without any idea of a corporeal appendage, without any feeling or sensation coming from the senses, immersed in a sea of light, simultaneously conscious and aware of every point, spread out, as it were, in all directions without any barrier or material obstruction. I was no longer myself, or to be more accurate, no longer as I knew myself to be, a small point of awareness confined in a body, but instead was a vast circle of consciousness in which the body was but a point, bathed in light and in a state of exaltation and happiness impossible to describe. After some time, the duration of which I could not judge, the circle began to narrow down. I felt myself contracting, becoming smaller and smaller, until I again became dimly conscious of the outline of my body, then more clearly, and as I slipped back to my normal condition, I became suddenly aware of the noises in the street, felt again my arms and legs and head, and once more became my narrow self in touch with body and surroundings. When I opened my eyes and looked about, I felt a little dazed and bewildered, as if coming back from a strange land, completely foreign to me. The sun had risen and was shining full on my face, warm and soothing. I tried to lift my hands, which always rested in my lap, one upon the other, during meditation. My arms felt limp and lifeless. With an effort, I raised them up and stretched them to enable the blood to flow freely. Then I tried to free my legs from the posture in which I was sitting and to place them in a more comfortable position, but could not. They were heavy and stiff. With the help of my hands I freed them and stretched them out, then put my back against the wall, reclining in a position of ease and comfort. What had happened to me? Was I the victim of a hallucination? Or had I by some strange vagary of fate succeeded where millions of others had failed? Was there, after all, really some truth in the oft-repeated claim of the sages and ascetics of India, made for thousands of years and verified and repeated generation after generation, that it was possible to apprehend transcendental reality in this life if one followed certain rules of conduct and practiced meditation in a certain way? My thoughts were in a daze. I could hardly believe that I had experienced a vision of divinity. There had been an expansion of my own self, my own consciousness, and the transformation had been brought about by the vital current that had started from below the spine and found access to my brain through the backbone. I recalled that I had read long ago in books on yoga of a certain vital mechanism called Kundalini, connected with the lower end of the spine, which becomes active by means of certain exercises, and when once roused carries the limited human consciousness to transcendental heights, endowing the individual with incredible psychic and mental powers. Had I been lucky enough to find the key to this wonderful mechanism, which was wrapped up in the legendary mist of ages, about which people talked and whispered without having once seen it in action in themselves or in others? I tried once again to repeat the experience, but was so weak and flabbergasted that I could not collect my thoughts sufficiently to induce a state of concentration. My mind was in a ferment. I looked at the sun. Could it be that in my condition of extreme concentration I had mistaken it for the effulgent halo that had surrounded me in the superconscious state? I closed my eyes again, allowing the rays of the sun to play upon my face. No, the glow that I could perceive across my closed eyelids was quite different. It was external and had not that splendor. The light I had experienced was internal, an integral part of enlarged consciousness, a part of myself. I stood up. My legs felt weak and tottered under me. It seemed as if my vitality had been drained out. My arms were no better. I massaged my thighs and legs gently, and, feeling a little better, slowly walked downstairs. Saying nothing to my wife, I took my meal in silence and left for work. My appetite was not as keen as usual, my mouth appeared dry, and I could not put my thoughts into my work in the office. I was in a state of exhaustion and lassitude, disinclined to talk. After a while, feeling suffocated and ill at ease, I left for a short walk in the street with the idea of finding diversion for my thoughts. My mind reverted again and again to the experience of the morning, trying to recreate in imagination the marvelous phenomenon I had witnessed, but without success. My body, especially the legs, still felt weak, and I could not walk for long. I took no interest in the people whom I met, and walked with a sense of detachment and indifference to my surroundings, quite foreign to me. I returned to my desk sooner than I had intended and passed the remaining hours toying with my pen and papers, unable to compose my thoughts sufficiently to work. When I returned home in the afternoon, I felt no better. I could not bring myself to sit down and read, my usual habit in the evening. I ate supper in silence, without appetite or relish, and retired to bed. Usually I was asleep within minutes of putting my head to the pillow, but this night I felt strangely restless and disturbed. I could not reconcile the exaltation of the morning with the depression that sat heavily on me while I tossed from side to side on the bed. I had an unaccountable feeling of fear and uncertainty. At last, in the midst of misgivings, I fell asleep. I slept fitfully, dreaming strange dreams, and woke up after short intervals in sharp contrast to my usual deep, uninterrupted sleep. After about 3 a.m. sleep refused to come. I sat up in bed for some time. Sleep had not refreshed me. I still felt fatigued and my thoughts lacked clarity. The usual time for my meditation was approaching. I decided to begin earlier so that I would not have the sun on my hands and face, and without disturbing my wife, went upstairs to my study. I spread the blanket, and sitting cross-legged as usual, began to meditate. I could not concentrate with the same intensity as on the previous day, though I tried my best. My thoughts wandered, and instead of being in a state of happy expectancy, I felt strangely nervous and uneasy. At last, after repeated efforts, I held my attention at the usual point for some time, waiting for results. Nothing happened, and I began to feel doubts about the validity of my previous experience. I tried again, this time with better success. Pulling myself together, I steadied my wandering thoughts and, fixing my attention on the crown, tried to visualize a lotus in full bloom as was my custom. As soon as I arrived at the usual pitch of mental fixity, I again felt the current moving upward. I did not allow my attention to waver, and again with a rush and a roaring noise in my ears the stream of effulgent light entered my brain, filling me with power and vitality, and I felt myself expanding in all directions, spreading beyond the boundaries of flesh, entirely absorbed in the contemplation of a brilliant conscious glow, at one with it and yet not entirely merged in it. The condition lasted for a shorter duration than it had done the day before. The feeling of exaltation was not so strong. When I came back to normal, I felt my heart thumping wildly and there was a bitter taste in my mouth. It seemed as if a scorching blast of hot air had passed through my body. The feeling of exhaustion and weariness was more pronounced than it had been yesterday. I rested for some time to recover my strength and poise. It was still dark. I had now no doubts that the experience was real and that the sun had nothing to do with the internal luster that I saw. But, why did I feel uneasy and depressed? Instead of feeling exceedingly happy at my luck and blessing my stars, why had despondency overtaken me? I felt as if I were in imminent danger of something beyond my understanding and power, something intangible and mysterious, which I could neither grasp nor analyze. A heavy cloud of depression and gloom seemed to hang round me, rising from my own internal depths without relation to external circumstances. I did not feel I was the same man I had been but a few days before, and a condition of horror, on account of the inexplicable change, began to settle on me, from which, try as I might, I could not make myself free by any effort of my will. Little did I realize that from that day onwards I was never to be my old normal self again, that I had unwittingly and without preparation or even adequate knowledge of it roused to activity the most wonderful and stern power in man, that I had stepped unknowingly upon the key to the most guarded secret of the ancients, and that thenceforth for a long time I had to live suspended by a thread, swinging between life on the one hand and death on the other, between sanity and insanity, between light and darkness, between heaven and earth. 1. Recollections of childhood. I was born in 1903 in the small village of Garo, about 20 miles from Srinagar, the capital of Kashmir. It was the parental home of my mother, and she went to stay there at the time of my birth to have the care and attention of her elder sister and brothers during her confinement. My father had constructed a small, two-storied hut of his own in their big compound. It was a humble structure, built of sun-dried bricks with a thatched roof and served as our residence for a long time, for the years of my childhood and afterwards at intervals, whenever, tired of the city, we returned for a breath of country air. My first faint recollections of childhood circle round a medium-sized house in a quiet sector of the city of Srinagar. I can still recall a scene in which I was held tight in the arms of my oldest maternal uncle, who comforted me with soft, endearing words after a fit of prolonged weeping caused by the anger of my mother for having stayed out too long playing with the children. As I was the only son, she never dressed me in fine clothes, to guard against the evil eye, nor allowed me long out of her sight for fear of mishaps. Another indelible childhood memory is of a moonlit night with my mother and one of my maternal uncles, sleeping on an open from the sides but roof top of a small wooden cabin, used as a granary, a common structure in rural habitations in Kashmir. We had traveled all day on horseback on the way to the distant abode of a reputed hermit, but, failing to reach our destination at nightfall, had sought shelter in the house of a farmer, who accommodated us thus for the night. I cannot recall the appearance of the saint, except that his long, matted hair fell on his shoulders as he sat cross-legged against one of the walls of his small room directly facing the door. I remember him taking me in his lap and stroking my hair, which my mother had allowed to grow long in conformity with a solemn vow she had taken not to apply scissors or razor to it except at the time of the sacred thread ceremony. 1. Years later, when I had grown intelligent enough to understand her, my mother revealed to me the purpose of her visit to the saint. She said that years before he had appeared to her in a dream at a most anxious time. She had passed the preceding day in an extremely perturbed frame of mind caused by my inability to swallow anything owing to a swollen and badly inflamed throat. In the dream, the holy personage, of whose miraculous deeds she had heard astounding accounts from innumerable eyewitnesses, opened my mouth gently with his hand and touched its interior down to the throat softly with his finger. Then, making a sign to her to feed me, he had vanished from sight. Awakening with a start, my mother pressed me close to her and to her immense relief felt me sucking and swallowing the milk without difficulty. Overjoyed at the sudden cure, which she attributed to the miraculous power of the saint, she then and there made a vow that she would go on a pilgrimage to his place of residence to thank him personally for the favor. Owing to household worries and other engagements, she could not make the pilgrimage for some years and undertook it at a time when I was sufficiently grown up to retain a faint impression of the journey and the visit. The more surprising part of the story is that, as my mother affirmed afterwards repeatedly, the hermit, at the very moment of our approach after entering the room, casually inquired whether I had been able to suck and swallow my milk after his visit to her in the dream. Wonderstruck, my mother had fallen prostrate at his feet, humbly invoking his blessings upon me. I cannot vouch for the miraculous part of the episode. All I can say is that my mother was voracious and critically observant in other things. I have related the episode merely as a faintly remembered incident of early childhood. Since then I have come across innumerable accounts of similar and even more incredible feats, narrated by trustworthy, highly intelligent eyewitnesses, but on closer investigation the bulk of the material was found to be too weakly supported to stand the force of rigid scientific inquiry. For a long time I lent no credence to such stories, and I can emphatically assert even today that a real yogi in touch with the other world, capable of producing genuine physical phenomena at will, is one of the rarest beings on earth. Another remarkable event of my childhood at the age of 8, which I remember more vividly, occurred one day as I walked along a road in Srinagar in early spring on my way to the house of our religious preceptor. The sky was overcast and the road muddy, which made walking difficult. All at once, with the speed of lightning, a sudden question, never thought of before, shot across my mind. I stood stock-still in the middle of the road, confronted within to the depths of my being with the insistent inquiry, "What am I?" coupled with the pressing interrogation from every object without, "What does all this mean?" My whole being as well as the world around appeared to have assumed the aspect of an everlasting inquiry, an insistent, unanswerable interrogation, which struck me dumb and helpless, groping for a reply with all my strength until my head swam and the surrounding objects began to whirl and dance round me. I felt giddy and confused, hardly able to restrain myself from falling on the slimy road in a faint. Steadying myself, I proceeded on my way, my childish mind in a ferment over the incident of which, at that age, I could not in the least understand the significance. A few days later I had a remarkable dream in which I was given a glimpse of another existence, not as a child or as an adult, but with a dream personality utterly unlike my usual one. I saw a heavenly spot, peopled by godlike, celestial beings, and myself bodiless, something quite different, diffused, ethereal, a stranger belonging to a different order and yet distinctly resembling and intimately close to me, my own self transfigured, in a gloriously bright and peaceful environment, the very opposite of the shabby, noisy surroundings in which I lived. Because of its unique and extraordinarily vivid nature, the dream was so indelibly imprinted upon my memory that I can recall it distinctly even today. The recollection of the scene in later years was invariably accompanied by a feeling of wonder at, and a deep yearning for, the exotic, inexpressible happiness enjoyed for a brief interval. The dream was probably the answer to the overwhelming, unavoidable question that had arisen from my depths a few days before, the first irresistible call from the invisible otherworld which, as I came to know later, awaits our attention close at hand, always intimately near, yet, for those with their backs to it, farther away than the farthest star in the firmament. In the year 1914 we migrated to Lahore, the capital of Punjab. In the same year I completed my primary education and had to seek admission to a high school. My father was receiving his pension from the government treasury in that town and he was required to present himself in person to receive it. Since his retirement from service we had been living in Kashmir and the treasury wished to satisfy itself that the pensioner was still alive as he had not been seen in person for a long time. When this formality was complied with, my father, for reasons of his own, refused to return immediately. This compelled my mother to stay on there, too. From what my mother revealed to me about his active life in the service of the government, it was easy to see that my father was an extraordinary man, universally respected by all those who knew him. He was born in Amritsar, another important town of the Punjab, near Lahore. His ancestors were among the emigrants who fled from Kashmir to save themselves from the barbarous oppression which Kashmiri Hindus had to undergo for many centuries in their homeland. It was a terrible period. The atrocities committed on this historic community during this time rank among the most horrible in history. There was absolutely no protection for them from any outrage or indignity committed on them. Their houses could be plundered and their women outraged in broad daylight without let or hindrance. There was no court to hear their appeal and no police to heed the complaints. In order to escape this terrible persecution, legions abjured the faith their ancestors had followed for thousands of years and submitted to conversion. Hundreds of families, disguising themselves, fled in terror, traversing the narrow tortuous mountain routes for weeks until they could draw a breath of relief outside the boundaries of the fear-ridden valley which was now a torture chamber and a slaughterhouse for them. Gruesome tales of the barbarities committed by the rulers on this defenseless population are still current in Kashmir. The legend runs that only a small number of families of Kashmiri Hindus survived the massacre and all the present population of Kashmiri Pundits is descended from them. It was said that cartloads of sacred threads, which the Hindus wear, were collected and thrown into the Dal Lake from the decapitated bodies of the killed and tortured. Crowds of women committed suicide to escape the clutches of the ravishers. Women, it is said, carried lethal poisons in their pockets to be swallowed when no other way was left to save their honor. My ancestors were among the refugees who settled in the Punjab. Others penetrated to more distant parts of India. They came friendless and penniless into their new surroundings, but with patient application and toil which adversity teaches and with their own native talent, soon adapted themselves to the changed conditions in the new places which they made their homes. The result was that not a few of them rose to eminent positions in the occupations or professions which they chose to adopt. My father was born in 1855 and passed his childhood in Amritsar. He was an auditor in the service of the government when he came to Kashmir for the first time. There he joined the Public Works Department in Srinagar as an accountant, lent by the Government of India to Kashmir. During that time, the number of those with some knowledge of English and possessing administrative capabilities was very limited. Those who had the qualifications could easily obtain lucrative employment in the various departments of administration. The first two marriages of my father proved unhappy. His first wife died soon after marriage and the second was mentally disoriented. The third was my mother. Born in 1877, she was 16 years of age at the time of marriage in 1893 and my father was 38. The marriage proved very happy. In the whole course of my life I have seen few women as loyal and as devoted to their husbands as my mother remained to the end. My father was brought up in a sophisticated, urban atmosphere and my mother in the simple, homely surroundings of a rustic village with a medieval mental climate and outlook. Every morning, when grown up, she went with other girls of the village to the nearby pasture, at the foot of the neighboring mountain to collect firewood and cow dung for the family. This daily hike of several miles, in the early hours of the morning, with a load on her head on her return journey, imparted to her body a symmetry of proportion, strength of muscle and ease of movement which lent an imposing form to her figure and continued to be a part of her personality to the last day of her life. Born in a village, of a family of hard-working and God-fearing peasants, fate had destined her as a partner to a man considerably senior to her in age, hailing from Amritsar, at that time no less than 6 days' journey by rail and cart from the place of her birth. The insecurity and lawlessness in the country had forced one of my forefathers to bid adieu to his cool native soil and to seek his fortune in the torrid plains of distant Punjab. There, changed in dress and speaking a different tongue, my grandfather and great-grandfather lived and prospered like other exiles of their kind, altered in all save their religious rites and customs and the unmistakable physiognomy of Kashmiri Brahmins. My father, with a deep mystical vein in him, returned to the land of his ancestors when almost past his prime, to marry and settle there. Even during the most active period of his worldly life, he was always on the lookout for yogis and ascetics reputed to possess occult powers, and never tired of serving them and sitting in their company to learn the secret of their marvelous gifts. He was a firm believer in the traditional schools of religious discipline and yoga extant in India from the earliest times, which among all the numerous factors contributing to success allot the place of honor to renunciation, to the voluntary relinquishment of all worldly pursuits and possessions, to enable the mind, released from the heavy chains binding it to the earth, to plumb its own ethereal depths undisturbed by desire and passion. The authority for such conduct emanates from the Vedas, nay, from the examples themselves set by the inspired authors of the Vedic hymns and the celebrated seers of the Upanishads, who, conforming to an established practice prevailing in the ancient society of Indo-Aryans, retired from the busy life of householders at the ripe age of 50 and above, sometimes accompanied by their consorts, to spend the rest of their lives in forest hermitages in uninterrupted meditation and preaching, the prelude to a grand and peaceful exit. This unusual mode of passing the eve of life has exercised a deep fascination over countless spiritually inclined men and women in India, and even now hundreds of accomplished and, from the worldly point of view, happily circumstanced family men of advanced age, bidding farewell to their otherwise comfortable homes and dutiful progeny, betake themselves to distant retreats to pass their remaining days peacefully in spiritual pursuits, away from the fret and fever of the world. My father, an ardent admirer of this ancient ideal, which provides for many a refreshing contrast to the dead-to-heaven and wed-to-earth old age of today, chose for himself a recluse's life about 12 years after marriage, his gradually formed decision hastened by the tragic death of his firstborn son at the age of 5. Retiring voluntarily from a lucrative government post before he was even 50, he gave up all the pleasures and cares of life to shut himself in seclusion with his books, leaving the entire responsibility of managing the household on the inexperienced shoulders of his young wife. She had suffered terribly. My father renounced the world when she was in her 28th year, the mother of 3 children, 2 daughters and a son. How she brought us up, with what devotion she attended to the simple needs of our austere father, who cut himself off completely from the world, never even exchanging a word with any of us, and by what ceaseless labor and colossal self-sacrifice she managed to maintain the good name and honor of the family would make fit themes for a great story of matchless heroism, unflinching regard to duty, chastity, and supreme self-abnegation. I am convinced that it was this conjugation of a highly intelligent father with exceptional, noble traits of character, and a strong, able-bodied mother, with a deep religious bent, endowed with all the virtues of a simple unpretentious character, that helped me to brave, without succumbing, the psychic storm released in my body on the arousal of Kundalini, the serpent fire. I honestly believe that the grace I have won I owe more to the mental and physical attributes that I inherited from my parents than to the efforts made by me. The law of karma does not work only in shaping one's own destiny, but also in ordering the life of our progeny. The seeds of our actions live deep in the subliminal depths of our children and press their imprint on their thought and act. The riddle of life will prove to be the greatest mystery of creation. It may not be fathomed even in hundreds of thousands of years. The agnostical intellects of recent times only contrive to dig burrows of thought to shut themselves in, walling off their approach to light. Whenever we speak of life, it is wise to bear in mind that we are talking of a stupendous intelligence, pervading every nook and corner of the universe, which at every moment of our lives reads our thoughts and knows precisely all about our actions even before we have formulated or performed them. We are merely the tiny droplets of an ocean which every moment supplies and controls the whole thinking of humankind. My mother had never held a book in her hands, nor could she read or write a word. Yet from what I can recall of her practical knowledge of life and the way in which she handled unexpected situations, I can say with confidence that perhaps even now, with all my experience, I could not have handled things better than she did. There is a natural fount of wisdom in all of us which, alas, over-sophistication, faulty education, crazy ideas imbibed from books and foolish indoctrination depletes or destroys. Some of the most enlightened spiritual teachers, some of the most successful and popular kings or rulers in history, were semi-literate or entirely unread. Why? We are still ill-skilled to handle the evolving human mind. Integrity of character was perhaps the most prominent trait of my father. He was known not only in government circles but even in public for his high sense of honesty. In the Public Works Department of Kashmir, with the responsible post which he held, he had almost unlimited possibilities to make a fortune. My mother used to narrate many incidents when rich contractors came to the house, in the absence of my father, to press bags full of coins or costly presents on her. But my father already had her promise that she would never yield to a temptation of this kind. His honesty became almost proverbial. At the same time, he was very humane, generous, and kind. If he ever sent an attendant or subordinate in the office on a private errand of his own, during or after office hours, he invariably paid him from his pocket for the work done. He was also extremely kind to the domestic servants. This is clear from an incident narrated to me. One day while cooking the meal, a servant felt the temptation to roast and eat a few pieces of meat he was about to prepare on the fire. The smell of the burning flesh was at once detected by my father sitting in his room in another floor of the building. He pointed this out to my mother and asked her to go down and investigate. She obeyed and came back with the admission of what had been done. The servant was called, and in a momentary fit of anger my father, after pointing out his fault, gave him a slap on the face. The servant, conscious of his guilt, frightened and humiliated, went back to the kitchen. After only a few minutes the mood of my father changed. He sat brooding over the incident for some time without speaking a word. My mother looked at him in silence, wondering what he was turning over in his mind. Suddenly he raised up his eyes to look at her and she found tears trembling on the lids. "I have committed a sin," he said. "I must be as dear to him as his mother, and he must have felt the same humiliation as I would have felt if treated in the same way. It is possible he might have been hungry and was tempted. I should have been more gentle with him." With these words tears began to stream down his cheeks. Wiping his eyes, he called the servant and made him sit beside him. Then, putting his hand into his pocket, he brought out a handful of coins and pressed them into the servant's hand, saying he was sorry that he had been so harsh with him. The servant, with folded hands, admitted his fault, saying that he had really done wrong and was sorry for it. He went down smiling to his work in the kitchen, having received a reward more than his wages for a month, as a gesture of atonement from my father. I heard from my mother many stories of his generosity and compassion for the poor. What he received as his salary every month was a considerable sum, compared to the standard of prices during those days. But my mother never had the happiness of receiving the whole amount for the expenses of the family. My father's reputation for charity encouraged the poor and the needy who came to know of it to beseech his help. During the first days of the month when his pay was disbursed to him, they stood waiting on the road he took from his office to his residence. They related sorrowful tales of their misery to excite his pity. One had a grown-up daughter to marry and not a penny to defray the expenses, another had an illness or an incurable patient in the family with no money to pay for the treatment, the third was disabled without any resources to meet the cost of the food, and so on. My father would listen in silence and then put a handful of coins into the hands of the supplicant. This happened at many places, and by the time he arrived home a good part of his salary had vanished. The remainder went to my mother to meet the expenses of the household. She said to me that she almost always received only about 1/4 of the amount which he drew as his pay. With even this depleted sum, they could maintain a servant for the family and pay the charges for the boat that took him to the office. Even horse carriages were rare in Kashmir in those days. He never cared to purchase property or even a residential house in Srinagar. Estates offered to him at throwaway prices were refused. He lived in a spirit of detachment, resigned to whatever he came across, kind and affectionate to everyone. By a strange vagrancy of fate, this noble man was not allowed to experience a safe and blissful awakening of the serpent power. Ominous signs were evident from the very start in his passion for the uncanny and bizarre and his preference for eccentric and disoriented godmen and saints in whom also the power had gone astray. Like attracts like in human association. The first symptom of a malfunctioning Kundalini, even when slightly active, is an irrational and vagrant tendency of the mind towards the occult and the divine. All the monstrosities and horrors associated with religion are an outcome of this misdirection of thought. A skeptical mind which looks with suspicion at what is not demonstrable to reason is far more healthy than a credulous mind which accepts and acts on every supernatural story it encounters. Ascription of lawlessness to creation is the first sign of incipient chaos in the thoughts of an individual. Every day some loaves of bread, a bottle of wine and a prescribed measure of roasted meat went from our house to a sadhu, Hindu holy man, known as Kakaji. My mother was asked to see to it that the offering was made every day. She obeyed without asking what good purpose it served to feed a person who, apparently, was of no use to the world and indulged his fancies without profit to anybody. But she never dared to express her feelings to her husband. Her sound intuition helped her to see clearly into the absurdity which, for my father, had the position of a religious duty which it was obligatory for him to fulfill. The painful death of his son put an end to his association with sadhus and saints. The stark reality of the sudden blow made him realize he had been building his hopes on a base of shifting sand. He issued strict instructions that henceforth no sadhu should be allowed to enter the house. The tribute sent every day was discontinued and the deeds of charity brought to an end. There was also a lack of financial means, as he no longer attended the office. He became taciturn with friends and relatives and finally shut himself in his room, allowing no one to see him on any pretext whatsoever. The crisis brought about by his isolation and rejection of vitally needed articles of diet, including milk, at last culminated in certain symptoms of abnormality which my mother had never noticed before. He would wake her up in the dead of night in a state of intense alarm, shouting that the house was shaking with an earthquake, and then rush down the stairs without waiting to see if she followed. Without stopping to reason, my mother, carrying some articles of bedding in her arms, would follow him to the graveyard adjacent to the house and sit by his side while he lay down breathing fast with the signs of fear still on his face. He was clearly passing through the upward and downward phases of a now active Kundalini, sending streams of impure prana, vital energy, into the brain. It was the impact of the stream that caused the hallucination of the earthquake and the symptoms of fear. It has to be understood that the awakening of Kundalini does not mean merely the activation of a force which has been lying dormant at the base of the spine. It means much more than that. The bioenergy which runs the extremely complex mechanism of the human body and provides the fuel for thought is not split up into compartments or currents acting independently of each other. It is one homogeneous whole, performing all the functions of the body from the movement of a muscle to the highest flight of thought. It is a medium entirely beyond our conception, working in 100 ways, with varied speeds, varied spectrums and varied material to perform the almost limitless functions of the body. But the energy is basically one, capable of assuming any pattern or any speed to suit every situation. This means, in other words, that prana assumes one form for digestive activity, another for the circulation of the blood, yet another for the movement of the muscles and so on. It is an incredible stuff which can manipulate atoms and molecules in any conceivable way, compound any organic substance and use every possible expedient, under certain laws, to activate the bodily machine from birth to death. To illustrate my meaning, it is necessary to cite one or two examples. It is a well-known fact that when for reasons of safety, a diseased kidney is extirpated, the other kidney grows larger in size until it is able to perform the functions of both. The loss of eyesight is somehow compensated by increased sensitivity of the ears or skin, in some cases almost to an extent which appears incredible. Likewise, it has been noticed that in some cases of damage to a certain part of the brain, say by a tumor or accident, its function is taken over by other parts. We see the working of this mysterious force very plainly in the desperate situations caused by serious accidents. The fracture of the skull or damage to any other vital organ is immediately followed by certain reactions and readjustment of the bodily rhythms and functions, imperative for safety and survival. We never know what marvelous intelligence takes the decisions in such sudden contingencies with lightning speed to determine what course it should adopt to repair the damage caused. All the extremely complex reactions that follow a serious infection or a serious accident emanate from this mysterious intelligence present in every cell and fiber of the human frame. This is the marvel of Prana Shakti, the divine instrument of life. Strictly speaking, the awakening of Kundalini signifies a sudden or gradual change in the whole function of the brain. This involves the activation of a normally dormant area to add another channel of perception to the already existing senses with which our brain maintains contact with the outer world. The opening of this new supersensory channel, in turn, involves a transformation in the activity of the whole cerebrospinal system, culminating in a change in the very pattern of consciousness. The existing evolutionary process working in the brain is aimed to arouse the dormant area to activity and to create conditions of the body and the vital organs conformable to it. In other words, the body and the organs performing the functions of digestion, blood circulation, oxidation, elimination, etc., have to be adjusted to maintain a tempo concordant with the demands of the new activity in the brain. The sudden forced arousal to activity of this hitherto inactive center creates a condition analogous to that created by a serious accident. In fact, some of the practices of Hatha Yoga, as for instance Khechari Mudra, are virtually deliberate attempts to create a serious situation in the metabolic activity of the system. In this practice, the tongue is rolled back into the air passage to stop the flow of air into the lungs, creating a condition of diminished oxygen, threatening life. The same condition supervenes when, with prolonged stoppage of breath in pranayama, the supply of oxygen to the blood is seriously impeded. This desperate situation forces the body to drastic responses in order to save one's life. The methods of Hatha Yoga are designed to force these extreme measures, one of which can be the arousal of the serpent power, to avert disaster to the brain. But such drastic responses can prove highly dangerous or abortive and instead of leading to beatitude and cosmic consciousness, bring calamities in their wake. This is the main reason why drastic forms of Hatha Yoga have never been viewed with favor by the Illuminati of India. It is a grave error to suppose that the arousal of Kundalini can be achieved with impunity by anyone who applies himself to the discipline. The popular idea that the practices result simply in the activation of a new force in the body is fallacious. Those who believe that the arousal and mastery of the force can be achieved by one's willful effort alone live in a paradise of fools. Properly speaking, the position has to be viewed the other way round. It is actually the pressure exerted by the slowly opening supersensory channel in the brain on one's mind which acts as the root of the religious impulse, driving one to seek expedients to satisfy the longing. All those who experience spiritual hunger in some form would be wiser if they ascribe it to this impulse coming from their subliminal depths, based on a certain transitional condition of the brain, rather than to their own wish or desire. Speaking more precisely, the impulse for God realization or the urge to gain occult powers, in its psychosomatic origin, is parallel to the growing erotic impulse and its satisfaction in the mind of the adolescent. It is not a motivation subservient to our will, to be channeled as we choose, but a deep-rooted impulse coming up from the unfathomable depths of the psyche in which the brain, too, plays a vital part. The thrust of Kundalini actually comes from the depths of consciousness and its instrument of expression, namely the brain. There is nothing more important in our search for spiritual knowledge than the recognition of the fact that religious thirst is the outcome of a certain organic urge and that in order to relieve this thirst it is very necessary to know where this natural impulse is designed to lead. Without this knowledge we would be at a loss in assessing the correctness of our own desire and in determining the path we must follow to satisfy it. It is evident that there is a close connection between the evolving center in the brain and the so-called abode of Kundalini, meticulously described in the ancient texts. Analyzed in the context of present knowledge, the proximity of Kundalini to the reproductive organs signifies its command over a source of surplus energy available to meet the demands of the system when the silent chamber in the brain begins to operate. A settled way of life enabled human beings to obtain nourishment much more easily and in greater abundance than the nomadic forebears of the past. It provided them with a richer and more balanced diet in greater measure and with more regularity than they could procure before. Civilized individuals often eat much more than needed, causing obesity and other ill effects of surfeit. This full satisfaction of hunger leads to the storage of much more energy in the reproductive system than is needed for propagation alone. It is this surplus store of sex energy which one often wantonly dissipates for pleasure under the mistaken belief that this waste does not recoil on the system in any adverse way. Since there is little awareness, even among the learned, of the evolutionary transformation of the brain and its demands on the body, this senseless expenditure of the precious energy causes ravages in the system of which the whole extent is impossible to gauge at the present level of our knowledge of the whole evolutionary mechanism involved in this sinful waste. Immoderation in erotic pleasure is a sin against nature that can have far-reaching consequences. It is a colossal blunder to yield unrestrainedly to the demands of sexual desire. The cost paid for the momentary thrill of the erotic sensation, when it exceeds a healthy limit, is so high that generations can suffer for the unbridled lust of one libidinous ancestor. A depleted store of reproductive energy in an individual can prove seriously detrimental when Kundalini is suddenly aroused. In fact, one of the reasons why a spontaneous activation of the serpent power often ends in mental disorder is the fact that, in addition to a faulty genetic heritage or unhealthy organic structure of the body, the excess expenditure of the reproductive essences can cause ravages in the system which make adaptation to the new activity of the brain impossible. Among the millions of lunatics on the earth, whether in mental homes or at large, we see the unhappy result of our lack of knowledge of the evolutionary mechanism and lack of understanding about the twofold activity of the reproductive system. Much of our current knowledge of psychology is based on assumptions dangerous for the sanity and survival of the race. The main reason why mental and nervous disorders have shown an alarming increase in the industrial and advanced countries in the West rests on the fact that with all-round improvement in the standard of living, the tempo of evolution shows a corresponding increase, calling for appropriate changes in the environment and the way of life of the evolving multitudes. 1. The Upanayana, or investiture, with the sacred thread, is a Hindu religious ritual performed for a Brahmin youth in his 8th year. A loop of 3 strands of thread is placed over his head, supported on the left shoulder and hanging to the right hip, to the accompaniment of ritual prayers. 2. Life in the village of Garu. After I had read up to the 3rd primary class in the village school, we moved to Srinagar. I was just a village urchin, fond of outdoor play and sport in the company of other children. I went barefoot, walked and squatted on bare earth without any regard to my body or my clothes. I still bear the marks of injuries caused to my feet, one by a chilblain while walking barefoot in snow and frost and another by the abrasion caused by a pointed stone splinter on which I stepped while running on the road. My school life continued both in the village and the city. My mother always engaged a tutor for me during the early years. In the village her brother had performed this duty, but I was never steady or laborious in any studies and liked more to play than to read. It was only at examination time that I devoted some attention to my books to pass with credit and to keep my teachers pleased with me. On return from Lahore, I joined the 7th class in a high school. I was never jealous of students who excelled in the examinations and almost always ascribed my own inability to achieve distinctions to my own neglect. I came poorly dressed to the school. There were well-dressed students from rich families in the class. But, as far as I remember, I never envied their rich clothes nor their wealth. Whenever we went to visit a rich relative, living in affluence in Srinagar or Lahore, I never made any effort to compare our condition with theirs or to sigh at our penury. In fact, from an early age I evinced a disregard for riches or position which helped me to maintain my self-respect and integrity in later years. My father's indifference towards wealth and status was somehow imprinted on my nature from the beginning. Had I been in the least covetous or even moderately ambitious, my life would have been very different and I might not have been able to write these pages. There are certain basic characteristics which should be either inborn or must be cultivated to meet the demands of inner transformation brought about by Kundalini. There are 2 incidents of those days which I still remember. One was an abortive attempt on my part at smoking a cigarette. One day, while walking with 2 of my class fellows in a narrow, lonely street, one of them offered me a cigarette he had lit for himself. I took a deep puff, filling my lungs with smoke as I saw him and others doing. Instantly I found myself reeling with giddiness and a sick condition of the stomach. I could stand only with difficulty and, what was worse, my head began to ache terribly. The pain lasted for several hours. From that day onward I never tried the experiment again. I also recall that in the village my hobby was to climb trees, even huge walnut trees, with an agility that made the villagers wonder. There was a peach tree close to our building in Garu. The building was 3 stories high, covered by a thatched roof. The slant of the roof was fairly steep and it needed great care and skill to walk over it from one side to the other. A tall walnut tree flanked the other side of the building. In the walnut season it was my practice to climb the peach tree, which was comparatively easy to scale. From it I stepped onto the roof and, walking across, plucked walnuts from the branches of the tree hanging over the roof on that side. My sister, fond of green walnuts, waited below in the compound collecting the fruit that I threw down for the family. But all through the operation the onlookers displayed marked signs of agitation and fear at the risk that I was taking. It was comical for me to see them waiting keenly for the walnuts and at the same time wringing their hands while their eyes expressed signs of acute alarm and fear. After the shock caused by the death of my elder brother, my father became more and more inaccessible and unresponsive. With this change in habits, his appetite became irregular and his tastes erratic. Special vegetarian dishes had to be prepared to tempt him to eat. He became extremely austere in his dress and preferred to walk barefoot or, at times, when pressed to do so, with a pair of flimsy grass sandals on his feet. He took long walks every day and never hesitated to go out in even the coldest and most inclement weather. But, in spite of his irregular and scanty intake of food or unbalanced food combinations, he became wiry and vigorous, able to withstand hunger and fatigue or the rigor of climate to a remarkable degree. But his behavior became more and more eccentric and unpredictable. He became increasingly prone to visionary experiences and confined his study to a few ancient volumes, including the Laws of Manu, one which he read over and over again. The way in which my mother attended to his needs and served him during this phase of his life is beyond description. His premature self-enforced retirement from service brought only a meager pension of about 50 rupees on which the family had to live. Even this became possible after many months due to the hard efforts of his maternal uncle who lived in Lahore. The cost of commodities and the standard of living were lower in the days when my father bid adieu to his service, and the family could make ends meet within the amount of the pension. But there were other heavy expenses to be met. How my mother managed to marry my two sisters, to help her needy brothers, and to educate me with this meager income is a story of heroic battle against adversity. My mother arranged the marriage of my two older sisters at the same time that I was made to wear the sacred thread. This function is attended by certain rituals lasting for 2 or 3 days. I was about 7 years of age at the time, the younger of my two sisters was about 11 and the older about 15 years old. My mother had chosen the matches after a keen search and investigation. The would-be husbands belonged to respectable middle-class families with the promise of a bright future before them. The husband of the younger sister was about 12 and that of the older 25 years old. The latter had lately entered service in the forest department of the state. The marriages and the sacred thread ceremony took place at Garu, where we dwelt in those days. The whole village was agog with excitement and every grown-up villager came to help at the function out of love and respect for my mother. The marriage of a daughter amongst families in our society is a heavy responsibility. Not only the parents but all their kith and kin draw a deep sigh of relief when it is over and the bride leaves with the bridegroom for her new home. It is almost always a taxing and nerve-wracking task. There are so many purchases to be made, so many arrangements to be completed, and so many problems to be solved that for poor parents who lack resources or friends it becomes a nightmare for the entire time of the function. Several months before the day of marriage, my mother went to Srinagar to arrange the preparation of gold ornaments and to make other purchases. It was a distance of about 20 miles from our village to the city. The journey was usually done on foot and sometimes on horseback. We stayed in the house of a relative and my mother worked hard every day to complete the purchases as speedily as possible. When the ornaments were ready, we had to return to the village with them. We left the city in the afternoon on horseback, accompanied by one of her cousins, a good-natured young man who followed us later to Lahore. I sat on the horse in front of my mother and her cousin walked along, matching his pace with that of the horse. The sun began to set when we had traveled less than half the distance from the city. It was dusk when we came to a part of the highway notorious for the bands of thieves who made their haunts in the surrounding villages some distance from the road. The road at this place passed over a broad plateau about 5 miles long with a deep depression in the middle. There is no habitation close to the road in all this stretch. The soil of the plateau is rich for the cultivation of saffron and is used for this purpose even to this day. The small square saffron beds, with the tiny flowers peeping out, look very beautiful during the day and enchanting in the moonlit night. During the saffron season, they fill the whole area with their fragrance. We had just entered this lonely, low-lying lap of our journey when the thickening shadows of the evening made my mother pause for a while to say to her cousin that it had been a mistake to leave the city so late and that the only alternatives now were either to turn back and pass the night in the small town of Pamper, about 3 miles away, or to proceed trusting in the mercy of heaven to keep us safe. The way back was also not free of danger, so it was decided to move on to Latapura, at the end of the plateau. Mother stopped the horse for a moment and, unwrapping the scarf from around her head, rewound it in the shape of a turban to present the semblance of a man in the dim light, when seen from a distance. All the gold ornaments, a fortune in those days, were tied round her waist, under the loose dress which she wore. Urging her cousin to quicken his pace, she spurred the horse to a faster speed. It was pitch dark when we reached Latapura on the descent from the plateau. The young cousin ran as fast as the horse the whole distance in order to cover the dangerous stretch in the shortest possible time. At Latapura we sought the hospitality of a Moslem cowherd whose house stood on the road. They welcomed us with warmth and served us with fresh milk for our evening repast. We slept on a bed of dry grass in one of their rooms, covered with their homespun blankets. They all came to see us off in the early hours of the morning. I remember their warm hospitality and kindness to this day. The inner wealth of the spirit is not determined by affluence, climate, creed, or class. It is a gift from heaven, and we have to know much more about the spirit before we can determine how the gift can be won. The marriage ceremony was performed with becoming pomp and show. It was customary in those days for the bridegroom's party to arrive with a band playing at the head of the procession. Sometimes dancing girls attended the party and were munificently paid for the performance. In the evenings there was often a fireworks display to celebrate the occasion. Fireworks and the orchestra attend the function even today. In our community, marriage is not a simple social or religious function but an occasion for merrymaking and festivity, often entirely beyond the means of the parties. The lavish displays and feasts in many cases leave the families impoverished and in debt for a long time to come. Most often, the victim of this outrageous thirst for false show of wealth and status is the family of the bride. The marriage party of the elder bridegroom had brought with it a huge store of fireworks which they let off in the evening, entertaining the large crowd of villagers who came to witness the novel show. Among other things, there were a few hot air balloons that were sent up after kindling a flame in each of them. Carried by the wind, the lighted balloons traveled far, floating over distant villages that had never seen an object of this kind before. In a few days, the rumor went round that at least 2 of the villages had made religious offerings for having been preserved from this visitation from the other world. Nowadays, mammoth airplanes cause no surprise. The party of the other bridegroom had brought 2 dancing girls to entertain the guests. A large crowd gathered when, dressed in gaudy attire, they gave a performance in the morning in the large compound decorated for the purpose. I remember many details of the wedding and the ceremony, in which I had to participate, as vividly as if they had come to pass yesterday. Between the younger of my 2 sisters and her husband there was a difference of about 1 year only. It was a child marriage of the sort current in those days. The bridegroom, only about 12 years of age, tried to look serious as the couple participated in the ceremony held to make them man and wife. They had to sit before a small ceremonial fire while the priests chanted mantras and poured clarified butter and other offerings into it. The most beautiful part of this ceremony is witnessed when both the bride and the bridegroom are made to sit under an improvised canopy made of a large length of rich cloth, which covers both of them. All the members of the family stand up to form a circle round the couple, still sitting in front of the sacred fire, and shower flowers on them to the chant of the priests until a heap forms on the small canopy covering their heads. At that time they are no longer a man and a woman but incarnations of divinity, uniting themselves into a solemn relationship to propagate the race. We often forget the fact that every conjugal union, leading to procreation, signifies a stage on the path of evolution that is slowly tending towards the superman and woman. Modern knowledge, still largely unaware of this law, has no knowledge of the mighty godlike race to come. There was a comic episode during the performance of the ceremony that drew peals of laughter from the guests assembled in the room. It is customary during the course of the ceremony for the bride and bridegroom, while they hold each other's hand, to try their skill at a hidden game aimed at taking off the ring from the other's finger without letting their hand out of one's grasp. It is held that the one who succeeds in snatching away the ring of the other becomes the real master in the life led by the two. Both my brother-in-law and my sister prepared for this show of skill, no doubt instructed by their families about it. Unfortunately, my brother-in-law, to his dismay, found his ring slipping away from his finger, held by the more nimble fingers of my sister. Turning to his father, who was sitting close by for the ceremony, he cried, "Look, father, she has taken away the ring from my finger. What am I to do now?" There was a loud outburst of laughter as his father turned to chide him for his weakness, bidding him to be silent and not make his incompetence known to the guests. On our return to Kashmir after the first trip to Lahore, I joined the high school in Srinagar to continue my studies. Both my sisters were married and lived in their husbands' parental homes in different parts of Srinagar. They both loved me with all their heart, and this affection continued unaltered all my life. Their husbands, too, were extremely loving and kind to me. It was my elder brother-in-law who unwittingly alerted me to the possibility that Kundalini could arise through either Ida, the left-hand channel, or Pingla, the right-hand channel, instead of the central channel, known as Sushumna. When Kundalini is aroused through Pingla, he said, it could burn the body with the heat generated, causing irreparable damage or death. This he had learned from his own guru, a poor Kashmiri Brahmin, whose appearance showed nothing of the study he had made or the knowledge he had gained about Kundalini. But as my later experience proved, the information he had given to my brother-in-law was based on oral tradition seldom mentioned in books. Through all his life, my elder brother-in-law treated me as his son and in every difficult situation came to consult me as a friend most close to him. He had a deep thirst for spiritual experience and, having learned that I was regularly meditating, often consulted me about his own methods and practices from time to time. His deep desire to assuage his spiritual thirst changed his whole life and mellowed his nature to such an extent that those who knew him for many years came to regard him as a saint. Though elder, he was very frank and outspoken with me and never hesitated to discuss even his most intimate problems. His utter faith and belief in the professions of the sadhus and holy men with whom he came in contact and his readiness to follow the methods prescribed by them sometimes cost him dearly. One sadhu, as he told me later, instructed him to gaze intently at a circle drawn on a wall for as long a period as he could without blinking his eyes. This practice is known as rikti by the Hatha yogis. The successful practice of this method, the sadhu had said, would win for him all the psychic powers or siddhis, as they are called. The exercise was started, but, after only a few days, my brother-in-law found that his eyes were aching and tears began to flow if he kept them open any longer without blinking. He narrated his difficulty to the guru, seeking his advice on how to overcome it. "You should wear a folded cloth below your eyes," the sadhu had said, "so that all the tears that flow are absorbed into it." My brother-in-law scrupulously followed the direction for some days, but his condition grew worse. His eyes became red and swollen and the lids began to pain, making it impossible for him to continue the practice any longer. Fortunately, this compelled him to give it up and to sever his connections with the teacher. On another occasion he was asked to make japa, recitation, of a mantra, sacred word, 100,000 times in 40 days, sitting on the bank of a stream in a lonely spot where none could disturb him. Being a forest officer, it was not difficult for him to fulfill the conditions and to find a secluded place to practice the discipline. On the 40th day, he was told, he would have the darshan, vision, of a supernatural being invoked by the mantra. When this happened, he could beg whatever boon he desired from the super-earthly visitor. The only contingency against which he had to guard was not to show any sign of fear when the apparition appeared, as that would be disastrous for the practice. My brother-in-law faithfully carried out the injunctions, going to the chosen spot exactly at midnight to do the japa. Everything went well for over a month. In his thought and action and in his food and drink, sleep and behavior, my brother-in-law meticulously observed all the directions given to prepare himself for the great event. After the 35th day, as he told me, signs of fear began to appear during the recitation, and he felt a pressure on his heart. This feeling grew in intensity and volume until, on the 38th day, he found himself shaking and trembling while beads of cold perspiration rolled down his body and face. In despair he gave up the discipline, preferring his sanity and peace of mind to the favors which a super-earthly entity could bestow. The incident revealed to me at once that loss of sleep caused by the nightly peregrinations and several hours solitary stay on the bank of the stream in expectation of the nocturnal visitor had caused an abnormal mental condition of anxiety and fear which, to preserve his sanity, obliged him to give up the exercise at last. This story of my brother-in-law confirms what I came to know or hear of from my friends in the years following my awakening. Another devout seeker, also a resident of Srinagar, was advised by his teacher to make the japa of a similar mantra to invoke Bajranga Bali, the monkey general of the god Rama, to obtain from him fulfillment of whatever wish he had in mind. The same admonition was repeated. He should show no symptom of fear when the apparition was seen across the mountain on which the window of his room opened. The practice was to be started after midnight and continued until the rise of the sun. After a few weeks of the practice, the signs of fear began to appear, and the devotee felt his heart thumping under his ribs. He persisted in the practice to the 40th day. Opening his eyes and looking at the mountain through the window in the light of the dawn, he saw an awful apparition spread across the whole area of the mountain visible to him. The shock was too much, and with a cry of fear he fell down in a swoon. He never recovered the balance of his mind to the time of his death some years after. There is no limit to the concept of the intellect. We know that the human mind has no hope of knowing even as much about the universe as a moth has to know about the earth. All our knowledge gained during the past thousands of years does not comprise even a drop in the ocean that still lies beyond the human ken. It is amazing that knowing full well the complexity of the brain and the inconceivably profound nature of consciousness, even sensible people should lend credence to the stories circulated by teachers of the occult about the efficacy of their methods and practices to gain psychic powers or transcendence. The attainment of cosmic consciousness involves a total revolution in the microbiology of every cell, tissue, and fiber of the organism. The arousal of Kundalini, in its true sense, does not simply imply the activity of a hitherto sleeping force, but actually the start of a new activity in the whole system to adapt it to a new pattern of consciousness by changing the composition of the bioenergy or subtle life force permeating the whole body. Any human-made method to achieve concrete results must therefore cover the whole psychophysical frame of a human being. The position does not even end there. The discipline must be practiced generation after generation, or there must have occurred already a partial adjustment of the organs, the nervous system, and the brain to allow the practice undertaken to bear fruit. This is the reason why genuine mystical experience has been so rare. The rough and ready methods of professionals who make tall claims not only reveal the poverty of knowledge of those who prescribe them but also lack of wisdom on the part of those who practice them without a thorough and penetrating study of the subject. There are crowds of people, both in Eastern and Western countries, who pay dearly for their ignorance and lack of foresight in various ways, especially in abnormal and difficult conditions of the mind. My mother never complained at the willful behavior of my father in driving the family from abundance to penury by his own stubborn behavior. I do not remember a single occasion when, even under the pressure of the most grueling circumstances, she ever upbraided him or held him responsible for her difficulties. She was always resigned to divine will and, while attending to every detail of the household, kept her mind calm and her behavior unruffled. Even in the most trying circumstances she did this as naturally as if she had practiced for years and read 100 books on the art of self-mastery. One single instance is enough to show with what fortitude, resignation and courage she faced the harsh exigencies of her life. We were still in Lahore in the old house in the area known as Eki Darwasa. It was midsummer and the temperature ranged from 108 to 114 degrees Fahrenheit. Suddenly my father expressed a wish to pay a visit to his native town of Amritsar at a distance of about 30 miles from Lahore. His intention seemed to be to return in 2 or 3 days. My mother tried to dissuade him from this resolve on the plea that the heat was intolerable and it would be difficult to find a cool place to stay in Amritsar. We had a family of rich relatives there, but she knew that he would never agree to stay there with them. From her meager store of money, she gave my father enough to meet the railway fare and the cost of his meals for those few days. But my father prolonged his sojourn in Amritsar far beyond this period. Some days later, I received a hurriedly scrawled letter from him informing us that he was staying in a temple and had run completely short of money. The letter made my mother frantic with anxiety and, making her preparations in a few hours, she left for Amritsar on the same day. She went directly to the house of our relatives, who warmly welcomed her and did all in their power to make her stay comfortable. They drove her in their carriage to the temple to meet my father and to settle the time of departure for Lahore with him. She later told me that she saw him reduced in weight, looking pale and weak, as for several days he had subsisted only on a few handfuls of parched grain and water drawn from the well. The next day in the forenoon they drove in the same carriage to the station on the way to Lahore. I did not attend the college that day and remained at home in expectation of their arrival. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon I heard the front door open and soon the sound of steps mounting the staircase. I ran to the door and saw my father as he stepped into the open space in front of our kitchen. He was perspiring profusely and looked exhausted. Touching my shoulder with his hand, he went straight to his room without uttering a word. Soon after, I saw my mother stagger inside with the large bundle of clothes and bedding of my father on her head. She was reeling and her face was crimson. I had never seen her in such a condition. Sweat poured like rain from every pore of her skin and she looked so exhausted, weak, and faint that I was shocked and could only gaze stunned and bewildered at her face. I could find no explanation for her condition. Taking the bundle from her head and putting my arm around her, I carried her gently to the inner room, where she collapsed on the floor gasping for breath and trembling in every limb. I fanned her gently for a while until the sweating ceased and then rushed into the kitchen to prepare a glass of sherbet for her, which I soon held to her lips. She took a few sips and then, burying her face in her hands, burst into tears. I continued to fan, stroking her arm gently with my hand without saying a word until the fits subsided and she was calm again. Sensing my anxiety and perplexity about what had occurred, she said in a low tone that at the Amritsar railway station she had handed all the money she carried to my father to buy 2 tickets to Lahore and with the balance to pay the cab from the Lahore railway station to our house. He went to the booking office and returned soon after with 2 tickets in his hand. Without telling her anything, he conducted her to a ladies' compartment and seating her there, entered a male compartment nearby. The train moved and in due time arrived in Mian Mir, the station next to Lahore, on the way to it from Amritsar. As soon as the train stopped there, my father, stepping out of his own compartment, came to my mother and asked her to come out, as he had bought tickets up to that station only, explaining that because of the rush at the sales window he had purchased inter-class tickets instead of third class and had to pay more for them. He asked for more money to purchase tickets from Mian Mir to Lahore on the next train, which would cost but a trifle. But she had not a single paisa in her pocket. Completely nonplussed, she looked helplessly at the train as it moved out of the station, leaving the couple stranded there without the means to reach their destination. It was an impossible situation. My mother would have died rather than beg for help, which might have been forthcoming if they had asked for it. Placing the bundle on her head and holding it with one of her hands, she motioned to my father to follow her. Inquiring their way from the passers-by, they took the highway linking Lahore with Amritsar. It was a wide asphalt road heated to an intolerable degree by the burning noonday sun, treeless and shadeless for long stretches, flanked by sand footpaths on either side in which the feet sank almost ankle deep. I had walked over this road for short distances more than once, but in winter when I was on a visit to my aunt who for some years dwelt in the area. At noon in midsummer, with a temperature well over 0 degrees Fahrenheit and a blistering sun overhead, it must have been hell to walk over this road for hours with sandals on their feet, sinking deep in the sand at every step. As usual during summer, men, women, and even children lay under the shade of trees or lazed in the shelter of their homes. They fanned themselves incessantly to keep cool. There were only a few other passers-by who used the road only for short distances here and there. It was a terrible ordeal for my mother with the load on her head, hungry and without even water, to drag herself over this road for a distance of over 5 miles to reach her home during the hottest hours of the day. I shuddered when my mother finished her story. Born and bred in the cool climate of Kashmir, the exposure could have easily led to a fatal sunstroke. In all probability, the bundle of clothes on her head, intercepting the rays of the blazing sun, saved her life. I looked fondly at her face and, embracing her, shed tears of joy at finding her safe and sound in the house after the risk she had undergone. Even then she did not utter a single word of complaint against my father. As soon as she had recovered a little, she stood up at once, saying that she would not lie down like this any longer since my father had not tasted a cooked meal for several days and she must prepare one for him. She hurriedly went to the kitchen, and within an hour my father had the simple meal he preferred, while she bustled around him to serve whatever he needed or wished for. I wonder to this day what had taught her this patience and this most angelic sense of duty. The answer to this riddle, I believe, lies in the power of the spirit. We do not know whether it is the body which helps the spirit to express itself, or if it is the spirit which fashions the mortal frame to play a part in the colossal drama of life. Or whether both are linked together in an inexplicable way under cosmic laws which lie beyond the reach of intellect and which we have to fathom during our sojourn on earth. Royal palaces of kings and the luxurious mansions of the rich quite frequently rear the poorest specimens of humanity, a disgrace to the blood to which they belong, but for some unknown reason thatched roofs, mud huts, and wooden shacks housing poverty and destitution give rise to some of the noblest characters in the history of mankind. 1. Manavadharmaskastra or Manusmriti, an ancient code of life ascribed to a period circa 5th century BCE. 3. Memories of high school. My school and college life was fairly uneventful. This was, in a sense, remarkable, as for me it was a transition from the primitive atmosphere of a simple village and later, of a poor city, to that of one of the richest capitals in India. But somehow I was preserved from company that could have proved disastrous for me in later years. The love of home and parents served as my strongest defense against vagrancy and association with truants. I had few friends, both in the school and the college. The one or two I had were sober and studious, whose company was of help and not of harm to me. We lived poorly, and in the later period I did not have the advantage of a private coach or guide. It was with great difficulty that my mother could find enough money to purchase even my essentially needed books and clothes. Denied the possibility of purchasing extra books, my study was confined to school classics, but when I was about 12, at my aunt's house I accidentally came upon a slightly abridged translation into Urdu of the Arabian Nights. This book for the first time created in me a burning thirst for fairy tales, stories of adventure and travel, and other romantic literature which continued undiminished for several years. At the age of 14, starting with easy stories, I turned from Urdu to English, hungrily devouring every story book and romance that came into my hands. From novels and other light material I gradually passed on to popular elementary books on science and philosophy available in our small school library. I read avidly, my developing mind eager for satisfactory replies to the questions which cropped up as the result of my own survey of the narrow world in which I lived and the stray glimpses of the broader one of which I came to know more and more from the graphic accounts contained in the books. I was brought up in a strictly religious atmosphere by my mother, whose faith rested unshakably on each of the innumerable gods and goddesses in her crowded pantheon. She used to go to the temple long before the first faint glimmer of dawn streaked the horizon, returning at daybreak to attend to the needs of the household, in particular to keep our frugal morning meal ready for me. In early childhood I followed implicitly the direction of her simple faith, sometimes to the extent of foregoing the sweet last hours of sleep towards dawn in order to go with her to the temple. With rapt attention I listened to the superhuman exploits of Krishna, which my maternal uncle read aloud every evening until almost midnight from his favorite translation of the Bhagavata Purana, a famous book of Hindu mythology, containing the story of the incarnations of the god Vishnu in human form. According to popular belief, Krishna imparted the lofty teachings of the Bhagavad Gita to the warrior Arjuna on the battlefield before the commencement of action in a great war, as related in the Mahabharata. Wondering at the prodigious, supernatural feats of valor and strength recounted with a wealth of detail in the narrative, which carried my childish imagination into fantastic realms, I unquestioningly accepted as true every impossible and unbelievable incident with which the story abounds, filled with a desire to grow into a Superman of identical powers myself. About a year after our first visit to Lahore we returned to Kashmir and had our residence in a hired house in Srinagar, where I passed my 7th class examination in the high school. On our second visit I joined the Dayal Singh High School, Lahore, in the 8th class and continued to study there until graduation, after which I was admitted to the college one of the same area. On the first occasion, the family of my granduncle permitted us the use of a large room with a wide veranda in front which proved sufficient for our modest needs. On the second visit they again offered the use of the same place, but now one of my sisters had accompanied us and so we had to look around for a more roomy apartment for ourselves. It was then that we shifted to the place known as Ekidar Wasa near the outskirts of the city as mentioned in Chapter 2. It was a three-storied building at the end of a narrow lane in which we occupied the uppermost floor under a flat roof. We had two medium-sized rooms, a kitchen open in front and an open space in front of the kitchen. This space I later transformed into a small flower bed with dozens of flower pots which I watered and tended every day. There was no water tap in our house nor, in fact, in any other house standing on this lane. There was a narrow well just a few houses away from which all of our neighbors drew their water. Accustomed to the spring water of Kashmir, the slightly salty taste of the well water was not easily palatable to me or my mother, although father, accustomed to it from his childhood, felt no difficulty in drinking it. He always procured his drinking water from the well, although our supply came from a water tap at a distance of about 200 yards from our house. It was in a large bathroom, constructed with public donations in the name of a saint who had lived and died in that house. The bathroom, with a number of taps, was open to all who cared to use it, fulfilling a very great need of the locality, especially in the scorching heat of summer. My mother used to fetch one large pitcher of water in the early hours of the morning when the bathroom was almost empty. This sufficed for our drinking needs. Soon after, we engaged a man to supply us water for all purposes, both from the well and the tap. There was no electricity at that time in this part of the town. In the beginning I read and did my home tasks in the faint, mellow light of a small earthenware oil lamp. Later on I supplanted it with a kerosene table lamp which gave out a much better light and could be depended on for a steady flame. I never had a table or a chair for my studies, either in this house or another to which we shifted later before our return to Kashmir. I always did my reading or exercises seated on the floor with the lamp standing on a small wooden support. Most of our time in Lahore was spent in this house. My father occupied the larger of two rooms which had windows on two sides and two doors on the third, one opening onto the kitchen and the second onto the open space with the flower pots. The houses on two sides of our building were only 1 story high, which allowed us an open view of fields on one side and a part of the city with the railway station on the other. A gentle breeze was always blowing through the two windows in summer, which was a very welcome boon for me. It was hard to obtain the consent of my father to the use of a part of the room as my study. But on hot days I often sat close to one of the windows under an improvised tent made of fine cloth supported on a few sticks, to keep off the flies which swarmed all around. This device allowed me to read or to do my exercises in peace while the breeze blew through to keep me cool. At other times of the year I used to study in the other room, in which my books and belongings were kept in a small cupboard set into one of the walls. We all slept in the room occupied by my father. The first and second floors of the house were also held by tenants. The occupants of the first floor kept a goat for milk. They used to bring it up to the roof, where all the tenants slept in the summer. The one constant object of fear in the house was a snake that had a hole somewhere in the passage leading from our entrance door to the staircase. It had been seen several times by the tenants on the ground floor, but it never came up the stairs to the second or third floor. At least on 2 occasions the tenants alleged that they had to jump on their beds as they saw the snake slithering from the passage into one of the rooms. Snakes in the hot plains of India can be very venomous. One of them in a house can be an endless source of terror for the inmates. But we carried on, trusting in the grace of God to keep us safe. Times without number I had to go down in the dark to open the door for a late caller or to cross the passage when coming late from my games in the college. On such occasions I was in a state of trepidation for the period I was in the passage, but forgot it all afterwards, as soon as I had mounted the stairs. What power preserved and protected me during the critical years of my adolescence in the vicious atmosphere of a modern town I cannot say. Except for my mother, I had no one to guide and instruct me at home. Born and bred in a village, she herself had no knowledge of the iniquities and vices common to a town. My father was not in favor of my study on the grounds that it tended to deflect from the traditional path of dharma, duty, prescribed by our faith. He was even more averse to the study of English and did not like to see me with such a book in my hands. I therefore had to depend on my own expedients to steer myself along the educational whirlpools and rapids that surrounded me in Lahore. My mother could not now afford a tutor to coach me at home, and I had to content myself with second-hand books and the cheapest exercise material in order not to strain the slender resources of the family too far. But somehow I was protected and guided in critical situations so that no harm befell me during this period. My very path to the school led through a red light district with gaudy disreputable houses on both sides of the road. But I passed them unconcerned, with the satchel of books in my hand, absorbed in my own thoughts, and I do not remember a single occasion when I looked keenly at the houses or at the brightly dressed pitiable creatures sitting in their windows looking for customers. I passed this area without the least interest or even curiosity twice a day, both on my way to and back from the school, without ever allowing my thoughts to dwell on the people who resided there or in the social issues that arose from their existence. Time after time I have asked myself how it was that, while living among the vices and temptations of a modern city at an impressionable age with no one to watch over my conduct or actions outside my house, I was able to preserve myself from evil and to win my way unconcerned with all that happened round me. The most powerful force that molded my life was the love of my mother, although even admitting the dominating influence of this attachment, there must have been something in my own mental makeup also that threw, as it were, a protective wall around me and never allowed me to fall prey to those evil influences that end in the ruin of young lives. There must have been something discriminative and far-seeing in the subconscious depths of my mind that preserved me intact and whole during these critical years of my life. Our mental bodies are swayed and influenced by a psychic environment in the same way as our gross bodies are affected by their physical surroundings. There are instinctive defenses in all human beings which come into play from early childhood. Parents in our time are now often more concerned with the intellectual progress of their children during their early years and seldom pay attention to the cultivation of those qualities that are much more important for them than the culture of the intellect. People cannot survive properly if their moral defenses are allowed to deteriorate for lack of parental or administrative attention, however tall they may grow in intellect. At the high school which I joined on our first arrival from Kashmir, the teachers were pleased with me, and the boys were too young to intimidate a new arrival from a distant corner of the country who could not speak their language. The position was different in the school which I joined on the second occasion. The boys there were older, ready to pick holes in a fresh addition to their class or to make him an object of fun for their own enjoyment. Unfortunately, I had enough material on me to provoke their humor. In those days, a tuft of long hair on the crown of the head was the usual feature of a Hindu. But strangely enough, I carried 3 more smaller tufts of long hair on either side of the crown tuft, in front and behind, which gave me a really bizarre appearance. Anyone who saw me with uncovered head was surprised at this singular display of these hairy tufts. My mother had added the other 3, at her own choice, as an offering to 3 tutelary deities. I remonstrated on several occasions, but she was adamant. I did not wish to cause her pain and so preferred to be the butt of ridicule to my fellow students rather than hurt her feelings by refusing to keep my hair tufts. My classmates in the school began to make fun of me from the very first day I sat in the class. Their first target was the language. I had no knowledge of Punjabi and my pronunciation of Hindi was very defective. My inability to pronounce certain words correctly made the boys burst into roars of laughter, in which even the teachers joined at times, in spite of their kindness towards me. Under the hail of sarcasm and ridicule, I began to correct myself and to practice the correct pronunciation at home. This gave less occasion for laughter. As ill luck would have it, however, one day my classmates discovered the extra tufts of hair under my cap. Suddenly all eyes were focused on my head and they stared at me with wide-eyed astonishment, unable to find a reason for the strange spectacle. Then their loud roars of laughter began until the whole classroom shook with the concussion. I was speechless with discomfiture and dismay. Not to be daunted though, I put my cap on my head again and tried to look wholly unconcerned, while peals of laughter rang all around me. From that day onward, the moment I entered the classroom in the morning I was greeted with giggles and laughter while fingers were pointed at my head. This was not all. Soon 3 or 4 of the students, emboldened by my silence, stepped close to me and made it a habit to take off my cap, holding the tufts of hair in one or both of their hands, and pulled them strongly from side to side, causing unbearable pain until tears came to my eyes. This happened day after day for many weeks and I bore the torments silently without revealing my predicament to my mother. She was too shy and would not have had command of the language to come to the school to complain to the headmaster, nor did I wish to drag her into this affair. At the same time I wished to spare her pain which would be unavoidable as soon as she came to know of the torture I was suffering every day. It also seemed to me that it would have been a sign of unmanliness on my part to seek her help in a matter which I should have the courage to handle myself. It would be cowardice to involve my parents and ask them to extricate me from the difficulties I had to face in the school. Reasoning in this way, I never spoke of my humiliation and torment to my mother but continued to revolve the situation in my mind time and again to find a way of escape from my predicament. I was fairly strong and robust for my age. Climbing trees, running, racing, and the game of kabaddi, which I loved, and played with the children of the village had made my body hardy and tough. I walked barefoot in the icy chill of the winter and leaped to long distances to outdo other children. I had almost unrestricted access to the store of buttermilk at home, which I drank avidly several times a day to replenish the energy I was spending in my daily bouts of strength. All this combined to give me a stamina and strength which helped greatly to meet the trials I had to face in later life. The plan that came to my mind to save myself from this daily torment was to demonstrate my strength to the 2 or 3 mischievous students who usually came to pester me. I had already sized up their strength. One day it happened. Catching around the neck the one on my right, who was holding a tuft of my hair in one of his hands, I put my right leg in front of both of his and with one strong pull threw him to the ground. He fell with a crash onto a bench and from there rolled to the floor, crying with pain and fright. Then, wrenching my hair free from the clutches of the other 2 boys with a surprise jerk of my head, I caught another on the left in the same grip, and in a moment threw him to the ground where he lay prostrate, too dazed to act for some time. The third, terror-stricken at the fate of the other 2, took a sudden jump as I turned towards him and fled out of my reach. There was a momentary hush in the class, but soon the discomfiture of my enemies was greeted with roars of laughter from the other students. They crowded round me and some of them patted me on the shoulders with words of encouragement and praise. I had won a victory. From that day onwards, the joking and the teasing ceased and I was treated as one of the elite of the class. The story went round the school in a few hours and the teachers and even the headmaster, a fine gentleman, came to know of it. This change in position stood me in great stead later. Most of the students were now more kindly disposed towards me and took me into their confidence when there was some important boyish issue to decide. One day, while returning from the school, I and some other students walking with me saw a crowd gathered on the road. In the midst was a poor Kashmiri laborer, almost in tears, disputing with a burly Punjabi about his wages. He had carried a heavy load of firewood for him from a distant store to his residence and the carriage charges had been stipulated between them. They amounted to a few annas only but it meant a great deal to the poor twaller who had come from a distant area, driven by hunger and cold, to try his luck in a warmer place. Many Kashmiri peasants and laborers even now migrate to the warmer towns in northern India to earn a livelihood with their labor in winter. My young blood boiled at the cruel injustice and the outrageous conduct of the man who was trying to bully the laborer into accepting a lesser sum. I knew that my classmates standing by me would stoutly back me if I took the side of the victim of this injustice. Turning to the laborer, I asked him to relate his story, which he did in a voice quivering with emotion. I then turned to the bully to inquire whether what the laborer had alleged was correct. He tried to browbeat me by saying that it was no affair of mine and I should mind my own business. I made a rapid calculation in my mind and found that what he was paying for the carriage to the laborer was far less than the usual rate prevalent at the time. I knew this because I myself made all the purchases for the family, even at that young age, and knew the rates as well as anybody. Turning to the crowd, I stated that the wage paid to the laborer was not at all fair or according to the current rates and that we should all see to it that he was paid what was in fairness due to him. The crowd was impressed. My friends surged round me and with one voice demanded that full payment be made to the laborer at once. The Punjabi hesitated a moment but, seeing the determined look of the boys and the angry faces of the crowd, drew his purse and paid the balance to the laborer, grumbling the while that the wage demanded was too high. I then continued on my way but the laborer followed me right up to my house. I talked to him in my own language and invited him to enter, which he did. My mother also was happy to talk to a fellow Kashmiri and offered refreshments to both of us. The laborer came several times to our house and finally made me the treasurer of the little sum he had been able to save, on the plea that it was unsafe in the room he was sharing with other fellow laborers in another part of the city. My mother accepted the responsibility and when he came to bid us adieu, she handed over his small savings to him to carry to his home and family. I have not mentioned this episode to depict myself heroically. It was a trifling incident and I was only little more than a boy at the time. Many people stand up against injustices when they come across them in their life. But I have another purpose in relating this story. The trait in my character which made me stand up to secure fair treatment for the poor laborer became an integral part of my behavior in my official career also. I shall discuss this in more detail at another place in this work. At the time, this irrepressible impulse brought me into collision with official superiors who could make or break my career. On at least 2 occasions I ran the risk of losing my job. But I persisted in the belief that if one door was closed, another would be opened for me by fate. The annals of the poor are thick with battles of this kind, but they are seldom made known to the world. The whole attention of chroniclers and historians is absorbed by the mighty, the strong and the rich. They lavish their talent to perpetuate the stories of those who are already widely known, without caring for the means by which notoriety or fame was gained. In the vast majority of cases, those famous figures of history extracted much more from the world than they gave to it. They occupied positions of power or distinction or honor not always by virtue of the merit they possessed, but more often by tact, adroitness, strategy, intrigue, and even sometimes with murder, deceit, treachery, or betrayal. History often makes no mention of the legions who, possessing the same or even greater merit, were put out of the way, suppressed, exploited, trodden down, deceived, betrayed, disabled, or killed to force the passage open for these so-called great ones to make their debut on the stage of fame. For her supreme prize, however, nature has closed all the loopholes by which the ambitious, the adventurous, the power-hungry, or the covetous could enter the arena. The laws of celestial justice circumvent all the machinations of men and women. And they live in ignorance of this fact. There is no distinction between mighty or weak, rich or poor, in the dispensation of heavenly grace. The intelligent forces of evolution take no account of position, power, wealth, or possessions. They may select a non-entity who conforms to the qualifications demanded in preference to the mightiest, the strongest, or the most informed, who more often than not attain to their height flouting the laws prescribed. Values will change, new laws will come into force, new patterns of society will be devised, new criteria for merit and distinction will be framed, and the whole structure of history will be rebuilt when the implications of Kundalini arousal become universally known. At college there was no repetition of the bullying which I endured in the early school days when I joined the 8th class in Lahore. By that time I could speak Punjabi fluently and carried myself with assurance amongst the other students. I had a close friend in one of the boys from the school who joined the same college and was placed in the same section with me. He later entered the medical profession. I met him years later in Lahore where he had built a house for himself. On the partition of the Punjab he moved to Delhi and I never saw him again. There was no other friend with whom I kept in contact after I had left the college. There was also no noteworthy event except the shock of failure in the house examination, which prevented me from going to university. It was this failure that became the turning point in my life and spurred me on to a more disciplined life than I had been leading before. But for the mastery gained during those years when the brain was more plastic and more amenable to control, I could have easily succumbed to the ordeals that I had to face on the arousal of the serpent power. I remember one incident during my college period which is worth recording. I had so far stood the scorching heat of summer in Lahore very well. It was no trial for me to return at noon from my college to my home in the burning sun without an umbrella, covering a distance of more than 1.5 miles from the college. On several days in the week I had to walk over again the same distance to the college and back to my home for games in the afternoon when the sun was still hot and bright. I never felt distressed, even when the heat was suffocating, and walked unconcernedly in the hottest sun. During my first summer in the college, for some inexplicable reason I lost my appetite. My food intake was so drastically reduced that, greatly alarmed, my mother sought the advice of physicians to cure the condition. There was no sign of any illness or fault in the system. But I lost all relish for food and would have liked to go without it altogether. For several years past my mother had been extremely careful with my diet. Some instinct told her that I should not be allowed to be with an empty stomach for a long time. She invariably thrust a small bottle of milk and a little round cake in my pocket before I left for school, both at Srinagar and at Lahore. During the later years of the First World War, the prices of foodstuffs rose so high that the meager pension my father received was insufficient to cover the expenses. It became necessary to make drastic reductions in our daily diet. But my mother did not allow it to have the least effect on what I was accustomed to eating. When the price of rice became more than double, she purchased only half the quantity and contented herself and her cousin with the liquid drained off when the rice was cooking, reserving the solid portion for me and my father. There was no diminution either in the daily cup of milk I was accustomed to drink or in the small measure of meat which she prepared for me almost every day. She cooked it without allowing my father to have the least awareness of it. He hated even the sight of flesh and would never allow it to be brought into the kitchen. In this way I continued to have the food which my mother believed was most healthy for my system, even during the days of high prices and scarcity which the family had to face. During this summer, no amount of persuasion or coaxing on the part of my mother helped me to overcome the sudden distaste for food which I felt. We could not understand the reason for it, nor could the kind physician who treated me explain it to us. He prescribed some medicines, but they did not help. My stomach revolted at the sight of food and I found it difficult to swallow even a few mouthfuls. At last, my mother began to suspect that my long sojourn in the hot climate of Lahore had upset my system and that a trip to Kashmir might help to bring back my appetite for food. The doctor was consulted and after a brief examination he agreed at once, remarking that he was sure the change to a cool place would do me good. The college summer vacation started soon and I left on the very first day at the insistence of my mother, who was in a state of great alarm about my condition. In order to travel to Kashmir in those days it was necessary to take the train to Rawalpindi and from there to hire a horse cart to Kashmir to cover the distance of about 200 miles between Rawalpindi and Srinagar. But, only shortly before, motor lorries had started to ply between Rawalpindi and Srinagar, reducing the time of travel to 2 days and even less. These lorries had solid rubber tires. My aunt and her husband dwelt in Rawalpindi in those days. They had been transferred there from Lahore and Mian Mir. My uncle, who had been informed, came to meet me at the station and took me home. My aunt had prepared several delicious dishes for me to eat on my arrival. But I could eat only a few morsels and left almost all the delicacies untasted. On the next day in the morning I left for Srinagar in a lorry. About 17 miles from Rawalpindi the road to Srinagar starts the ascent of the Murray Hill. Because of its thick forests and low temperatures, the higher regions of the hill, over 5,000 feet above sea level, provide an ideal resort for summer. We reached the Murray top at about noon and the lorry stopped for the passengers to have something to eat. I knew the state of my appetite, but in order to have a few bites I asked the owner of a food shop to serve me a chapati, a small, thin piece of unleavened bread, with a little dal, lentils, and vegetables. But a change had already occurred in my system without my knowledge. I consumed chapati after chapati, eating with a hearty appetite for the first time in months. To my surprise and joy, even after eating more than my normal quantity and washing it down with cool fresh water from the spring, I still felt relish for more food. My appetite had returned, redoubled with the first caress of the cool mountain air on my body. I ate ravenously on the way and for some days after to make up for the deficiency suffered for months. I passed all the months of that summer vacation in my native village, spending many hours in sports and games. I even extended my visit beyond the vacation with the consent of my mother, who wished me to be healthy and strong again. When the walnut season started, the temptation was too much for me. I was always fond of green walnuts from my childhood. On this occasion, I and 3 or 4 of my village friends, all of them almost of my own age, made a plan to climb the trees in a walnut grove close to our own house at midnight when no one was there to see us and to decamp with as many walnuts as we could gather. This was a risky undertaking as the trees were large in size and tall. To climb such huge trees in darkness was very dangerous as one could never be sure of his foothold in the tricky shadows of the night. But none of us was deterred by this consideration. In fact, we could not even realize the dimension of the risk in our youthful optimism. We went from branch to branch at great heights from the ground, trying to pluck as many walnuts as we could. The boy who gathered the largest number was acknowledged as the leader. On one of these escapades I narrowly escaped serious injury. It was a moonless night and I had climbed a tall tree which bifurcated at some distance from the ground into 2 huge branches, each one a tree in itself. A certain nervousness was always present in us, as the owners of these trees had come to know of our escapades at night and were acting to prevent it. Some of them actually tried to lay an ambush to catch us red-handed, but we always managed to outwit them and escape their clutches. On this occasion we heard voices while we were up in the trees, indicating that some people were passing that way. Thinking that it might be an ambush to catch us, I and my friends flattened ourselves against the branches on which we were standing and stayed there without making the slightest movement till the voices grew faint and faded altogether. Fearing that the party might return, I hurriedly descended from the height to which I had climbed. But when I reached the trunk of the tree where it bifurcated into two, I forgot in my haste that I was still on the tree a good distance above the ground. Letting go of the branch that I was holding, I took a step in the air and fell on the hard gravel slope below, hurting my buttock, thigh, and knee by rubbing against the hard knotted trunk and impact with the small stones below. It took me quite some days to recover from the hurt, although after that we were soon at our nightly adventures again. The villagers whose walnuts we were stealing knew my mother very well and did not have the heart to be too harsh with me. Finally they gave up their attempts to catch us and even sent word that I need not risk my life at night and could have all the walnuts that I needed for the asking during the day. We now had all the walnuts we wanted, but the excitement and adventure ceased. On my return journey to Rawalpindi I had a rather unpleasant experience. We left Srinagar rather late and halted at Baramulla for the night. Among my fellow travelers there were 2 young students, older than me by a few years, who had come from some town in the Punjab. All the 3 of us hired a room for the night, and after that went to a nearby shop for our meals. When we returned to our room, the eldest of the 2 suggested that we make a round of the town before going to bed. As it was my habit to go early to bed after dinner, I declined politely and went immediately to sleep. It was past midnight when they returned and knocked at the door. I awoke and opened the door to let them in. They walked heavily, with uncertain steps, towards their beds. I saw their faces in the dim light of the lantern burning in the room and was shocked at their appearance. They had visited a house of ill repute and drunk heavily. I felt thankful that I had not agreed to their invitation and gone with them. They sank into their beds with all their clothes on and slept till morning. When we arose they tried to avoid my eyes, as if ashamed of their conduct. But later on that day with a guilty smile the eldest made the confession on the plea that sometimes it was good to have a little fun of this kind. On my return to Lahore I felt even more healthy and strong than I was before. The few months of my stay in Kashmir in pastoral surroundings, indulging in vigorous physical activity for several hours every day, helped me greatly to regain my strength. The next summer my brother-in-law invited me to pass the vacation with him. At that time he was serving as a forest ranger in Basantgarh, a hilly area in the Jammu province, 2 days' journey on foot from Uthmapur. He sent his servant to fetch me. We went by rail from Lahore to Jammu and by bus from Jammu to Uthmapur and thence on foot to Basantgarh. It is a cool region, about 5,000 feet above sea level, covered with tall pine and deodar, Himalayan cedar, trees interspersed with beautiful meadows that are a delight to the eye. I had already started the practice of meditation and applied myself to it regularly every day. The dense forest surrounding the large wooden shanty which served us as our residence provided me with beautiful secluded spots with charming natural settings for my daily practice. I took full advantage of the opportunity and exercised not only once but even twice or thrice every day. Fortunately, a hint from within always came to caution me when I meditated too much. On such occasions I felt an instinctive reluctance to meditate for a day or several days at a stretch, which helped to restore me to my normal condition. Excessive meditation, especially in the rush and hurry of modern urban life, can be very harmful instead of beneficial. A forced activity of the evolutionary mechanism can put a greater strain on the body than it can bear, leading to psychic imbalances of various kinds. During the time of my stay in Basantgarh, my brother-in-law was much impressed by the change in my demeanor and my unbroken daily practice of meditation, to which I gave priority over everything else. Almost every day we sat talking for hours on this subject dear to both of us. He narrated to me his own experiences in the remote district in which he was serving at that time. One of the forest guards, serving under him, a Rajput by birth, was a remarkable case of a double personality in one of which he displayed extraordinary psychic gifts. Every Saturday, my brother-in-law told me, the guard invariably returned to his home from the place where he served. The spirit of a departed yoga adept manifested itself in him on the Sunday following. He rose early in the morning, completely altered from what he had been during the preceding week. A special room had been set apart for him to officiate as a yogi on that day. Besmeared with ash and wearing only a loincloth, he sat in a sauna in front of a small fire, which India's ascetics often keep burning before them. With a large pair of tongs on one side and a begging bowl on the other, he looked every inch a sadhu seated in his ashram. The rumors of the extraordinary miraculous feats he could perform in this condition had traveled far and wide. This led hundreds of visitors, some out of curiosity and some to seek a boon, to assemble in front of the door of his house each morning to seek answers to problems they had on their mind. They were not allowed to articulate their questions. He read their thoughts, one by one, as soon as they entered into his presence, and supplied answers suited to their questions. Singly, or in twos or threes, the pilgrims to his shrine went in and came out, often astounded at his performance. In his normal state, the conduct of the guard was unimpeachable. He was attentive to his duty, truthful and honest in his dealings. My brother-in-law never had a reason to find fault with him. One Sunday, drawn by curiosity, he went to the village of the guard. Without revealing his identity, he mingled with the crowd standing in front of his house. No one knew him there, and he did not talk or disclose the purpose of his visit to anyone. But he was visibly startled when, after a short time, the man standing at the door to control the entry of the crowd shouted his name at the top of his voice, saying that Shambhu Nath, forest ranger, present in the gathering, is ordered to the presence of the yogi. All eyes were turned towards my brother-in-law as he obeyed the summons without a word. He had come with two questions prepared in his mind. One was, what is the nature of divinity? And the other related to his personal career. He had suffered a loss in his official position due to a false complaint made against him and wished to know what would be the decision of his superiors in the case. The guard, sitting cross-legged and erect in his posture as a yogi, did not show the least sign of recognition when he entered the room and instantly proceeded to answer his unspoken questions as he did with the others. Your first question is unanswerable, he said. What you wish to know has never been known and can never be comprehended in future, as it is incomprehensible. About your second question, the matter will take a favorable turn soon and you will come to know of it. Shortly after, the complaint was proved false and the case was decided in his favor. During my stay in Basankar, I too had an occasion to witness a psychic demonstration of another kind. The tutelary deity of the Hindu inhabitants of this hilly area is goddess Kamunda. This is one of the names of Shakti, Kundalini. I had no knowledge then of the association of this name with a mighty force in the human body. There are small temples dedicated to the goddess scattered over the whole region. The population is poor and, in those days, was mostly illiterate, primitive, and superstitious, but good-hearted and friendly. There is a widespread belief among her worshippers that the goddess can enter into chosen vessels among the dwellers in that region, who are known as chelas, or disciples. During the period of the possession, the disciples are transformed into clairvoyants, soothsayers, and healers. In that state they can provide evidence of extraordinary psychic or physical capacity not normally possible by other villagers. This puts the seal of confirmation on their claims that they are the chelas of the goddess during the ceremonial performances. In order to provide me with an opportunity to participate in one of these performances, my brother-in-law arranged our journey to Baskund, a mountain lake about 12,000 feet above sea level. To reach this lake we had just to climb to the top of the mountain known as Kaplas or Sayaj to the local villagers, which rose to a height of about 14,000 feet above the sea. During the course of this journey, we had to pass through a village where a function of the goddess was to be held on the day after our arrival. On that day, from early morning onwards, the villagers began to assemble in a large square room with the effigy of the goddess in a miniature temple built into one of the walls. There was a small square pit in the middle of the room to light the sacred fire. A small crowd of about 30 villagers had gathered in the room when we arrived there. Soon the fire was lit and preparations for the ceremony began. A group of 5 or 6 people, some with flutes to their lips and some with cymbals in their hands, began to play an eerie monotonous sort of music which swelled slowly until it filled the whole apartment. The worship of the goddess had begun. A solemn hush fell upon the gathering and all eyes were turned towards the effigy in the temple. In the dim light of the morning the whole ceremony wore a weird and uncanny aspect. There was an odd and fascinated look on the faces of the worshippers. I looked at my brother-in-law. His face looked pale and tense. The supernatural has a strange fascination for the human mind. It has always been in evidence since earliest times. After the ceremony was over, my brother-in-law said to me in confidence that the music and the atmosphere of the room had such a strange effect on him that his legs trembled and he felt urged to jump into the middle of the crowd. I felt no symptoms of the kind and stood unmoved to the end, watching the ceremony with a critical eye. After the music had continued to play its plaintive strains for some time, an elderly short-statured man with a small grey beard on his round cherubic face suddenly jumped into the space left open round the sacrificial fire pit for this very purpose. He was the headman of the village, and it was he who had arranged for our lodging and our other needs at the time of our arrival there. He seemed to be such a good-natured, artless human being that no one could easily associate trickery or deception with him. With a sudden and unexpected jump into the open space in the middle of the crowd, he turned towards the temple in the wall and bowed low to the effigy of the goddess with eyes closed and hands folded before him. While standing in this posture, he suddenly jerked himself erect and, as if galvanized to action by a powerful electric current passing through his body, at once began to shake from head to foot like a vibrating wire or a fast whirling machine. The movement from side to side was so rapid that his face appeared to be a blur, moving with a velocity that did not allow the features to be noticed. This vehement oscillation continued almost through the whole period of the performance, but slackened later to a degree where his face could be recognized and his voice heard. When the movement was still at its height, he took a small iron trident with a pointed handle from an assortment that rested on a projection of the wall, close to the image of the goddess, and drove it into one of his cheeks, drawing it out from the other. The audience looked on in silence at the performance, watching every movement of the man. The music had now ceased and all was still in the room. There were other tridents also, with handles as long as 3 to 4 feet and thick as the middle finger of a man. After the ceremony was over, I was told that the longer tridents were used to pierce the stomach from one side to the other. They pointed to a younger disciple of the goddess, stout and strong in build, standing there. When possessed by the goddess, they said, he places the pronged end of the trident firmly on the ground and, bending over it, spits himself at the middle of the stomach until the other end projects out from the back. The wound heals immediately and there is no flow of blood. The young man smiled when I looked at him, but I saw nothing in his appearance to conclude that what was reported about him could be a sleight of hand or trickery on his part, but I did not witness his performance. He had nothing to gain by it. In those poor, primitive surroundings, the disciples had no chance of gain or lucre through their demonstrations. They performed their feats or acted as clairvoyants or healers merely as an offering to the goddess. They did not use their gifts as a profession but only as a form of worship of the deity. I was mystified but not entirely convinced until I later came to read reports of the amazing feats of psychic healing and painless surgery claimed for the Brazilian José Arago and for Philippine healers. It seems to me now that there is a clear similarity between the disciples of Kamunda in the hilly districts of Dudu and Kishtwar of Jammu in the north of India and the performances of the Philippine and other psychic healers. We can also trace a similarity to the well-known exhibitions of the American psychic Edgar Cayce. The elderly Chela soon also gave a demonstration of his clairvoyant and healing skill. There were several in the gathering who had come to seek his help. He prescribed herbal remedies and diet cures for their ailments, which they accepted on faith and heard with attention with the clear intention to follow. He also answered a few unspoken questions from others. My brother-in-law had a question to ask which he did not actually articulate. This related to our contemplated pilgrimage to Baskund, the high mountain lake. It was the rainy season and the journey was at that time beset with difficulties and risks. The Chela dispelled his fears with the assurance that, although the weather would be cloudy, we would reach our destination and return safely. There are other shrines of the goddess in that romantic, remote, far-flung, hilly region, in which the same kind of demonstrations are witnessed on certain festival days. One disciple, we were told, had the reputation of performing operations with a sword during the period of his possession without leaving any trace of blood or a wound after it was done. I refused to believe it then, but in the light of the stories now current about the surgical feats of psychic healers and my experience of Kundalini, I am now of the view that an open-minded exhaustive study of such phenomena might reveal secrets and knowledge of forces still unknown to science. The fact that practices and phenomena of this category have been current from earliest times is sufficient to expose the fallacy of the view which would summarily dismiss these exhibitions as superstition or faulty observation on the part of those witnessing them. There is such a close resemblance between these performances and those observed in some other parts of the world that the conclusion becomes irresistible that there is more behind these displays than we are able to explain at present. Our trip to the sacred lake was uneventful and we returned without encountering any obstacle on the way. This was the first time that I saw a mountain summit stretching for miles, forming a meadow of inexpressible charm and beauty, thickly strewn with small pretty flowers of different kinds and colors, all combining to present a glorious vista on which the eye never tired of feasting. Patches of melting snow, interspersed with the fresh green of the meadow, sent down tiny streamlets of water that sparkled and glistened as they meandered through the mosaic of flowers and the green turf. The scent coming from the flowers was overpowering. It was a wonderful sight and I stood lost in contemplation of the beauty which unadorned nature can display, breathing the fragrant mountain air in large gulps to fill my whole being with its vitality and freshness. The scene is still vividly present in my memory. I can evoke the picture as fresh and clear as if I had seen it only yesterday. This reminds me of a still inexplicable facet of my experience. I can recall the whole picture of the landscape on which my eyes lighted that day exactly as I saw it in my then normal state of consciousness more than 16 years before the Kundalini awakening. But if I now imagine myself at the precise spot and try to visualize the panorama in the context of my present state of awareness, the picture is different. Magnified and bathed in silvery luster, the vision assumes a glorious and sublime proportion which was not there when I actually perceived it. In other words, I can recall the scene both in its original form as I saw it then, and also in the form as I would see it now. This exercise of my memory makes manifest, without the least shadow of doubt, the tremendous difference that had occurred in the pattern of my consciousness on account of the ministration of the serpent fire. We were guided to the lake by a guddi, a term applied to shepherds who dwell on these heights in summer to graze their flocks. They build small stone sheds with grass roofs for shelter and their ferocious dogs mount guard on the flocks day and night. Looking down from a rocky peak of the mountain we could see two lakes down below nestling in crater-like depressions, covered with ice. The slippery slope leading down to the edge of the lake was too steep for us to negotiate on foot. Both I and my brother-in-law, seated on folded blankets with an alpenstock in one hand, slid down the depression using the staffs to break the speed of the descent. The steep slope ended abruptly on the waters of the lake, making it necessary to slide down with caution. But two barefoot gaddis, one of them holding each of us by the arm, ran down on either side of us, supporting our weight when the speed exceeded a safe limit. They took a dip in the icy water at the same time as we did, and lit a fire for us to heat ourselves. On the way back, at places too steep for us to climb, they cut steps into the ice with the small axes they carried thrust into cloth girdles round their waists. All this time, they walked or ran barefoot with utter nonchalance, as if the icy wind that blew and the freezing cold of the snow under their feet had no existence for them. It is marvelous how nature inures living creatures to the vigor of the climate in which they live. The strongest man alive not adapted to these conditions could never perform the feat which these unknown dwellers of a mountainous area did without even realizing the exceptional nature of the performance. The whole prodigious load of the human race is held on shoulders which never come into the limelight, but which ache day and night with the heavy weight they bear. They never proclaim their greatness or are eager to be acclaimed great. They know their humble position and are content to pass their days in peace. The sailor, the miner, the peasant, the laborer, the shepherd, the fisherman, the waiter, the scribe, the soldier or the domestic servant patiently toil on, relinquishing the place of honor to the ruler, the statesman, the general, the scholar, the rich trader, the intellectual, the teacher, and the priest. The latter do all the shouting and pushing, they cause all the ferment and fervor while the former provide them with all the necessities of life, shelter, food and clothes, and also the raw material for the work which they claim as their own. Where, then, is social justice when the clever brain takes all the credit and profit in everything while the others merely toil and sweat? 1. Actually the equivalent of high school in the United States. 4. Lessons learned from my father. I am very hesitant in discussing psychic powers. One reason for this is the fact that in a large percentage of cases those interested in the occult often show a greater predilection for psychic powers than for a divine state of consciousness. It is a tragedy that the real purpose of yoga or any other religious or occult discipline is not correctly understood. The aim is to attain a new dimension of consciousness and to build a new personality in rapport both with the visible and the occult worlds. If this objective is kept in mind, there is absolutely no necessity for striving after psychic powers. They develop automatically when the objective is achieved. Occult gifts without illumination are not a blessing. The studies of hundreds of mediums all over the world for the last century now make it clear beyond dispute that they have little or no control over the force which acts through them to cause the phenomena. In most cases they lie in a trance or semi-trance condition as if under the control of an external force entirely unknown to them. In others, they appear to be in a state of uncontrollable excitement and agitation as if forced to act in a manner in which they are normally incapable of acting. In either case the performances are neither elevating nor inspiring. They might be exciting and mystifying, but this is only a transitory phase. A few months of constant attendance at the seance chambers is sufficient to cause satiation or attrition of the thirst for the phenomena. The one advantage of mediumistic or psychic gifts is that they furnish evidence for the existence of other forces and planes than those which we perceive with our senses. They tend to revise or amend the picture of the universe presented by the intellect. The experiments conducted on psi phenomena during recent years have contributed not a little to diluting the entirely materialistic tendency of modern science. A large number of scientists now openly accept their validity, although their existence challenges some of the fundamental concepts of modern science. Although I was slow to admit their existence, there is no doubt that my father was possessed of extraordinary psychic faculties. He never purposely demonstrated or exhibited them to cause curiosity or sensation. But sometimes they were evident spontaneously without any such intention on his part. No one who came in contact with my father could ever doubt that he lived and acted in another plane of consciousness. His whole behavior was a constant reminder of this fact. It often happened that while talking with the family, which he did only rarely, he would suddenly pass off into another mood with a faraway look in his eyes, oblivious to those to whom he was speaking a moment before. The thread of the conversation was abruptly broken. When he came back to the present moment, he was too overwhelmed by what he had witnessed during the interval to be able to continue the conversation. According to Indian tradition, one of the signs of Kundalini awakening is Vaksiddhi. This means prophetic utterance. What the tradition implies is that the words of an illuminated personality concern the future as easily as the present. This is the base from which the oracles and prophets drew their strength and their support from the masses. It was believed that the spirit or the power speaking through them had transcendental knowledge beyond the reach of the common folk. The idea that human beings could officiate as the vehicle of expression for divine communications was more prevalent in the past than it is now. In this age too, there are many mediums and sensitives who evince faculties of this type to some extent. But in its real sense, Vaksiddhi denotes a condition of transcendental knowledge in which the spoken word of an enlightened soul has the character of revelation and presage. After his retirement, my father seldom evinced any desire for the company of his former friends and even relatives. He kept himself aloof from the activity and bustle of the world. The few friends who sometimes found a chance to talk to him often stayed in a state of awe in his presence. Even my mother and my elder sisters stood in awe of him. This was not because of his stern or severe attitude, but because of an aura which he emanated, and because the words he spoke at times, even in the course of ordinary conversation, proved so premonitory or prophetic that everyone who had this experience once was deeply impressed in their subsequent meetings with him. At times it seemed as if he literally read one's thoughts and answered them. But he never did this purposely. He was too much occupied in his own inner manifestations to be the least concerned with showing off his extraordinary gifts to make an impression. There was absolutely no desire either for fame or wealth. I can assert without hesitation that he was one to whom, according to the supreme test prescribed in the Bhagavad Gita, 14:23-24, to distinguish the really enlightened, a lump of earth and a piece of gold were the same. I am confident that my father had won to this state because once there occurred an event in the family which proved this beyond the least shadow of doubt. We were living in Srinagar in those days in a rented house close to the second bridge. This is the house where I was eventually married. There was a temple nearby on the bank of the river Jhelum, which I used to visit for my morning ablutions. The event occurred soon after my marriage. A friendly neighbor who had lottery tickets to sell came one day to urge my mother to try the luck of the newly wedded bride and to purchase a ticket in her name. My mother immediately agreed and instead of one, purchased 2 tickets in her name. The result of the lottery was to be announced a couple of months later. On the day of the announcement, the friend came running in great excitement to tell my mother that we had won the second prize, which amounted to 50,000 rupees. My mother could not believe her ears and was profuse in her thanks to the friend for his advice to purchase the tickets. She could not contain herself for joy and at once sent word to my sisters to come and participate in her happiness. My wife was in ecstasies. The lottery had proved that her entry into our family had the most auspicious augury for us. Since the retirement of my father, the family had been carrying on a hand-to-mouth existence. The mother, the daughters, and the daughter-in-law now sat together to discuss how this gift from heaven should be utilized in the best possible way. Not to leave my father out of this wonderful stroke of luck, my eldest sister went down to his room to convey the joyful tidings to him. He listened to her account in silence, without making any comment. When I returned from the office in the afternoon, I found the family almost dancing with joy and excitement. My mother and my sisters breathlessly told me the news of our great good fortune while my wife, filled with happiness, with bashful, downcast eyes, heard words most flattering to herself. Suddenly I heard my father calling me down to his room. I hurried there at once and said, "They must have told you that we have won a lottery in the name of Baharani, daughter-in-law, ut." He replied, "I just heard of it from Janaki, my eldest sister. I think it must be a mistake. But if it turns out true, do you know what we have to do with the money?" I replied respectfully that I did not know and would like to be enlightened. "Either spend the whole amount on charity," he answered, "or carry the sum with you to the bridge and drop it silently into the river at night when there is no one there to see you." I looked at him in silence while he continued. "It is a gamble. Wealth not earned with hard effort can never be conducive to virtue or happiness. So you have to promise me that you will act on what I say." I hesitated to give a direct answer. 50,000 rupees was a fortune for our poor family, and we had 100 uses for it. We had no house of our own in the city. This was a pressing need for which, at least, a part of the sum could be utilized. My father clearly read my thoughts but said nothing. Finally, I assured him that I would give full thought to what he had said and talk it over with him again before putting the money to use, when it was certain beyond doubt that our ticket had won the prize. The next day the friend came again, but crestfallen this time. He apologized for the false hopes he had raised. It was a terrible mistake. The number of one of our tickets was close to the one that had won the prize, and that was the reason for his error. When I conveyed the news to my father, I could see that he felt distinctly relieved of a load he had on his mind. The family was plunged into gloom at the news after having touched the height of jubilation for a short period. A man of this caliber, risen so high above temptation, could not be expected to exhibit psychic gifts for petty human objectives. But they came to him as naturally as harmony flows from the fingers of a violinist. All the members of the family tried their utmost not to give the least cause for offense and implicitly obeyed his direction to carry out his wishes. It was not a difficult task, as his wants were extremely few and he seldom interfered in our way of life. I remember several incidents which clearly pointed to his extraordinary clairvoyant and prophetic gifts. I can recall every detail of these events since they made a powerful impression on my mind at that time. In spite of the fact that psychic faculties had become a normal part of my father's mental endowment, I was not at all happy either at the extreme degree of asceticism which he imposed upon himself or the utterly isolated life which he led. I never saw him bubbling with joy or beaming with happiness at the unbounded wonder and ecstasy of the inner world. He never experienced the beatitude of liberated consciousness. I feel this poignantly since he had done all that was humanly possible to conform to the disciplines which tradition prescribes for inner transformation. Perhaps he went too far in his efforts at self-denial and consequently was denied the prize which was otherwise due to him. One incident occurred during the course of one of our journeys from Srinagar to Jammu. According to the practice still prevailing, the central offices of the government of Jammu and Kashmir have their headquarters in Srinagar during summer and in Jammu in winter. This is done for climatic and political reasons. The Maharajas of the state shifted their residence from one to the other to keep themselves in touch with the people of each province and also to counter the inclemency of weather at either place. We usually made the move to Jammu in the month of November and from Jammu to Srinagar in May. On this particular journey, we started rather late from Srinagar in a bus, which in those days used to take 1.5 days for the distance of about 200 miles which separates Jammu from Srinagar. We were on the other side of the upper Banahal tunnel when it began to grow dark. We were passing over a sharply winding road in the higher regions of the mountain. It is a barren slope traversed by furious winds at times, and the path turned and twisted so abruptly that the driving had to be done with great caution. Our destination that day was the village of Banahal, but it grew so dark before we could reach it that the driver thought it prudent to pass the night a few miles away rather than face the risk of night traveling with a furious wind beating in our faces. He halted at a place where no habitation was near and we had to pass the night in the bus the best way we could manage. There were no other passengers except ourselves since the bus was loaded with government records and had room for only a few passengers. We usually carried some cooked provisions with us on these trips. We dined in the interior of the vehicle. This done, each of us went to sleep with a blanket covering our bodies. There were 2 other lorries traveling along with us, carrying only freight. They too decided to stop at the same place. Our driver and his assistant went to sleep with their comrades in the other lorries, leaving us all the room to accommodate ourselves. They came to wake us up while it was still dark next morning, saying that if we wished to reach our destination in good time we should start at once. My father was still sleeping with the blanket covering his face. The rest of us awoke and were soon in our seats, but my father did not stir and continued to sleep without paying any attention to the words of the driver. I hesitated to waken him, but the driver, impatient at the delay, gently shook him awake. My father pulled the blanket from his face to know the reason for the disturbance. The driver repeated his words and motioned him to take his seat. My father looked in his face for a moment and then said, "Your haste will not help you to reach Jammu earlier, as there is a dead man across the road further on." The driver probably thought that he was still not fully awake and was repeating what he had seen in a dream. When my father was in his seat, he jumped into his own and the bus began to move. When the sun began to rise about 20 miles further on, we were traversing a narrow stretch of the road with a gorge on one side and a steep, rocky slope of the mountain on the other. This narrow condition of the road continued for some distance at this place. After turning a corner, the driver saw a sprawling figure in the middle of the road and slowed down his speed. When we came nearer, great was our horror to see the body of a man lying at full length across the road with a load tied to his shoulders, his skull broken and brains scattered round. There were a huge boulder and a few smaller stones scattered close to the corpse obstructing the road on that side. We could easily distinguish that the dead man was a Gujjar. He belonged to a community which subsists on herds of sheep and cattle, dwelling at high altitudes with their flocks in summer. They often migrate from pasture to feed their animals. Looking towards the precipice on our left, we could distinctly see the outline of a narrow footpath cut into solid rock about 50 feet above the road on which we were traveling. It could be that the man, while walking over this narrow track, had missed his foothold and fallen to his death on the road below, dislodging the boulder and the stones in the course of his descent. It could also be that the stones were dislodged by someone walking across the narrow path and that they descended with force, hitting the man on the head while he was walking on the lower road. The body and the stones lay across the highway in such a manner that there was no room to pass without running over some part of the corpse. The drivers and their assistants conferred with each other. They were in a quandary. The position of the body left insufficient room on the river side of the road for the vehicles to pass. The boulder and the stones obstructed the other side. Removal of the corpse or the clearance of the stones would show clear signs of displacement and could involve them with the police as soon as an investigation was started. This they wished to avoid at any cost. In the excitement of the moment, the driver of our bus seemed to have forgotten all about the morning incident. He was a Sikh and, judging from his behavior, a good man. While conversing with the others, the whole memory of the morning suddenly came back to him in a flash. He changed color and, pointing to my father, whispered something to his comrades under his breath. They became fidgety and their eyes too turned to my father in wonder. Then, as if with one accord, all of them stood up and came close to us. Our driver, bowing to my father, touched his feet and asked for forgiveness for his behavior in the morning. My father, touching him on the shoulder, pointed to the other side of the road indicating that they could pass from that side. Encouraged by this gesture, the party pushed away the boulder and the stones to make room for their vehicles. We never heard anything further about the incident. Obviously, the police did not care to investigate who had moved the stones to clear a passage for lorries to pass. A second incident occurred in Srinagar. It was during the middle of summer. One day, after returning from his morning walk, Father addressed my mother while we were all sitting together in a room and said, "Don't you hear the cries and lamentations? There is an epidemic in the city and scores are dying every day. But we are safe." There was no epidemic and no outcry. Everything was functioning as usual. He repeated this warning several times, as if he actually witnessed the death and heard the cries. After about a month, the first case of cholera was reported in the city. This was followed by a raging epidemic and hundreds died before the scourge could be controlled. Another incident concerned my mother's cousin, who came to Lahore with us, found employment there and continued to stay when we returned to Kashmir. He was married and had a son. One summer he returned to his village home in Garu with his family, on leave from his office. We learnt this from a messenger who arrived with the news that he was ill and wanted to come to Srinagar for treatment. I at once left for Garu to inquire after his health and to bring him with me to the city. He loved me dearly and had proven himself very affectionate and kind to all of us. He was a little hurt at my not coming up at once to meet him when he had arrived at the village, but we had not then known of his arrival. I explained the position to him and invited him to accompany me to Srinagar. We left for the city the next day. At this time we occupied another house also close to the second bridge, but on the opposite side. I put the cousin in our best room on the third floor. My father occupied a room on the fourth. He knew nothing about my cousin's illness or that I had brought him down from Garu. But he knew him very well as he had dwelt with us for years before we left for Kashmir. My father was coming up the stairs when suddenly his eyes fell on our cousin sitting in the room assigned to him. He said nothing but on reaching the next floor called me by name and said, "Why have you put that corpse in the room below?" I was shocked and said that it was our kind relative, Baba Kak, naming him distinctly to bring him to the memory of my father. But he shook his head and said that it was a dead man whom I had placed in that room. There seemed nothing serious about the illness. It was an attack of chronic malaria and the condition of our cousin showed no symptoms of a grave nature. But during the next 3 days the illness took a sudden turn for the worse and he expired less than a week after the fatal prediction was made. Clairvoyance and presage are common in the case of disoriented products of Kundalini arousal. People in this category are known as mastanas or avidhuts in India. They are a class apart, and their disorientation is ascribed to miscarriage of spiritual practices or their failure to adjust themselves to the spiritual life on account of evil karma or some other cause. But they are venerated everywhere and crowds of people flock to them to have their darshan or to win their favor. They are often utterly indifferent to the world and its norms. But their remarkable psychic gifts are so amazing that they are regarded with awe and wonder by those who seek their company. My father's predilection for this class of sadhus and saints had naturally a very unfavorable influence on his thinking and drove him to that extreme of asceticism which in all probability was the cause of hindrance to his harmonious transformation. Even before my own awakening, I was convinced by the example of my father that psychic gifts like telepathy, clairvoyance, premonition or presage were a reality, but there seemed to be no explanation for them. the clairvoyant observations and predictions made by my father could not be explained away. Apart from this example, there is much evidence to show that prophecy, presages, and premonitory dreams do sometimes come true. But to admit this involves a change in our whole concept of the universe and the laws of physics in particular. A single well-attested prophecy, coming true in every detail, is sufficient to question our assumptions about space, time, and causality. How can we know months or even years before that a certain event will take place at a certain time without complete awareness of the whole causal chain leading up to it? But such absolutely certain calculation seems impossible, since we can never have complete information of all the forces and all the circumstances, including the movement of atoms, that bring about the occurrence. This means that if such a precognition is possible, there must be a higher intelligence hidden within us that is latently aware of all that is happening or shall happen in the cosmos. In that case, the explanation for these isolated precognitions could be that at times a hint from this cosmic intelligence penetrates into the mind of the psychic to convey the information given out as a premonition or a prophecy. I was mystified by such clairvoyant and prophetic demonstrations by my father, but I never allowed myself to be carried away by them. What could it profit me, I reasoned with myself, if I could foretell what happened to a person or to myself at a certain period of time, when whatever I presaged was bound to happen even if I did not foretell it? It could have no effect on the fated event beyond a momentary sensation at my skill at prophecy. On the other hand, a presage could have definite disadvantages. If the forecast pointed to a happy event, as for instance a sudden good fortune, addition to wealth, a high position, triumph over rivals, or recovery from an illness, its premature disclosure could tend to create a false sense of security and lead to the slackening of efforts to achieve what is foretold. On the other hand, if the forecast was of a misfortune or any evil threatening the individual, its premature intimation could prolong the agony that would otherwise be experienced only when the event actually occurred. Besides this, there is absolutely no guarantee that a prediction will really come true. Out of hundreds of predictions made by clairvoyants and prophets, only a few turn out to be true. From an academic point of view, even a few predictions fulfilled in due course of time are of tremendous significance in enlarging our concept of the universe. But from an individual point of view, since the ratio of correct forecasts to those that turn out false is extremely small, those who depended on them to satisfy themselves about the future would always have to live in a state of uncertainty and suspense, in addition to their other worries. They could never be sure whether or not a particular prediction would turn out true. This uncertainty could seriously interfere with their peace of mind and even color their behavior. I have never been able to understand why psychic phenomena should have such an exaggerated importance for so many people. In India, I have seen crowds of people listening with rapt attention to the raving of hopeless lunatics, whom they sometimes confuse with disoriented abadhuts, in the hope of catching a word favorable to themselves or conveying an answer to questions they have in mind. It is a fact that some of the inmates of mental clinics evince paranormal faculties and show signs of behavior peculiar to those in whom Kundalini, the serpent power, is aroused. This is not the place to enter into a detailed discussion of this matter. But there is no doubt that clairvoyance and telepathy are sometimes the possession of the insane who are not even aware of such faculties. In some cases, such paranormal gifts are more pronounced than in others. In India, such individuals soon become the focus of public attention and crowds surround them when they walk through the streets. I knew of one individual known as Lassa Mutu in Srinagar. The name means Lassa the Mad. During the months of winter, he used to walk stark naked through the streets, with an earthenware pot on his shoulder filled with burning charcoal. The earthenware pot sometimes grew so hot that it literally burnt his flesh, causing streams of melted fat to pour down his body. He was totally immune to pain. His chest, abdomen, shoulders, and the back of his neck were scarred with burns from the fire. It was a horrible sight to see him, yet crowds followed him wherever he went. Whenever he stopped at a shop to ask for a loaf of bread or any other article of food he needed, it was at once given to him. He spoke only rarely, but his clairvoyant faculties, of which he occasionally gave sensational demonstrations, surrounded him with a halo of mystery and awe that caused people to stand and listen to him with reverent attention in spite of his loathsome appearance. Anesthesia has often been a feature of mystical experience. The loss of sensation can occur not only in some forms of insanity but also in mystical ecstasy. Lassa Mutu, it is very probable, was a case of a morbidly active Kundalini which made him a clairvoyant on the one hand and an anesthetic maniac on the other. I have cited this example to show how the passion for psychic exhibitions can pervert taste to such an extent that even loathsome specimens of humanity can become objects of reverence and worship. People do not then stop to think that the individual whose feet they touch is a pitiable creature lost to his sanity and sense, and that one who cannot cure himself of the terrible malady by which is gripped cannot help to tide them over their own difficulties. This perverted taste is often the outcome of ignorance about the true aim of spiritual discipline and the nature of religious experience. It is for this reason that Indian masters have laid the greatest stress on viveka, or the power of discrimination between true and false or right and wrong. The mystical state, though extremely rare, has a peculiar character of its own. It has been confined to a class of men and women who found access to an inner world of beauty, grandeur and happiness, more captivating and satisfying than the physical world in which they lived. The connection with psychic phenomena should be studied. Apart from the psychic faculties displayed by my father, there was another peculiar characteristic. Judging it on the basis of my later experience, I unhesitatingly assert that he had experienced the arousal of the serpent power. At times, he would burst into song in Punjabi, his native tongue, and continued singing for a spell in complete absorption. During these intervals his eyes turned upwards, revealing the whites through the half-closed lids, while his face assumed a sublime expression of intense happiness and peace. I was too young then to grasp the significance of this mood or to ask him any questions about it. I was surprised, because on such occasions the expression on his face was so unlike its normal appearance. The songs he usually sang were couplets from the verses of the well-known mystic of Punjab, Bulleh Shah. They were touching pieces dwelling on the majesty and happiness of inner experience. After the last note of the song was over, a hushed silence used to follow for a few more minutes while the eyes still remained half open but completely withdrawn from the world. Then a torrent of tears rolled down his cheeks, enhancing the rare beauty of expression that his face wore at the time. After that, with a start, his eyes opened, looking vacantly at the objects around for a few moments before his face resumed its normal expression. I was always struck by this sudden change in his moods which, though rare, presented his personality in an entirely different light. If he had been more communicative or if I had been a little more forward with him than I was, it is possible I might have picked up from him some hints about the condition he was in, which would have helped me in later life when I hovered between life and death on my own entry to the same state. But it was not destined to happen that way, and I had to find my own path through trial and suffering to learn a few elementary facts about Kundalini arousal. It was only in after years that I could link these absorbed moods of my father with the ecstatic conditions normal to yogis and mystics. Sri Ramakrishna used to weep when his trance was over. Tears of gratitude and joy at the termination of the ecstasy are a common feature of the phenomenon. The mind is so overwhelmed by the wonder and the sublimity of the encounter that on return to normal experience, the gulf seems so great that the heart is melted and tears involuntarily flow down from the eyes at the sharp descent from the sublime majesty of the soul to the ego-bound awareness of individual mortal life. 5. Mother arranges my marriage. In my youthful studies, the information I accumulated from the high school texts and more extensively from the study of other literature had the effect of purging my mind gradually of irrational and fantastic notions I had gathered in childhood, replacing them with a rational and realistic picture of the world. Occasionally, noticing an exact identity of thought between what I felt but could not articulate and the clearly expressed idea of a writer, I was so carried away by emotion that, dropping the book, I would stand up and pace the room for a while to compose myself before continuing to read. In this way my mind was molded by degrees as much by my own inborn ideas about the nature of things, developed by the exercise of reason in the healthy atmosphere of literature, as by the influence of the great thinkers whose ideas I imbibed from their works. By the time I had completed my first year at college, the impact of the books, especially elementary treatises on astronomy and natural science, to which I had access in the college library, as well as my ideas, formed or confirmed by continued study, had become powerful enough to start me on a path contrary to the one I had followed in childhood, and it did not take me long to emerge a full-fledged agnostic, full of doubts and questions about the extravagant notions and irrational beliefs of my own religion, to which I had lent complete credence only a few years before. Dislodged from the safe harbor which my mother's simple faith had provided for me, my still unanchored mind was tossed here and there, clinging to one idea for a time and then replacing it with another, found to be equally untenable after a period. I became restless and reckless too, unable to assuage the fire of uncertainty and doubt lit by my own desultory studies. Without reading any standard book on religion or any spiritual literature to counterbalance the effect of the admittedly materialistic tendency of the scientific works I had gone through, I took up cudgels on behalf of the latter, wielding my weapons with such dexterity that in the college debates, as well as in private discussion, few adherents of the former could defend their points of view. Although until that time I had not studied religion or tried any method of direct spiritual experience, nor acquired systematic knowledge of any science or philosophy beyond that provided by a few elementary volumes, the questions and problems which agitated my mind at that young age never found a satisfactory solution in any book on science, philosophy, or religion. Study of the scriptures and also of the literature of the other religions did not suffice to quiet the restless element in my nature or to appease the hungry spirit of critical inquiry. Stray passages from the teachings of prophets and the expressions of sages found an echo in the depths of my being without carrying conviction to my uncompromising intellect. The very fact that the existing world religions, descended from prophets or inspired sages, while claiming to trace their origin to revelation from the Creator, differed radically in their cosmogony, mode of worship, observances, ritual, and even in some basic tenets, was enough to raise serious doubts in my mind about the authenticity of the claim that the revealed material was a direct communication from God, the infallible source of all wisdom, and not merely the creation of more advanced brains in occasional touch with a higher but sometimes still fallible plane of consciousness. The total demolition by science, even in its very infancy, of some of the citadels of antiquated religions, especially on the cosmogonical side, was sufficient in my view to expose the vulnerability of their other fronts as well to the attacks of its now robust opponent at any time. But science itself, though extremely useful in other ways and serviceable as a battering ram to smash religion, if not out of existence, at least out of shape, was not in my view fit to rule the domain where faith held sway. It had no satisfactory explanation to offer for my individual existence or for the infinitely complex creation around me. Confronted by a mystery, which grows deeper with the advance of knowledge, it was not yet in a position to be a source of illumination on issues admittedly beyond its present sphere of inquiry. I thirsted for rationality in religion, for the worship of truth, whatever and wherever that might be. There was no spectacle more painful for me than the sight of a conscientious and intelligent man defending an absurdity which even a child could see through, simply because it formed an article of his faith to which he must hold at any cost, even if that cost included the sacrifice of reason and truth. The conflicts and controversies going on between different faiths on the one side and between faith and philosophy on the other, made me wonder whether it would ever be possible to have a religion that possessed an appeal for all human beings, that would be as acceptable to the philosopher as to the peasant, and as welcome to the rationalist as to the priest. Viewed in the context of a rigidly law-bound universe, as revealed by science, the miracles and supernatural manifestations associated with faiths appeared to me to be but isolated and as yet not correctly interpreted phenomena of a cosmic law, still shrouded in mystery, which had to be understood first to explain satisfactorily the apparent obscurities and anomalies of religion and religious experience. More intent on demolition than construction, I read ravenously until in my second year I began to neglect my prescribed studies to the extent of giving preference to the library over the classroom. I was brought to an abrupt halt by my failure in the college examination towards the end of 1920. The shock demolished with one blow the seemingly invincible fortification of intellectual skepticism my immature judgment had created around myself. I had grossly neglected my studies. The time I should have devoted to them had been recklessly spent in the reading of light literature, particularly novels and books, on subjects that had nothing to do with my college courses. Too late I realized that I knew next to nothing about some of the subject, and had no chance whatever of passing the test. I had no doubt gained a fund of information, but it could not help me to pass the examination and bring joy to the heart of my mother, who centered all her hopes in me. My guilty conscience reminded me that I had betrayed her trust in me and had taken advantage of her ignorance to read whatever books I liked while she was always under the impression that I was hard at work studying the college courses. It was impossible for me to make a clean breast of my dereliction and seek her forgiveness. It would have given her a great shock to know that I had been so neglectful of my duty and so callous of the expectations she had of me. For days and nights I racked my brain for a plausible excuse to mitigate the effect of the painful news on her. She was so confident of my success that I simply had not the courage to disillusion her. I was a merit scholarship holder, occupying a distinguished position in the college, and was always highly spoken of by the teachers. I felt crestfallen, pierced to the quick by the thought that my mother, proud of my distinction and sure of my ability to get through the examination with merit, would be deeply hurt at this avowal of my negligence. Instead of yielding or collapsing, I turned determinedly towards a path, actually aligned for me by nature, as it is at the moment for thousands of other men and women all over the world. I could not have visualized at that time what transpired afterwards, just as by no exercise of fancy can even an intelligent person form the least conception of what awaits on the superconscious plane. Realizing that by my lack of self-control I had betrayed the trust reposed in me, I determined to make up for the lost opportunity in other ways. At no other time in my life should I be guilty of the same offense again. But in order to curb the vagrant element in my nature and to regulate my conduct, it was necessary that I should make a conquest of my mind, which, by following unhindered its own inclinations to the neglect of duty, had brought me to such a sorry plight, a prey to poignant grief and remorse, fallen low in my own eyes. Having made the resolve, I looked around for a means to carry it into effect. In order to succeed, it was necessary to have at least some knowledge of the methods to bring one's rebellious self into subjugation. Accordingly, I read a few books of the usual kind on the development of personality and mind control. Out of the huge mass of material contained in these writings, I devoted my attention to only two things: concentration of mind and cultivation of will. I took up the practice of both with youthful enthusiasm, directing all my energies and subordinating all my desires to the acquisition of this object within the shortest possible period of time. Sick with mortification at my lack of self-restraint, which made me yield passively to the dictates of desire to substitute absorbing story books and other light literature for the dry and difficult college texts, I made it a point to assert my will in all things, beginning with smaller ones and gradually extending its application to bigger and more difficult issues, forcing myself as a penance to do irksome and rigorous tasks, against which my ease-loving nature recoiled in dismay, until I began to feel a sense of mastery over myself, a growing conviction that I would not again fall an easy prey to ordinary temptations. From mind control it was but a step to yoga and occultism. I passed almost imperceptibly from a study of books on the former to a scrutiny of spiritualistic literature, combined with a cursory reading of some of the scriptures. Smarting under the disgrace of my first failure in life, and stung by a guilty conscience, I felt a growing aversion to the world and its hopelessly tangled affairs that had exposed me to this humiliation, and gradually the fire of renunciation began to burn fiercely in me, seeking knowledge of an honorable way of escape from the tension and turmoil of life to the peace and quietude of a consecrated existence. At this time of acute mental conflict, the sublime message of the Bhagavad Gita had a most profound and salutary effect on me, allaying the burning mental fever by holding before me the promise of a perennially peaceful life in tune with the infinite reality behind the phenomenal world of mingled joy and pain. In this way, from the original idea to achieve success in worldly enterprise by eliminating the possibility of failure owing to flaccid determination, I imperceptibly went to the other extreme. I was soon exercising my will and practicing meditation not for temporal ends, but with the sole object of gaining success in yoga, even if that necessitated the sacrifice of all my earthly prospects. My worldly ambition died down. At that young age, when one is more influenced by ideals and dreams than by practical considerations and is apt to look at the world through golden glasses, the sorrow and misery visible on every side by accentuating the contrast between what is and what ought to be tend to modify the direction of thought in particularly susceptible natures. The effect on me was twofold. It made me more realistic, roughly shaking me out of unwarranted optimism based on the dream of a painless, easy existence, and at the same time it steeled my determination to find a happiness that would endure, and had not to be purchased at the cost of the happiness of others. Often in the solitude of a secluded place or alone in my room I debated within myself on the merits and demerits of the different courses open to me. Only a few months before, my ambition had been to prepare myself for a successful career in order to enjoy a life of plenty and comfort, surrounded by all the luxuries available to the affluent class of our society. Now I wanted to lead a life of peace, immune from worldly fervor and free of contentious strife. Why set my heart on things, I told myself, which I must ultimately relinquish, often most reluctantly at the point of the sword wielded by death, with great pain and torture of the mind? Why should I not live in contentment with just enough to fulfill reasonably the few needs imposed by nature, devoting time I could save thereby to the acquisition of assets of a permanent nature, which would be mine forever, a lasting ornament to the unchanging eternal self in me instead of serving merely to glorify the flesh? The more I thought about the matter, the more strongly I was drawn towards a simple, unostentatious life, free from thirst for worldly greatness, which I had pictured for myself. The only obstacle to the otherwise easy achievement of my purpose, which I felt was rather hard to overcome, lay in winning the consent of my mother, whose hopes, already blasted once by the sudden resolve of my father to relinquish the world, were now centered in me. She wished to see me a man of position and substance, risen high above want and able to lift her economically ruined family out of the poverty and drudgery into which it had fallen by the renunciation of my father, who had given away freely whatever my thrifty mother could save from their income, leaving no reserve to fall back upon in time of need. I knew that the least knowledge of my plans would cause her pain, and this I wanted to avoid at any cost. At the same time, the urge to devote myself to the search for reality was too strong to be suppressed. I was on the horns of a dilemma, torn between my filial duty and my own natural desire to retrieve the decayed fortune of the family on the one hand, and my distaste for the world on the other. But the thought of giving up my home and family never occurred to me. I should have surrendered everything, not accepting even the path I had selected for myself, rather than be parted from my parents or deviate in any way from the duty I owed to them. Apart from this consideration, my whole being revolted at the idea of becoming a homeless ascetic, depending on the labor of others for my sustenance. If God is the embodiment of all that is good, noble, and pure, I argued with myself, how can he decree that those who have a burning desire to find him, surrendering themselves to his will, should leave their families, to whom they owe various obligations by virtue of the ties he has himself forged in the human heart, and should wander from place to place depending on the charity and beneficence of those who honor those ties? The mere thought of such an existence was repugnant to me. I could never reconcile myself to a life which, in any way, directly or indirectly, cast a reflection on my manhood, on my ability to make use of my limbs and my talents to maintain myself and those dependent on me, reducing me practically to the deplorable state of a paralytic, forced to make his basic needs the concern of other people. I determined to live a family life, simple and clean, devoid of luxury, free from the fever of social rivalry and display, permitting me to fulfill my obligations and to live peacefully on the fruit of my labor, restraining my desires and reducing my needs, in order to have ample time and the essentially required serenity of mind to pursue calmly the path I had chosen for myself. At that young age it was not my intellect, but something deeper and more far-seeing, which, building on the reverse suffered by me and triumphing at the end over the conflict raging in me, chalked out the course of life I was to follow ever after. I was ignorant at the time of the awful maelstrom of superphysical forces into which I was to plunge blindly many years later to fish out from its fearsome depths an answer to the riddle which has confronted human beings for many thousands of years, perhaps waiting for an opportunity, dependent on a rare combination of circumstances to come in harmony with the modern scientific trend of human thought, in order to bridge the gulf existing between ingenuous faith on one side and critical reason on the other. I can assign no other reason for the apparent anachronism I displayed at an unripe age, when I was not shrewd enough to weigh correctly all the implications of the step I proposed to take in adopting an abstemious mode of existence, to strive for self-realization while leading a family life, instead of tearing asunder the bonds of love, as is done by hundreds of frustrated youths in my country every year in emulation of highly honored precedent and in consonance with scriptural and traditional authority. As mentioned in an earlier chapter, we lived in Lahore in those days, occupying the top part of a small three-storied house in a narrow lane on the fringe of the city. The area was terribly congested, but fortunately the surrounding buildings were lower than ours, allowing us enough sun and air and a fine unobstructed view of the distant fields. I selected a corner in one of the two small rooms at our disposal for my practice and went to it every day with the first glimmer of dawn, for meditation. Beginning with a small duration, I extended the period gradually until in the course of a few years I was able to sit in the same posture, erect and steady, with my mind well under control and bent firmly on the object contemplated for hours without any sign of fatigue or restlessness. With hard determination I tried to follow all the rules of conduct prescribed for the students of yoga. It was not an easy task for a college youth of my age, without the personal guidance of a revered teacher, to live up to the standard of sobriety, rectitude, and self-restraint necessary for success in yoga, amidst the gaiety and glamour of a modern city in the constant company of happy-go-lucky, boisterous fellow students and friends. But I persisted, adhering tenaciously to my decision, each failure spurring me on to a more powerful effort, resolved to tame the unruly mind instead of allowing it to dominate me. How far I succeeded, considering my natural disposition and circumstances, I cannot say, but save for the vigorous restraint I exercised upon myself for many years, curbing the impetuosity and exuberance of riotous youth with an iron hand, I think I should never have survived the ordeal which awaited me in my 35th year. My mother understood from my suddenly altered demeanor and subdued manner that a far-reaching change had taken place in me. I never felt the need of explaining my point of view to prepare her for the resolution I had taken. Reluctant to cause her the least pain, I kept my counsel to myself, avoiding any mention of my choice when we discussed our future plans, considering it premature, when I had not even completed my college term, to anticipate a contingency due to arise only at the time of selection of a career. But circumstances so transpired that I was spared the unpleasant task of making my determination known to my mother. After giving up my studies at the college, several courses were open to me. I could seek employment in one of the various departments of administration. In fact, my uncle once arranged a short-term assignment for me in a leave vacancy, and I did not have any difficulty in doing the work allotted to me. I was eager to supplement the slender income of the family with my efforts to help my mother to spend a little more freely on our needs. I had also the opportunity to apply for training to qualify myself for one of the professions. My eldest brother-in-law, always very kind and loving towards me, offered to help us financially during the period of my training. But he did not favor the medical profession for reasons of his own. He thought it was inhuman for a physician to demand fees in a case which he could not restore to health. I followed his advice and gave up any ideas of entering this profession. The outdoor life of a forest official had a greater appeal for me. I had had a taste of it on 2 occasions when I went to stay with my brother-in-law in his forest residences during summer vacations. I applied for the training and was advised to appear in an interview and test to be held by the conservator of forests. He allotted me the second position among 10 candidates selected for that session. His officer advised me to make preparations for my departure to Dehradun, as my nomination was certain. But that very year the Punjab government issued a directive that admissions to the training should be made on the basis of certain criteria laid down to provide due representation to the candidates of different communities. Contrary to expectations, my name was excluded from the list and a candidate from another community selected in my place. The conservator of forests, a short-statured stern man, as I summed him up during my interview, lodged a strong protest at this overruling of the selection made by him, but to no avail. It was a gloomy day for the family when I returned home and communicated the sad tidings to my mother. She wept bitterly, attributing my failure to the ill luck that had followed the footsteps of the family since the time of retirement of my father. Looking back now at these happenings through the long vista of time, I cannot help thinking that everything that transpired during those days to push me into the events that followed later tended, in some way, to place me in circumstances favorable to me in the crisis I had to face later. A strenuous course of training, followed by the demands of a profession in which I had to try my utmost to excel ahead of others, would have left me little time to attend to my regular practice of meditation, which was to become a part of my daily life. I had already started the practice when these events occurred. It was my attitude of detachment that I was steadily cultivating which helped me to keep unruffled and calm even in the face of the serious disappointments I had to face in those days. I never allowed ambition to have a place in my mind. Affluence also had no allurement for me. Our mind soon adapts itself to the luxuries provided by wealth and then starts to suffer from unsatisfied longings for more of the pleasures of earth, which can never be satisfied to the limit. From my point of view, destitution and overabundance were both detrimental to spiritual growth as both acted to disturb the even tenor of life. I was not therefore really grieved when my hopes for admission to the Forest College, after having been raised so high, were dashed to the ground. What really pained me was to see my mother's dreams of better days shattered, time after time, on account of my failures. Meanwhile, a sudden breakdown in my health due to heat created such anxiety for my mother that she insisted on my immediate departure to Kashmir, attaching no importance to my studies when a question of my health was involved. She was happy when I finally succeeded in securing an appointment in Srinagar in the Public Works Department of the state. My health was more precious to her than my career. She drew a sigh of relief as she saw a modestly secure future for our small family. My earnings could now supplement our slender income and allow a better standard of life than we had been able to follow so far. A distant relative, holding a responsible post in the state government, helped me to secure this appointment. I went to Jammu from Lahore to seek help. The formalities were finalized in a few days when I returned to Lahore to convey the glad news to my mother. Preparations for my journey were soon made and I arrived in Srinagar to join the appointment well in time. I stayed with my eldest sister until my parents followed me after about a year. Soon after, my mother busied herself in finding a matrimonial alliance for me. She did not have to search for long. Our relatives and a matchmaker whose services she engaged came with various proposals to her soon after she expressed her intention to them. In the settlement of marriage in our society, the horoscope of the bridegroom and the bride are compared to see if the constellations tally to the benefit of each other. The other formalities are decided after this comparison is done. The responsibility for the reading of the horoscopes falls on the parents of the bride. It is they who have to signal their assent to the match after satisfying themselves about the astrological affinity of the couple. There was a lot of excitement in our family at the time as our friends and relatives came with their offers to my mother. I left the whole issue in her hands, confident that whatever she decided would be best for me. The only wish I expressed was that the bride should be sound in health and pretty, of gentle blood and descent. Whenever she discussed an offer with me, the only comment I made was that she should see the bride herself to make sure that we would be well matched. In those days it was hard to obtain the consent of the parents to allow their daughter to be seen by anyone on the bridegroom's side. It was considered to be an affront to permit their daughter to be interviewed. The result was that the bride and the bridegroom did not usually see each other until the marriage day. In recent times conditions have now changed and the partners see each other and meet openly, often with the consent of their parents. Finally, an offer made by a friend of the family appealed to my mother. It came from a gentleman who had served my father and knew our family very well. The Kashmiri Pandit family of the bride-to-be resided in Baramulla, a town more than 30 miles from Srinagar. The father of this girl was known to the gentleman as they both worked in the same department. He reassured my mother on every score and pledged his word that the marriage he was proposing satisfied her wishes in every way. My mother gave her consent, relying on his assurance that there was no need for her to see the bride, who was 7 years my junior in age. A date was fixed for the marriage and with her usual thoroughness my mother proceeded to make the preparations in which both my sisters participated. The responsibilities that devolved on me as the breadwinner of the family I shouldered myself to avoid putting too much strain on my mother. We had a little sum set aside for the function and a little more was willingly lent by my eldest brother-in-law and sister. It was a modest wedding in every way. We hired a bus to carry our relatives and friends to Baramulla, where a sumptuous feast had been prepared for us. My father-in-law was considered to be among the affluent residents of Baramulla and he had to live up to his reputation on this occasion. Marriage functions in our society are considered to be the appropriate occasions for the display of one's wealth and position. This leads to a competition during the marriage sessions which must be seen to be believed. Families that can hardly live a hand-to-mouth existence sometimes become so lavish in their expenditure during the function that not infrequently the economic collapse suffered takes years to remedy. During the ceremony, my wife tried to wrest the wedding ring from my finger but soon had to desist when I held her fingers between mine with a little force. The function came to an end as usual amidst the tears of the family at the time of the departure of the bride from her parental home to the home of her husband. This is always a pathetic scene. Why it should be that it is the more delicately constituted and more sensitive woman who has to bid farewell to her ancestral home to join the bridegroom's family is rather hard to understand. Marriage institutions all over the earth need radical change and reforms to conform to the eugenic needs of the evolving race. This would be the first important issue that should come under scrutiny and investigation as soon as the evolutionary function of Kundalini is empirically proven. Meanwhile, our hosts lodged our party in one of the two buildings belonging to them. The bride was received by my mother in one of the rooms of this building while I, my father, and our guests sat and chatted in another part of the house. A little while after the reception of the bride, my eldest brother-in-law came to me in a state of perturbation which I could easily notice in his face. Putting his lips to my ear, he said in a whisper that my mother, in a furious fit of anger, had lost all control over herself and was creating a terrible scene downstairs. I was dumbfounded. There was apparently no reason why she should behave in this outrageous way. She always kept herself well under control, and her behavior, especially when in company, was perfect. I could not believe my ears. It was so unlike her to act in this manner that I thought at first that my brother-in-law had mistaken her for someone else. But soon another relative came up with the same story. Leaving the place of honor reserved for the bridegroom during the function, I went hurriedly downstairs to learn the cause of the outburst. The room was full with men and women, some standing and some seated on the carpeted floor, many of them belonging to the bride's family. The outburst had occurred when my mother embraced the bride and lifted her veil to look at her face. I could never understand why she should have lost her temper so completely. Probably the first look at my wife did not satisfy her about her comeliness. Perhaps, smitten with remorse that she had relied on the pledge of another and had not seen the bride herself as I had wished her to do, she felt angry with herself and gave expression to her feelings in a show of temper entirely out of keeping with her usual behavior. The bride's people stood aghast, completely unnerved by this sudden explosion, unable to say a word, while my wife burst into a paroxysm of weeping. There was consternation in the bride's family as the outburst augured for them a bitter future for their daughter. But they dared not say a word. In those days, the fate of the newlywed girls in our society depended so much on the mercy of their husband's family that their parents, sisters and brothers had to live always in submission to the other family. To some extent, this is the position even now. But time, the great renovator, has brought a considerable change in the former position. My mother fell silent as soon as she saw me enter the room. The daily practice of meditation and my constant effort at self-discipline had built into me a sobriety uncommon at that age. My mother did not wish that my equanimity should be disturbed and so calmed herself with an effort. Walking straight to where she was sitting, I put my arm around her neck and said in a whisper, without knowing the reason for her anger, that she need not disturb herself over trifles and should accept calmly what heaven has ordained for us. That was sufficient to soothe her feelings. Within a few minutes calm was restored and my wife too ceased her sobbing. I returned to my place upstairs. The next day our marriage party returned to Srinagar with the bride. At the time of our departure, I asked my brother-in-law to convey word to my in-laws that they should not entertain the least disquiet in their minds about the incident and that their daughter would be treated in our house with the same love with which they had treated her to that day. The bride's family never really came to understand the cause of my mother's sudden fit of anger. They probably attributed it to her disappointment with the dowry. But that was not the reason at all. The reason was that she thought I would be disappointed and unhappy at her choice, and the thought was too much for her to bear with composure. Back at home, she took me into her confidence and told me all about the cause of her displeasure. I made no protest and soothed her feelings. But in my heart of hearts I felt a keen disappointment, as I had all along counted on the fact that she would leave no stone unturned to see my wish fulfilled. She had promised to do so, but luck was against it. At night my sisters conducted the bride to the nuptial chamber. It was a small room with a low ceiling and bare walls, a sorry place for a bride to sleep in on the first night of her marriage. But I never allowed my mind to dwell on our abject poverty. We had sufficient for our basic needs: shelter, food, and clothing, and that was enough for a happy inner life. I entered the room after my sisters had left. My wife was sitting on the bed with her face buried in her arms. I sat by her side and, gently lifting her face, looked at her for the first time. She offered no resistance and looked at me bashfully under her half-closed eyelids. It was a homely face, but her eyes were beautiful and the whole atmosphere she breathed was of devotion and love. What had upset my mother in the light of the room where she first saw my wife was the languor on her face. She looked weak and ill-cared for. But the languor was mainly due to sleepless nights and nerve-wracking strain and stress of the bridal days. She had a delicate constitution and the strain had been too much for her. She was very young, only 15 years of age, ignorant of the world and its ways. She slightly trembled as I continued to look at her for a few moments with my hand on her arm. Suddenly a sense of deep resignation swept over my mind and a feeling of assurance entered my heart. She is the destined partner of my life, I said to myself. I have pledged my trust to her and I must fulfill my duty towards her as best I can. Taking her gently into my arms, in a voice filled with emotion and love I calmed her fears and assured her of my love and care for all the time to come. In the early hours of the morning when I rose for my usual bath at the temple water tap followed by meditation, I repeated my assurance and left her with an embrace to follow my daily routine. My mother was delighted when she saw that I made no complaint to her in the morning. We never discussed our brides before our elders in those days. I could not even talk to her in the presence of my mother, sisters, and other elders for many days to come. She had to sit with her face half covered with a veil or with one of the sleeves of her long dress. The standard of decorum, decency, and self-mastery of which our girls are expected to conform in the houses of their husbands is so exacting that, if applied to young men, they would rather forego their marriage than submit to it. The behavior of the bride must be perfect in every way when she sits from morning till evening surrounded by scores of women who come to see her in her new home at every hour of the day, without regard to her convenience. She must sit with her face half covered without uttering a word except to answer questions with a sign from her head, exercising a measure of self-control which is hard to believe. My mother was a strict disciplinarian, and her ambition was to see her daughter-in-law managing the household as well as she did. She found an earnest pupil in my wife, ready to learn, and this reassured her that the new member of the family was worthy of her trust and care. My wife never learned to read and write. She cannot even sign her name nor do addition or subtraction of even small figures. But for the last 40 years now she has run the household in an admirable way, brought up her children, and cared for me in a manner beyond reproach. My wife soon learned to awaken early and was up with me when I rose to leave for my bath. I startled her on our very first meeting by leaving the nuptial chamber at 3 o'clock in the morning for a bath under the copiously flowing water tap in the nearby riverside temple, returning after an hour to sit in meditation without a word until it was time to leave for work. She admirably adjusted herself to what must have seemed to her unsophisticated mind an eccentric streak in her husband. She was ready with a warm congry one when I returned from the temple, numb with winter cold. She had folded the bed, swept the room, and arranged my seat at the proper place for me to sit in meditation on my return. If it was too early she sat in the room awaiting my return and then left at once to work in the kitchen. She picked up her duties promptly without having to be reminded about the tasks she had to do and performed them to the satisfaction of my mother. She admitted that she had seen me secretly from the window when I entered the compound of their house dressed in the finery of a bridegroom with a feathery crest on my head and loved me from that moment. The custom in those days was to dress the bridegroom in gorgeous clothes to make him appear like a prince. This manner of dressing is still prevalent, but the feathery crest on the turban is no longer used. In some parts of India the bridegrooms still come riding on a horse clothed in gorgeous attire, with a sword hanging on one side, and tresses of gold or silver tied to the headdress, hanging before their face. I had a proof of my wife's deep attachment to me soon after our marriage. It was customary for our brides to be recalled to the houses of their parents and to stay there for varying periods, to allow a welcome break in the cloistered lives they have to lead at the husband's house. There is a formal procedure to regulate this movement of the bride between the two families. A word has to be sent through a messenger to seek the permission of the husband and his parents for the bride to return to her parental home. On her return to the husband's family, she must be accompanied with presents and a sum in cash according to the position of the family. On certain festive days or on the birthday of her husband or father-in-law or even a brother-in-law, costly presents in cash and kind must arrive from her father or her guardian. This is a barbarous custom which causes unspeakable economic torture to parents who have several daughters to marry. A word to my wife that she should not stay too long at Baramulla and comply with the wishes of my mother whenever she needed her presence back in our home was sufficient to elicit her compliance from the very beginning. She never tarried in her parental home a day longer than the period specified. A message or even a letter was enough to recall her at a moment's notice. She had a love for household work which was astonishing. From the very first day she realized that this was her home, and she always tried her utmost to live up to the part which she thought was hers as the caretaker of the family. We rented the small house in which I was married, and which we retained until I was transferred to Jammu a few years later to serve my term in that province. She followed me after a few months with my parents, to both of whom she endeared herself by her sense of duty and unremitting attention to their comfort. Years passed, not without lapses on my part and interruptions due to circumstances beyond my control, but I never lost sight of the goal I had set before myself and never swerved from the path I had chosen, decreed in this manner to prepare myself to some extent, without having the least knowledge of the crisis I had to face in the great trial ahead. 1. A kangri is a small earthenware bowl encased in wicker in which burning charcoal is kept for heating the body. It is usually kept next to the skin under the long robe used by Kashmiris. 6. Fighting against corruption. In my post at the Public Works Department in Srinagar, I was new to the work assigned to me in the office, but I picked it up quickly, assisted by the senior hands who were pleased with my behavior. After about a year, I was transferred to Jammu in summer. As I did not wish to drag the family with me there in the unpleasant heat of summer, I went alone on the understanding that they would follow me in autumn when the blistering heat was over. I and 4 of my office friends hired a commodious apartment and engaged a man to look after our needs. By the time my family arrived, I had already rented another apartment sufficient for our needs in a different part of the city. We passed several summers in this house and became adapted to the simple surroundings, which I still remember with happiness. I usually had 1 or 2 of my nephews with us, to have lively youngsters to care for. After a few years, I was again transferred to a moving office, which allowed us to shift to Kashmir in summer. In one of these trips, my eldest child Ragina was born in Kashmir. That year the family stayed in Garo, our native village, while I resided with my sister in the city to be close to the office. Once or twice a week I passed the night at Garo, traveling the distance on my bicycle both ways. Once, before the birth of Ragina, my wife and I were invited to Baramulla, and her brother came to fetch us from Garo. We left the village rather late and had to wait at the roadside for another couple of hours before a bus picked us up and carried us to Srinagar. It was already evening when we arrived, and so there was no chance of our traveling to Baramulla that same day. My wife and I passed the night at our sister's, and her brother went to the house of a relative to pass the night. There was a cholera epidemic in some parts of the valley, and cases had occurred in villages close to Garo. There was no protected drinking water supply in the rural areas during those days, and the streams were liable to contamination. I had told my mother to boil the drinking water, but still the risk was not eliminated. Before we left for Baramulla, my mother complained of pain in the bowels and decided to fast. When I was about to retire to rest in Srinagar that day, the thought struck me with the force of a blow that I had been negligent and had not taken care to assure myself about my mother before I left with my brother-in-law. The prevalence of cholera in the nearby villages should have made me more cautious about the pain she had experienced. I was soon plunged into a frantic state of anxiety and remorse for my guilt. How could I have acted so rashly and foolishly when maybe her life was at stake? I said to myself over and over again. It was nearly 10 o'clock at night, and the idea of returning to the village was impossible to put into practice. I did not say anything to my sister, but went out into the street and thence to the market for medicine. Fortunately, a chemist's shop was still open, and I purchased a small phial of Amritsara, which was then considered to be a specific for cholera. At 3 o'clock in the morning I quietly left the house, carrying with me my brother-in-law's bicycle, and in about 2 hours was at Garo again. It was still dark when I arrived there, but soon saw my mother, who was an early riser, coming out of the house towards the stream for her morning ablutions. She was startled and surprised at seeing me, but soon felt reassured when I disclosed the purpose of my early morning visit. She embraced me tenderly, saying that she had now no pain whatsoever and that I had worried myself for nothing. In a few minutes she prepared a cup of hot milk for me. After a brief repast, I was soon on my way again and was back in the house before my sister had returned from her morning visit to the temple. The birth of our first child was a happy event for my mother. She had been praying for it. My wife was husking rice for several hours on the day prior to that on which Ragina was born. I came to Garo that very day in the evening, after attending the office. The husking is done by thrashing the grain placed in a large wooden or stone mortar with a large heavy thrasher made of strong wood. It is a fairly strenuous exercise when carried on for hours, but my wife, like most other women in our society then, was accustomed to it. The child was born easily the next day with only the help of the village nurse. After a short period of rest, my wife was up and active again. My official duties were now moved to the bureau of the divisional engineer in charge of irrigation works, Kashmir. It was a new office, as the appointment of a chief engineer for irrigation was created for the first time. I was entirely unused to the work I now had to do. Some of my colleagues had already served in other places and had all the information they needed to make a selection of their duties according to their choice. During those days, graft and corruption were widespread in the administrative offices, especially the Public Works Department. My colleagues took care to install themselves in positions which provided better chances for illicit income. I was at first ignorant of all these details and for a long time could not even understand the artifices they adopted to gain opportunities for graft. I was assigned the duty of maintaining the records, of which I had no experience at all. My ignorance allowed my colleagues to do as they liked. Taking advantage of my newness, they had free access to whatever files they liked to see. The divisional engineer himself, unlike most of his colleagues, was an honest man. Slowly, I became familiar with the work and also began to gain more thorough insight into the actions of my fellow clerks. After only about a year, I was transferred to Jammu. Sometime later, the post of the chief engineer of irrigation was abolished and some of the clerks in that department, including myself, were transferred to the office of the chief engineer, who now controlled all the departments of public works, including irrigation. Somehow my work and behavior impressed the superintendent of the office and he put me in charge of the administrative section to deal with the personal cases of the whole staff employed in the department. It was a responsible post with many avenues for illicit financial gain. What I came to learn afterwards showed me to what lengths greed for lucre can go to achieve its ends. The reason why it is so hard to eradicate corruption from government services rests on the fact that the position of power which even a petty official holds can provide a number of attractive channels for the practice which it is often not possible for even the most astute administrator to block. One single instance can serve to illustrate this. The executive engineers of the public works departments are placed in charge of sections, each of which is allotted a specified sum for the work it has to do in a year. With some honorable exceptions, the executive officers in my time worked in collusion with the contractors to whom the works were assigned to share in a part of the profits. This was possible by permitting inferior construction and inferior material, by overlooking faults, or by altering the specifications of the work done. The entire staff, from the lowest clerk to the executive officer, exerted their ingenuity more on finding ways to defraud the administration and the state than in the satisfactory discharge of their work. Secret meetings were held, code messages were sent and received, and many other devices were used to cut as large a slice for their own use as they could from the grants allotted to them. The office of the chief engineer received its due share of the stolen gains, some of the officials more than the others. One of the methods to extort more than the due share was pure blackmail, though of an ingenious kind. When the budget figures became known, a mark was placed against the subordinate executive engineers who had the largest amounts to spend during the year. This naturally also assured for them a larger share of the budget. On an appointed day, rumors began to emanate from the office that large-scale transfers of executive officers were in the offing. This made the officers with larger budget grants more nervous than the rest. The rules of transfer were purposely kept loose and there was no prescribed limit before which a transfer could not be made in any case, except through complaint or inefficiency. Arbitrariness on the part of government services in the line of administration is the taproot of most evils that confront governments in the discharge of their responsibilities. After some days, a petty member of the office conveyed by some means a hint to one or two of the affected engineers that their transfer was almost certain and it was time that they did all in their power to avert it. This was a signal of despair for the latter. They knew what to do. Heavy sums of money secretly changed hands between them and the superintendent or the secretary of the office. The budget was shared by many, the superior officials retaining the largest share. This is but one out of a dozen disreputable methods that were used to keep the floodgates of illicit gain open in the department. It was in this maelstrom of corruption that I found myself when the charge of the establishment section was entrusted to me. I had no prior knowledge of the dishonest practices that had been going on under my very nose during the period I had been in the office. It was only when I took over the section that both the victims and their extortioners began to come to my residence to unfold tales of villainy and trickery which it was hard for me to believe. Each affirmed his own innocence, putting the blame on the other to seek my help in some way. I listened to their stories in silence without committing myself in any way. Slowly, I made up my mind about the course of action I had to follow to put an end to this abominable state of affairs as far as I could. The superintendent of the office and the chief engineer, an upright, pious man who gave up part of his own salary to charity, helped me to succeed in this endeavor. Every case that came for my opinion I studied thoroughly from every possible angle and then recorded my views without the least bias or prejudice. I picked out the resourceful, intriguing officials, enjoying favors and concessions which were denied to others, and dislodged them from the positions where they had been entrenched for many years. The very first few transfers of known favorites created a sensation in the department. No one had dared to touch them before. No one had dared to bring in their place unsupported officials who had been stagnating on faraway, unimportant, and unrewarding posts on which no one else liked to work. Within a few months the situation was changed and a new atmosphere of fair play and strict regard to rules surrounded the department. Every official knew when to expect his promotion or transfer, and even the most influential started preparations for departure when their prescribed period of stay was over. I took the most humane view of every case consistent with rules as far as my limited judgment could allow. Almost every day I was called upon to deal with a case to which justice had been denied for years. I never hesitated to take up cudgels on behalf of the unsupported and the weak. I pleaded for them with as much earnestness and force as if a heavy bribe had been paid to me to help them. It never entered my mind at that time that a strong advocacy of this kind might instill an entirely wrong idea into the mind of my superior that I too had been bribed. But my sincerity won. Every officer in the Public Works Department under whom I served reposed his trust in me, and it was very seldom that a view expressed by me was not decided in my favor. The system of blackmail current in the department before the change allowed a certain proportion of the gain to filter to the ministry as its share. The superintendent in the office of the Public Works Minister was the largest beneficiary of this income. An intrigue was soon hatched against our superintendent, a relatively honest man, and he was retired. Later on, even the chief engineer fell victim to this conspiracy. It was reported that the minister had declined to sign the order for his untimely retirement as his reputation for honesty and benevolence was very well known, but the paper was sent a second time by the chief minister and was then reluctantly signed. This is a painful story of plot and counterplot, which is a common feature of administrative offices in India and abroad. The news of the premature retirement of the chief engineer was received with gasps of incredulity and astonishment by those who had known him, but the conspiracy hatched to discredit him in the eyes of the chief minister was so consummately plotted and carried out that even his unblemished record and integrity of character could not save him from the blow. With the transfer of the chief engineer and the superintendent, who were my only bulwark against victimization, I was exposed defenseless to the attacks of my enemies. The superintendent in the office of the Public Works Minister arranged the transfer of one of his own brothers as the superintendent in place of the one who was retired. A subordinate of the former chief engineer was now appointed as our chief. It appeared that at the time of his handing over the charge to his successor, our former chief engineer must have talked to him about me. They were friends and had worked for many years together in the state. This fact became apparent soon after taking charge, as the new chief engineer behaved like his predecessor and consulted me in every decision that he took with regard to the appointment of individuals. It would make the story too long if I narrated all the ugly plots that were hatched to remove us from the office. One day, while taking an evening constitutional walk with his brother, the superintendent in the minister's office told him that he was surprised that it had not been possible for the latter to fabricate a complaint against me to encompass my dismissal. This was reported to me that very evening by a friend who had been one of the party that accompanied the superintendent. But his brother had replied, "I cannot find it in my heart to fabricate charges against him when I see nothing that I could resent. Whatever he does, he convinces me about the properness of his actions." His brother gave an angry stare towards him and fell silent. But soon after, events occurred that at last gave him a pretext to contrive my transfer to another department. Our storekeeper at Gilgit was due for transfer to a place near his home. He was to be replaced by another man who, according to the prescribed procedure, was due for transfer to the frontier. It took them 2 weeks to travel from Gilgit to Srinagar through a hazardous route on foot or horseback. Unfortunately, the storekeeper eligible for transfer in this arrangement was the nephew of the Public Works Secretary. No one really believed that he would be shifted to such a far-off place against the wishes of the secretary. But it was known that the decisions taken by our office were not easily influenced by such considerations. In fact, to make sure, word was sent to me by the secretary to see him. He said it was a great honor for me to be taken into his confidence. He took it for granted that his wish would be obeyed without the least hesitation. High positions in administrative offices cause an inflammation of ego which often persists even after the high position is lost. The respect and obedience of the subordinates acts as an intoxicant to the mind. One who has once become tipsy with the effects of this wine never becomes normal again and can never reconcile himself to the fact that he is really an average man. I listened to him in silence. He plainly said that his nephew was not in a position to shift to Gilgit at that time and that someone else should be sent in his place. I avoided a direct answer and said respectfully that I would convey his wishes to the chief engineer. But we had now gained a reputation for fair play, and I mentioned this to the chief engineer when I communicated the secretary's wish to him. I could not commit an act of gross injustice and propose another storekeeper for transfer to keep the nephew at his place. The rules demanded that an employee transferred to Gilgit should in no case be made to stay there longer than 3 years, unless he voluntarily agreed to it. The secretary was furious when the news of the transfer was conveyed to him. Pressure was put on the chief engineer to rescind the order, but such a course would have put him into an embarrassing position in the department. The order was executed, and that was the end of the matter. In addition to the superintendent in the minister's office who was ill-disposed towards me, I had now made an enemy of the secretary too. But I continued to work with an unruffled mind and was not in the least disturbed by the thought that the hostility of these two influential officers could cost me my service. I continued to meditate in the morning and to attend to my official duties in the daytime as calmly as before. I did not even mention the risk I was running to my family or to any friend. In my heart of hearts I had made a plan that in case I was ousted from my post or forced to give it up, I would study and qualify myself as a physician in the Indian system of therapy. An opportunity soon offered itself to both my opponents to put their designs into practice. Some posts of senior clerk fell vacant in the department on which appointments were recommended by the chief engineer on the basis of seniority in accordance with the rules. The minister in charge of public works, a stubborn man, had his own views on the score. He issued a directive for a revision of the proposal in accordance with his own ideas. This was a flagrant act of injustice and I refused to be a party to it. I pointed this out to the chief engineer in a note and a strong, well-argued letter was sent to the minister in reply to his directive. Angered at this flat disregard of his wishes, the minister, rejecting the proposal of the chief engineer, issued the order of promotion in the way he desired. The secretary and the superintendent took this opportunity to poison his mind against me, putting the whole blame on me as being responsible for the violation of his directive. It is a common weakness in the management to lend an ear to what their subordinates, servants, or confidants whisper to them. This has been a tragedy throughout history. In this case, I was as powerless as a straw in the wind. Shortly afterwards an order was issued for my transfer to the education department without assigning any reason, and the director of education was asked to keep watch over me. I actually welcomed the transfer since I was no longer happy in my existing appointment. The atmosphere there was too full of intrigues for my liking. My colleagues one and all deeply sympathized with me and helped to make the transfer of charge as easy for me as possible. Within a few days I gained the confidence of my new superintendent and the director, who was British. After only a couple of months he wrote a letter to the minister, which was highly complimentary to my work, in reply to the latter's request that I should be watched closely. The atmosphere in the education department was much more harmonious. There were no grants to be distributed and no bargains to be made with the contractors, although corruption on a minor scale was prevalent. Some time earlier, the department had been a hotbed of intrigue due to rivalries and feuds among some officers. I was told that one of the inspectors had arranged to have a typewriter thrown into the river to escape being implicated in a case in which a false complaint was lodged against a rival. This complaint had been typed on this typewriter, and the government wanted to trace the complaint. But on the retirement of some of these intriguing officers, the game of plot and counterplot had ceased to some extent. Almost all the directors under whom I served were kind and considerate towards me. Although on several occasions I flatly refused to carry out their wishes, they were usually satisfied when I explained the merits and demerits of the case. I do not remember a single occasion in my whole service of more than 26 years when an officer under whom I served had to find fault with my work or suggest a course of action which was not according to the canons of justice and fair play or in conformity with the rules. But fair play and justice are not always palatable and can even create more foes than friends. It is a strange vagary of human character that when one is the victim of injustice, he promptly raises a hue and cry against the dispensers of law, but when he is the cause of injustice to another, he often exonerates himself and puts the blame on the victim. I have had to face strange situations on account of this contradiction in the character of human beings. There were many whose rancor I evoked because they had to forego the favors and concessions they had enjoyed for years in usurping the rights of others without ever caring to acknowledge the fact. But they were in a minority and I paid no attention to their malice. The oppressed and the exploited won my sympathy with their cases as if they were my own, and I tried my utmost to see justice done for them. On one occasion, the headmistress of a high school for girls was suspended for unauthorized absence from the school. The complaint was lodged by the second mistress, who seemed to have a score to settle with the headmistress. The complaint was that after remaining absent for a number of days, the headmistress had marked herself as present in the attendance register. The head of the girls' education department, an English lady, went to the school and confirmed the correctness of the complaint. She paid 2 visits for this purpose, and in addition, the personal assistant to the director also visited the school and arrived at the same conclusion. At this stage, the case was sent to me for presentation to the director with my opinion for the issue of orders against the culprit. I carefully studied the attendance register which accompanied the case. The period of absence extended to more than a week. The initials of the headmistress appeared not to have been noticed or taken into consideration. They mainly relied on the allegation of the second mistress and their own impressions gained during the inquiry. It was not easy to take a decision on the basis of the evidence provided by the witnesses who were examined by them. The headmistress and the second mistress belonged to 2 different communities, and the students and townspeople, belonging to either community, under the influence of religious bias, supported the teacher belonging to their own faith and put the blame on the other. This made an impartial assessment extremely hard, if not impossible, for the investigating officers. But the telltale register related a different story. On all these 8 or 9 days, a different shade of ink had been used on every day by all those who had marked their attendance in the register. The initials of the headmistress appeared in exactly the same ink as had been used by the others. There was absolutely no variation. The reason for change in the shade of ink from day to day was due to the heat of the summer season when the event occurred. Every day the ink dropped into the ink pot dried up during the day, and the next morning the ink pot had to be refilled or have water added to it to make fresh ink. Hence the exact shade of the color of the ink used was never the same on each following day. To suppose that the headmistress on returning from her absence changed the color of the ink to conform to the shade used each day for her initials was absurd. The shades were so peculiar and so different from each other that even the slightest variation in each one could be distinctly noticed. The inference was therefore clear that someone had initialed the attendance register each day on behalf of the absent headmistress, naturally using the same ink as the others. This easily explained the mystery, but who could this other person be who had signed the register in full sight of the others without implicating herself? The circumstances of the case pointed to the complicity of the second mistress in the affair. Both she and the headmistress had been in the habit of playing truant and initialing in place of each other during their absence. This fact did not come up in the inquiry because the class and the staff remained divided over the issue. Moreover, as the register went finally each day to the headmistress and, in her absence, to the second mistress, the trickery might not even be noticed. The director, a man of integrity, had formed a different opinion on the basis of the reports of the subordinate officers who had made the inquiry. But he soon changed his mind and passed a more equitable order on the case. Almost once and sometimes even twice a week I had to deal with a petition or appeal from an aggrieved employee and to record my views on it. From the time I started to meditate, a conviction slowly grew in my mind that truth and the sense of identity with our fellow human beings are the two fundamental moral virtues on which a stable and equitable social order must be built. Concern for others is the basic factor for all charitable and benevolent acts. Placing oneself in the shoes of others to have a correct picture of their sorrows, suffering, or needs has been the basis of all the reform movements that took place in social, political, or religious fields. I believe that these two virtues are the first prerequisites in those who aspire to spiritual illumination. Compassion, commiseration, and pity have been the dominant virtues in all great mystics and saints. These are the driving forces which will ultimately triumph in building up a war-free, harmonious world. A social order which makes material prosperity and a successful career the main objectives of life forms a barrier to evolution. The aim of the transformative processes in the human brain is to create a personality more in harmony with fellow human beings and more sensitive to their suffering and pain. Immoderate ambition or the desire to excel others blinds the mind to the fact that such a bent is unfair to others who have the same ambitions and desires. Fulfillment of ambition or the wish to excel over others entails a competition which can act as a poison to love and fellow feeling. This is the chief psychological malady from which the world is suffering today. Before I started the practice of meditation, both in my childhood and teens, I was like the children and boys of my age, prone to mischief, untruth, and prevarication at times. My moral sense had not developed to an extent to inform me about the wrongful nature of my acts. But my untruth, fun, frolic, and mischief never exceeded a certain moderate limit. I instinctively avoided the company of known truants and mischief makers. There was an inner urge to associate with those who were gentle and well-behaved or distinguished for their study and intelligence. I wished to bring only happiness to my mother and sisters. It was the shock of the failure in the examination that goaded me to take stock of myself, to know my faults and to correct them. It dawned on me for the first time that I had only a loose hold on myself and that it was highly necessary for me to tighten this hold and to remold myself to lead a perfect life. Strangely enough, my resolve to improve myself did not center around my college career or a prosperous life after, but found a different objective altogether. The ambition of a brilliant educational career followed by a high administrative appointment at which my mother aimed, and which too had been my earlier dream, also vanished completely. Contentment became the ruling note of my changed thinking about life. I had already gained the preliminary qualifications for a low-grade post in any government department or elsewhere, and it was not necessary for me to pursue my studies further for the sake of securing a higher position. Even on a low order of service, I could honestly earn sufficient to make ends meet. I had passed my high school examinations with distinction, and that was sufficient in those days to secure an ordinary appointment if I applied for it. This shift from the idea of an ambitious career towards the more simple, though difficult, target of a homely perfect life to qualify myself for a spiritual career was not at all of my own making. Looking back at myself from this distance, I can only say that this direction of my thoughts occurred spontaneously, as if welling up from within. The failure in the examination and the love of my mother merely acted as the stimulus to draw it out. I could just as easily have chosen any line of action, as for instance a more intensive course of study to prepare for academic distinction, or a professional career which, in all probability, I could have secured easily. With the control over myself which I soon gained with the practice of self-discipline, I could have easily applied my once undisciplined mind to the hard study of any course I might have selected and probably completed it with distinction. I had the power of application and the intelligence to succeed. But somehow I lost the inclination to pursue such dreams further. My mind was now set not upon an ambitious worldly life, but the knowledge of something more rewarding and lasting, something that could provide me with a clue to the riddle of existence. The desire for self-reform is the first sign of the activity of Kundalini. The evolution of morals has not occurred either through the exercise of reasoning or through experience. The crude struggle for existence draws into play those resources of the body and properties of the mind which help one to overcome other competitors and rivals in the race for survival. The emphasis of this struggle would therefore seem to be on the strength of brain and muscle, on endurance and courage, cleverness and wit, strategy and cunning, deceit and trickery, planning and plotting, falsehood and sham, or on violence and aggression, to achieve the dominating position in the battle. These are the traits that we see constantly at work in the animal kingdom everywhere, on land, in the ocean, or the air. But the moral virtues that have been highly regarded since the dawn of civilization and are admired even today are the very opposite of these traits. Innocence has a greater appeal to the heart than cleverness, frankness than duplicity, truth than falsehood, simplicity than sophistication, humility than pride, honesty than deception, self-denial than indulgence, pacifism than aggression, calmness than violence, artlessness than deceit and trickery, surrender than acquisitiveness, and so on. Some of these virtues are in direct opposition to the essential qualities needed in a ruthless battle for self-survival. Yet an ordered life, free from immoderate ambition, desire, and lust, is a primary need of evolution. The transformative processes ceaselessly taking place in the brain of every normal human being become disorganized with uncontrollable outbursts of anger or passion, constant preoccupation with ambitious projects, greed, lust for power, and ignoble thoughts and actions. The basic teaching of all revealed scriptures aims to discourage human beings from yielding blindly to passion, desire, malice, envy, or other evil tendencies of the mind. The purpose is always the same: the need for inner purification and discipline to allow the evolutionary processes to work unhampered by immoderate lusts or evil propensities of the individual. How could it be otherwise? If the aim of evolution is to bring into existence a loftier humanity, success can only be achieved if there is no daily friction between nature's effort to elevate the brain and the individual's tendency to degrade it. The present-day disorientation of the intellect is the direct result of this conflict. In my own case, the period of time intervening between my appointment in the service cadre of the state in 1923 to the day of the awakening in 1937 was an important period of preparation for me. Without the hard discipline that I imposed upon myself, it might not have been possible for me to withstand the rigor of the years subsequent to 1937. My practice of meditation paved the way for the awakening, but it was the attempt I had made at self-mastery which enabled me to brave the hazard without even the guidance of a competent teacher. As far as I can recall my mental state at the time, it was not a conscious effort but a sudden subconscious impulse that drove me to the practice of meditation and also to the exercises for the cultivation of my own will. I was not strong-willed by nature and had little control over my inclinations. I did not possess the gift of regular application with which some of my fellow students attended to their studies. They did their schoolwork regularly and reviewed their lessons at home. They were much better able to impress their teachers with their grasp of what they had learnt on the previous day. I tried to emulate them but could not. Constancy in the application of my mind was not possible for me. I did not read a lesson or touch a book for days and then, with a sudden spurt, tried to make up for the lost time. I could not completely overcome this habit, even in my later years. But there occurred a marked improvement with the exercises at self-mastery which I undertook. I was not indolent, nor could I keep my mind idle doing nothing. Only I could not force it to a study that involved committing to memory the heavy material contained in the dry textbooks prescribed by the college. A study of this kind somehow did not appeal to me. I considered it to be drudgery. But this dislike of textbooks did not extend to other reading material. I was a voracious reader, and an interesting or an exciting book held me spellbound until I finished it. I still remember vividly almost whole nights spent with a book in my hand, poring over it with tired, congested eyes in the dim, flickering light of a small earthenware lamp with a flame so dim that I had to keep it so close as to almost touch the book that I was reading. I used to place this lamp on the parapet wall of the roof and would read lying down close to it with the book held in both my hands. I could never read so assiduously and with such concentration after the Kundalini awakening. From this experience of my adolescent period, I am led to believe that the distaste for daily exacting work, whether mental or physical, the wanderlust, craving for drugs, and overmastering desire for occult knowledge or spiritual experience, which are an inexplicable but marked symptom in a large proportion of modern youth, denote the strivings of an incipient inner transformation about which science is still in the dark. The craze for meditation, the rush for yoga, the keen search for gurus and masters, the widespread use of drugs, and the hunt for occult powers which now capture the thought and imagination of millions of young people in Europe and America all point to such a departure from the thinking of the older generations in the first quarter of the present century. It would be negligent to ignore the fact that a radical change has occurred in the psychological depths of the advanced nations of today. With the practice of meditation and the control I started to exercise over my thoughts and behavior, I felt a new vigor coming to my mind. The languor and lassitude which I felt in applying myself to the study of my texts began to disappear. A new self-confidence was born in me. I became more sober in my conversation and exchange of thoughts with others. In the course of a few months, my personality underwent a change which did not fail to impress my people at home and my friends outside. At the same time, I became indifferent to dress and lost no time in trying to present a fine appearance. I preferred the simplest articles of attire and never allowed my self-respect to waver when, simply dressed, I found myself in rich company. In fact, it began to dawn on me that outer gloss and finery betrayed a lack of inner strength and a state of inward poverty which one tries to hide with outer display. At this time, the boycott on foreign cloth and the preference for homespun, country-made articles of dress, advocated by Mahatma Gandhi, came as a sign from heaven for the confirmation of my own inborn trends, although I never used the prescribed homespun cotton dress and cap to conform to the changed atmosphere in the country, as I was not in favor of regimentation. I wore homespun and other country-made cheap cloth for my costumes, but not to fall from one kind of slavery to a prescribed fashion of dress into another from which I wished to keep myself free. During this period, my granduncle celebrated the marriage of one of his sons in Lahore. The festivities started several days earlier. I was then wearing a coat made of homemade woolen cloth known in Kashmir as a puttu. I had received this piece of cloth as a gift from my brother-in-law some time earlier. It was a fine, durable piece of warm fabric, but with one defect: a part of it had a markedly different shade of natural brown color than the rest. The length of the piece was just sufficient for a coat, and the tailor had made the mistake of using this differently colored piece to form part of the rear side of the coat. The result was that anyone looking at me from behind could not fail to notice the strange difference of shade in the two pieces of cloth, joined in the middle, which formed the back of my coat. 2 days before the day of the ceremony, my granduncle called me near to him and said, "This coat is not suitable for the marriage party. You know we have to take the bridegroom among strangers, and all those who attend this party must be nicely dressed. Please change this coat for a better one." The first thought that came to me was to refuse compliance. But he was an old man, very affectionate and loving towards me. I went back to my home with a problem. To purchase a new coat was entirely beyond our means at the time. Luckily we had a still fresh, unused coat of my father. It was a bit too large for me, but the tailor altered it to fit my size in a day, and I went to the marriage party wearing it. After the marriage was over, I continued to use the puttu coat for a long time. I had very few clothes, but with careful use I made them last for a long time. An overcoat which I had prepared for myself during the first year of my service in Kashmir I wore for nearly 40 years. A bicycle purchased at the same time is still in good working order. A Gillette safety razor which I purchased in Lahore at the age of 16 is still with me. It was by devoting attention to minute details and by rounding the angularities in my life that I was able to harmonize my inner being. The transformation of consciousness does not take place through a miracle. It is a continuing process in which the conscious effort of an individual plays a decisive role. There must be a thirst to cultivate noble traits of character from the very start. The intellect must be able to discriminate between what is of lasting value and what is transitory in order to make life peaceful and happy. The choice of books, friends, food, behavior, and career must be subservient to the one supreme desire of self-knowledge. A little reflection is sufficient to establish the need for attention to all these details in order to adjust one's mode of life to the transformation sought. A glance at the lives of all great mystics of the past, both of the East and the West, is enough to convince us that all of them, without exception, can be included in one broad pattern of life, the main characteristics of which can be summed up thus: an insatiable thirst for knowledge of God, a constant preoccupation with the mystery of creation, absence of greed and ambition, detachment for the world, austerity, humility, truthfulness, simplicity, compassion, charity, and love of fellow beings. This is what the Bhagavad Gita 16:2-3 seeks to convey when it states, nonviolence, truthfulness, absence of anger, renunciation of the idea of doer inaction, tranquility, restraint from malicious gossip, kindness to all creatures, detachment, mildness, sense of shame in doing things not sanctioned by the scriptures, abstaining from idle pursuits, sublimity, forgiveness, fortitude, purity, absence of self-importance. These are the marks of one who is naturally endowed with divine virtues, O descendant of Bharata. The reason why there is repeated stress on the cultivation of these virtues in the Bhagavad Gita and other religious scriptures lies in the fact that they are an essential part of the path to higher consciousness. The inherent desire for self-mastery and cultivation of cardinal virtues, which is a regular feature of the hunger for self-knowledge or longing for the vision of God, can hence be considered to be the corollary or the attendant symptom of a transformative process of which a more harmonious, more exalted, and more perceptive personality is the aim. It was not, therefore, simply at my own will and choice that I suddenly felt the desire to reform and master myself in the later stages of my adolescence, but because some other psychic force had begun to act in me, initiating a change in the direction of my thought. This change in thinking has not been peculiar to me alone, and what I have experienced is not an isolated case of this kind. It is fairly common in young men and women to evince a thirst or urge of this nature, provided they live in a healthy environment and there is a hereditary element present in the system. This is an indication of the fact that the transformative activity of Kundalini starts at an early age, probably close to adulthood, creating hidden urges and desires for mental and behavioral changes conducive to its healthy manifestation at a more mature age. The material supply to meet the present demand of religious experience or self-knowledge often do not take into account the comprehensive nature of the change involved. Ascent to a transhuman state of consciousness implies a total transformation of the whole personality, of all the mental and behavioral structure, so that a new human being emerges from the ashes of the old one. It is not a little more calmness or relaxed condition of the mind, nor a little more creative ability, nor a feeling of euphoria, nor visionary experiences, nor a little more efficiency in work that determines whether or not a transformation in consciousness has occurred in an individual. Rather, it is a complete metamorphosis of the personality that points to it. Just as schizophrenia results in the formation of a distorted personality easily distinguishable from the average, so the alteration effected by Kundalini results in mental and behavioral changes easily differentiated from the behavior of other human beings. My exercises in self-mastery included scrupulous adherence to truth. At first sight, this resolve appears to be easy to accomplish, but it is much more difficult than one can imagine before trying it in actual practice. In my official career, especially, it was a hard discipline to follow. When parties involved in a case came to seek my advice and help, it was extremely difficult to be open and frank with them. It is a trait of human nature to justify one's actions. There were cases in which there was no justification for a complaint made or a claim put forward. Self-interest or a desire to make a nominated gain impelled many employees to make a regular round of the office with written petitions which they wished to be decided in their favor. Some of them even believed in the correctness of their own stand. When I told them the plain truth that their case was hopeless and that, according to the rules, there was no chance for them to get what they had applied for, they felt aggrieved at me for throwing cold water over their hopes. Not infrequently I only succeeded in antagonizing them by my frankness. Not a few of them left my room as my enemies. There were some who sought undeserved favors to which I could never agree. My blunt refusal to help them frequently gave them the impression that I wanted to favor someone else. It took a long time before it became known in the department that my real intention was to deal justice, as far as I could, and not to disappoint them because I wished to help someone else. At first it was my habit when they came to seek my opinion to tell them frankly that they need not pursue their application any further as that would merely entail waste of time. This was the truth, and it was frankly expressed in the hope that they would understand the position and be saved from the expense of time, energy, and even money lost in closely following the case from day to day. I was frank simply in their own interest, but often they misunderstood my well-meaning counsels and went away disgruntled, with bitterness against me in their hearts. At last a friend advised me not to excite venom by my undiluted straightforwardness. They would never believe that your advice to them not to follow their cases is motivated by honest intentions to save their time and labor. It is in the nature of human beings even to hope against hope that something would come out of their effort. Why do you nip their hope in the bud? Simply say that the application will be considered under the rules and every possible effort will be made to help if the rules permit it. I saw the reasonableness of his advice and tried to act upon it. I no longer gave a blunt answer to the petitioners, but, at the same time, did not raise their hopes, as that too was sinful in my eyes. The result was that my visitors did not leave as dissatisfied as before. They made several visits to the office or to my home to inquire about the progress made, and when I finally said that it had not been found possible to meet their request under the rules, and the application had been filed, they often accepted the verdict contentedly. They had, at least, the satisfaction that the application had been considered on its merits and they had the chance to follow it to the end. They were happy to waste their time in pursuing a lost cause which was hopeless from the very beginning. 7. Stumbling blocks in the path of evolution. My interest in the study and practice of yoga was not the outcome of any deep desire to possess psychic gifts. The tricks and deceptions sometimes practiced by men of this class, the exhortations against the exhibition and abuse of spiritual powers contained in the scriptures, and above all the utter futility of an effort useless as a means to secure lasting benefits either for one's own self or for others were all, to my mind, sufficient reasons to rise above the temptation to acquire the powers to flout the laws of matter without possessing at the same time the necessary strength of will to obey the laws of the spirit. The emphasis laid in some of the books on yoga, both of the East and the West, on the development of psychic powers merely for the sake of gaining success in worldly enterprise invariably made me wonder at the incongruity in human nature, which, even in the case of a system designed to develop the spiritual side of man, focuses the attention more on the acquisition of visible, wonder-exciting properties of the body or mind than on the invisible but tranquil possessions of the soul. That some, at least, of the manifestations were genuine there could be little doubt. But how were they to be accounted for? It was only after many years that I was able to locate the source of the bewildering phenomena and trace it to a marvelous superintelligent power in man, which is both illuminating and mystifying, illuminating in the revealing flashes of genius and mystifying in the baffling masquerades of spirits and demons in mediums and the possessed, which is both blissful and awful, blissful in the enrapturing visions of ecstatics and awful in the appalling shadows of insanity. The target I had in mind was far higher and nobler than what I could expect in the most attractive form of acquisition of the much coveted supernormal gifts. I longed to attain the condition of consciousness, said to be the ultimate goal of yoga, which carries the embodied spirit to regions of unspeakable glory and bliss, beyond the sphere of opposites, free from the desire for life and fear of death. This extraordinary state of consciousness, internally aware of its own surpassing nature, was the supreme prize for which the true aspirants of yoga had to strive. The possession of supernormal powers of the usual kind, whether of the body or mind, which kept an individual still floundering in the stormy sea of existence without carrying one any nearer to the solution of the great mystery, seemed to me to be of no greater consequence than the possession of other earthly treasures, all bound to vanish at the end of life. When nothing tangible happened for nearly 17 years, from the age of 17 to 34, I began to despair, at times led to doubt the method adopted and at others to suspect the whole science. Spiritual illumination is not a marketable commodity easily available for a price. One reason why the founders of all great religions commanded such reverence for centuries is because illumination is so extremely rare. This was instinctively sensed all through the past until the intellect came to dominate the scene in our own time. Since then, there has been no agreement on a correct description of enlightenment. What happens to the individual during the course of transformation is now purely a matter of speculation. Before our time, illumination denoted an encounter with divinity or an anthropomorphic god. Now, in the eyes of many scholars, it means a peculiar psychological condition, a trip to deeper regions of the mind or auto-intoxication brought about by altered chemistry of the body. This leads to the mistaken view that the drug experience has something in common with or is parallel to mystical ecstasy or enlightenment. If we believe in the absolute wisdom, absolute knowledge, and absolute justice of the Godhead, can we heap a greater insult on him than to suppose that he would demand of those who strive to reach him an abnormal, unhealthy, or eccentric way of life and behavior, irrationally different from other people? Abnormality and mania have often been firmly linked to religion in the same way that eccentricity and madness have been associated with genius in other departments of knowledge or art. Of course, there have been many noble exceptions, as in the case of various secular geniuses. The founders of the leading world faiths also furnish examples of such immunity. In India, the social environment and the code of discipline, particularly during the Upanishadic period, circa 800 CE, provided, to some extent, the conditions necessary for the healthy expression of a superior mind. Celibacy and monasticism were not a current feature of spiritual life in the Vedic age. Excesses and abnormalities entered later as the advance force of decadence. The craziness of religious mania is similar to the eccentricity and madness of genius. Only the aberration takes a different form. It is only the highest luminaries, comparatively speaking, who have been free from it. Excessive penance, horrible self-mortification, utter seclusion, denial of love, renunciation of the world and family, abnormal ways of life and behavior, quaint appearance and dress are all part of this mania. In their essentials, there is no difference between religious or secular genius. They are the twin fruits of the same tree. The tragedy is that while in the case of secular genius the eccentricity or madness was recognized as abnormal by the healthy common sense of the masses, the abnormalities of the religious genius were often accepted as a part of the divine way of life necessary in order to reach God. It is not rational that the religious hierophants should behave differently from the elite in science or other branches of knowledge. Is it because they consider themselves, or are considered by others, to be superior to other human beings? Is it because they believe they are nearer to God than other human beings? In either case, spiritual exaltation should definitely tend to the deflation of the ego and dislike for earthly pomp and show. This is what is expressly stated in the religious scriptures of the world. Why then should they indulge in mannerisms or resort to actions which all point to a more inflated ego and a greater desire for name, fame, status, power, and even to wealth and possession than the ordinary ranks of the people whom they profess to teach? The lives of all great spiritual geniuses of India, as for instance Sri Ramakrishna, have been models of humility, simplicity, unpretentiousness, brotherly feelings, and love. This has also been the case with Christian mystics and Sufis. The first change that should occur in the behavior of a mortal when his mind begins to mirror God is to perceive his identity with other human beings. The perception of this unity, in turn, should fill him with an ardent desire to make them sharers of his own sublime experience and overflowing happiness. How can he then consider himself superior to the crowds and see them groveling at his feet? How can he dress and adorn himself magnificently to look different on the outside if in his heart he is truly one with all others? I have made this digression to emphasize the significance of inner transformation as distinct from outward show or behavior. The evolution of the brain towards a higher dimension of consciousness cannot proceed in total independence without the least deviation from the mode of life and behavior of enlightened individuals, but a distinction must be made between harmonious transformation and misleading appearances. Environmental problems and hardships may also contribute to eccentricity in individuals in whom Kundalini is active. In the case of my father, his three surviving issues were my two sisters, both elder to me, and myself. After my eldest sister, a pair of twins was born who died soon after. Then my second sister was born, and after her there was a male child who died while only a few years old, a victim to smallpox, a terrible scourge in those times. Indian tradition puts great store on a male issue. It is his offerings that propitiate the souls of the departed ancestors. In our community, as prescribed by tradition, a parent should expire with the head resting on the lap of a son. It is he who first pours the last few drops of the sacred Ganges water into the mouth of the dying parent before the jaw falls and the eyes close forever. It is a terrible sight to see a beloved child dead of smallpox, his face and body ravaged by the dreadful disease. The death of his firstborn son caused such a shock in my father that he turned into a recluse, severing all his connections with the world. He refused to stir out of his room to mingle with the family, becoming irregular and capricious in his food and sleep. He applied for retirement and refused to attend his office anymore. The head of the department in which he was serving tried his utmost to change his mind and spared no effort to persuade him to resume his duties. But my father was adamant. All our relatives and friends sympathized with my mother from the core of their heart, smitten with pity at her young age and gentle behavior, but no one could revoke the decision taken by my father. When I pieced together the stories that I heard later and weighed them in the light of my own experience, it became obvious that my father must have been passing through a critical state in his inner development as a result of a slow awakening of the serpent power. Evidently, he had no inkling of the cause responsible for his altered mental state and behavior. It is frequent in such conditions to have visionary experiences, to nurture fantastic ideas and notions, to undergo constant change of mood for no apparent reason. Gnawing hunger for the ceaseless search often precedes the slow alteration. It is not generally known that the unassuaged thirst for a master, adept, or guru springs from the activity of Kundalini to draw attention to the mighty force waiting to leap to action if correctly understood and properly manipulated. But, alas, the general ignorance prevailing about the still unknown divine mechanism destroys the hopes of many men and women who, with proper guidance and efforts, could attain to the bloom of cosmic consciousness. The real secrets of Kundalini are not known even in India except, perhaps, to a few adepts who succeeded in awakening the power and leading it to the seventh center in the brain. Even well-known gurus and holy men, except for hints picked up here and there, are as barren of this arcane science as the average men and women who listen to their learned discourses. It is only prolonged research and the successful awakening of the serpent power in a few prodigies of the future that will add fresh, substantial material to that which is already contained in the ancient writings and the utterances of a few mystics of both East and West. It is therefore safe to presume that my father had no awareness whatsoever of the changes occurring within him or of the reasons for his radically altered behavior and mode of thought. He was a hearty eater with no scruples against animal food, a confirmed smoker, and at times even sparingly partook of wine. In a sudden excess of asceticism, he stopped smoking and gave up eating meat, fish, and even eggs completely, renouncing also the occasional use of wine. He even refused to have anything to do with milk or its products anymore, on the ground that it was an outrage on the young calves to deprive them of their nourishment. This extreme form of renunciation and austerity, at a time when a balanced diet was what he needed to calm the energies circulating within him, was the root cause for the secluded life and eccentric actions of his later days. Gradually his moods became more erratic and unpredictable, until aberrant behavior became a permanent feature of his personality, lasting to the end. My mother related that she too had no knowledge of the factors responsible for this change and the behavior that followed. She ascribed it only to the tragic death of their son long before. After the tragedy, my father had sat at times gazing fixedly at the oil lamp at night without blinking. This practice must have been suggested to him by some holy man, or he may have read of it in some book. Soon he began to show lack of interest in the affairs of the family and to frequent the haunts of ascetics, sadhus, and holy men of whose psychic exploits and penances he chanced to hear from his friends. He sought them out and sat in their company for hours at a time to satisfy his hunger for a master to guide him. But many of these sadhus and ascetics were strange and weird creatures, abnormal in their thinking and behavior, yet posing as enlightened knowers of the hidden secrets of existence. One of them was given to occasional exhibitions of mind reading, always holding a small round piece of stone, known as saligrama, in his palm day and night, and never letting go of it, not using this hand for any other purpose whatsoever. This was a self-imposed penance to show his stubborn resolve to acquire occult knowledge. Smoking of hashish was a constant repellent feature of the haunts of these sadhus. Many of the daily visitors merely went to appease their craving for it. Even in modern times, some of the ashrams of sadhus in India are undisguised dens for hashish or marijuana smoking. The habituated addicts to the drug can be recognized by the condition of their eyes and their jerky, irresponsible behavior. My father lavishly donated towards the expenses of these sadhus. In all probability, most of this contribution went for the purchase of drugs and wine. Unless the mind has been disciplined from an early age, a stimulated Kundalini brings with it an irrepressible desire for the occult and the bizarre. It is incredible to what extent the victims of this desire can be duped by pseudo-godmen, charlatans, and impostors. It appears as if the mind has lost all its critical power of observing and judging the behavior of an individual whom people credit with psychic powers. They act in the most abnormal and revolting ways, which the duped audiences ascribe to mystical consciousness, transcending normal actions. In my own lifetime, one of these godmen, residing in a village in Kashmir, used to urinate into a silver vessel in full view of the crowds that came to visit him and then sprinkled the liquid over the audience, both men and women. It is even said that his admirers held up their faces and uncovered their bosoms to receive the sanctifying drops. The thirst for bizarre stories is unassuageable. A whole library of books containing the most fantastic and bizarre stories, which no sane mind can believe, cannot extinguish or satisfy the widespread hunger for the irrational and fanciful. This thirst, which appears inexplicable to a rational mind, is caused by the stimulation of Kundalini in an undisciplined system as the first warning to show that the mind is in an unhealthy state. The desire for strange drug experiences, for erratic psychic phenomena, for fantastic messages received from mediums and sensitives, for the strange actions of gurus and occult teachers, springs from this unhealthy condition of the mind. Today, the Western world is in the grip of a mass hysteria which, if not remedied in time, will revive all those grotesque and orgiastic creeds and cults, including witchcraft, which have been a feature of all decadent cultures in the past. One reason why I was reluctant to confide in and to consult sadhus and ascetics when face to face with the inscrutable mystery of Kundalini arose from two experiences I had in Lahore. Once, while going to a well-known garden close to the zoo, I saw an ochre-robed sadhu sitting on the roadside. It was a solitary spot and there were few pedestrians on the road. He had an impressive appearance and was sitting apparently in a state of absorption. While I was walking close by him, he beckoned me nearer and said in a commanding voice, "Open your hand." Which I did. He then held his clenched hand above it and a stream of milk dropped from it onto my palm. I was startled. Before the sadhu clenched the hand, I saw it was quite empty. Seeing my astonishment, he said that this was a sign of extreme good luck for me and I should rest assured that an unexpected stroke of fortune was awaiting me in the next few days. He then demanded to have whatever I had in my pocket. I put my hand inside and found a 4-anna piece, which was all the wealth I carried with me at the time. I gave it to him and, making a salutation, went on my way. It was years after that I came to know that I had been the victim of a simple sleight of hand. The second experience occurred in the narrow lane by our house and concerned our next-door neighbor, who was a moneylender. One day there suddenly issued a loud clamor from the house, which startled all the neighbors. Greatly puzzled and anxious, my mother went to inquire the cause. She returned after about an hour with a sorrowful face and related a doleful tale. A few days previously, a sadhu had entered the house to have a smoke and something to eat. The moneylender, impressed by his manner and appearance, seated him with honor, fed him and offered him a smoke from the hookah. After the ascetic had left, he rose to refill the small holder containing the burnt tobacco. Great was his surprise to find a heavy piece of yellow metal lying beneath the burnt residue in the holder. He cleaned and washed it. Being himself a dealer in precious metals, he saw at once that it was pure gold. He ran out precipitately into the lane and then into the street, in the hope of finding the sadhu who, he had now ample reason to believe, had the fabulous supernatural power of transmuting base material into gold. But he was not to be found anywhere. The moneylender, whose name was Dina Nath, made a round daily through the neighborhood to find some trace of him. A few days later, he appeared unexpectedly again before their door and asked for a smoke. Unable to contain himself with joy, Dina Nath reverently fell at his feet and escorted him to his own cushioned seat, himself standing before him like a humble supplicant beseeching a favor. The sadhu bade him to be seated and after a few puffs from the hookah, remarked that he was highly pleased with his behavior and his service and would be glad to grant him any favor he would like to ask. Dina Nath fell at his feet saying that he had 2 daughters to marry and that it would be most gracious of him if the sadhu were to help him to make their nuptials possible in an honorable way. "Bring 1,000 currency notes of 10 rupees each and I shall change all of them into genuine 100-rupee notes," said the sadhu. "You can then use them to meet the expenses on the marriage of your daughters. But you have to promise me that you will not breathe a word of it to anyone, including your family." The moneylender, overwhelmed with joy, clutched both the sadhu's feet and pressed his forehead on them. When the sadhu rose to depart, he bade Dina Nath wait. Soon after dusk, 2 days later, outside a temple close to the Lahore fort, then a desolate area where few people ventured at night. The moneylender had to borrow from his friends to make up 1,000 notes of 10 rupees each and, forming them into a bundle, waited outside the temple at the appointed time. It grew darker and darker, and soon it was too dark to discern anything. Dinanath's heart began to beat wildly with fear caused by the darkness and the eerie stillness of the place. Soon he heard the sound of footsteps, and in a few moments the sadhu stood before him. He could not see his face in the darkness, but recognized his voice. After responding to his salutation, the sadhu asked if he had done what he had asked him to do. The moneylender replied in the affirmative and placed the bundle in his hands. Holding the bundle firmly, the sadhu began to chant a mantra when suddenly there was a noise of heavy footsteps close by, and then a huge figure loomed in the darkness. It held a torch in its hand and flashed it full in the face of the moneylender. Dazzled for a moment, the moneylender could not see anything, but moving his eyes away from the light he was able to discern a tall, burly figure, naked save for a loincloth, with a heavy axe in one hand, and then a voice thundered, "Run from this place at once and be thankful that I have spared your life. Do not speak a word to anyone of what you saw here tonight, or I shall kill you, wherever you are." Almost swooning with fright, the moneylender took to his heels without casting a second look behind. Completely unnerved and out of breath, he reached his home and sobbed out the story to some of his neighbors, drawn by his cries. Search was fruitless. The sadhu was never found again. Confidence tricks of this variety are still common in India. Out of a sense of shame at their own stupidity, the victims often refrain from reporting their loss to the police. But nevertheless, news of such occurrences still appears in newspapers every now and then. There is a class of hatha yogis who resort to another type of deception to instill respect and awe among mostly rustic villagers in order to serve their own ends. Vajroli Mudra is a hatha yoga practice which, it is alleged, confers on one the power to reabsorb seminal fluid after its emission and even to suck up the genital secretions of the female partner in the act of coition. In fact, there is a general impression prevailing both in India and the West that the exercises of hatha yoga contain methods for the prolongation of the pleasure experienced in the sexual act by retention of the seminal essence and its reabsorption into the system. Some modern books on hatha yoga profess to teach these methods. These books are avidly read by readers beguiled into the belief that such secret methods do exist. How far this assumption is correct can be gauged from the demonstrations given by some unscrupulous yogis of this class. Their modus operandi is to sit at a conspicuous place in a village in a spectacular asana, physical posture, or to stand upside down with their head on the ground and legs towards the sky, a well-known asana of hatha yoga, and continue in this pose for a long time, sufficient to gather a curious crowd of spectators around them. When the gathering is large enough for them, they then assume a normal position and, taking out a vessel from the small bag they carry, they urinate in it in front of the audience. After this they pour the fluid into a small oil lamp with a wick in it. The wick catches fire at once and, to the amazement of the spectators, continues to burn. The feat is sufficient to establish the reputation of the yogi for supernatural powers, and crowds start to flock to him for spiritual instruction or some miraculous favor. There are other methods by which they continue to retain the confidence and homage of the deceived folk for as long as they like. In fact, there are regular professional secrets which allow pseudo-yogis of this class to impose upon the public in a way which is difficult to detect. What the hatha yoga practice of Vajroli Mudra actually achieves is the ability to suck up fluids through the generative duct into the urethra. This does not at all imply the flow of the seminal fluid into the brain through the spinal duct. That is a natural process which can only occur on the arousal of Kundalini and the opening of the suprasensory center in the brain. This involves reversal of the action of the reproductive system so that seminal essence, instead of flowing downward and outward, is carried inward and upward by a new activity of the nervous system of which details can be ascertained only with scientific investigation of the phenomena. This physiological process does not work at the will and choice of the individual in whom it starts to act. After a varied period, it becomes a normal function of the autonomic nervous system, over which one has no control. In those cases where Kundalini is perennially active in an organism, it is this state of upward flow of the seminal energy into the brain which is known as urdhvaretas in Sanskrit. This condition can occur in both the male and female. When the adjustment of the nervous system is complete, this reverse action of the reproductive organs becomes a normal function of the body. But the initiates The initiate still retains the option of directing the energy at his will and choice downward and outward in coition. Vajroli Mudra is only an ill-conceived, crude, artificial method intended to duplicate this process. Attempts to imitate the behavioral and constitutional peculiarities of the illuminated have been current in India from very early times. In fact, the whole system of Hatha Yoga is designed to induce by artificial means the natural conditions displayed by an enlightened consciousness. Hatha yogis try to counterfeit the trance state with diminished breathing and heart action, which can be a striking and confirmative feature of the ecstatic state, by means of the arduous exercises of pranayama, yoga breathing techniques, resulting in perceptible slowing down of the metabolic processes for varying periods of time. This state of suspended animation can even extend to weeks and months, but it does not confer what is the priceless gift of yoga, namely, an illuminated consciousness. In the same way, the capacity to suck up fluids through the penis or the vagina does not provide the possibility of transmitting the absorbed material to the brain. The very idea that this can happen is preposterous. The utmost that can be achieved when the suction is applied will be to draw up the fluid into the urethra in the case of males, or into the urethra and the fallopian tubes in the female. But from there, the gross secretions can find no passage to reach the brain. The utmost that can happen is that part of the material sucked up would be absorbed into the blood and part ejected out again at the time of micturition. The futility of wasting precious years of life to gain this skill, highly extolled in some works on Hatha Yoga, is therefore obvious. This example is also sufficient to expose the fallacy of those writers who designate Hatha Yoga or Tantric Yoga as yoga of sex, pregnant with the promise of prolonged ecstasy or erotic pleasure, depending on the retention or the reabsorption of semen in the copulative act. The only harvest of such unnatural practices is to draw the individual further away from illumination by creating unhealthy habits with consequent morbid reactions in the system. Any unnatural thirst or abnormal behavior can act as a stumbling block in the path of evolution. The existence of unhealthy appetites in a seeker after illumination can be disastrous. The least abnormality in thought or in the body is prone to become magnified when the new pranic energy begins to circulate in the system at the time of arousal of Kundalini. The incessant and rapid natural suction of the reproductive secretions that occurs at this time is the only way open to nature to save the brain from damage and to contrive the enhanced activity of the vital organs. Energy is drawn from every part of the body through the nerves lining the genital organs to meet the highly increased demand without interruption. If interruption occurs, the consequences can be dangerous in the extreme. The newly activated chamber in the brain must be constantly fed by what is described by the ancient masters as a stream of ambrosia. But this vital stream itself must have a certain degree of purity. For this purpose, a normal, healthy condition of the body and the bloodstream is absolutely necessary. It is to maintain a healthy condition of the psychic system that the gross tonic material contained in the reproductive fluids is diverted to the vital organs, heart, liver, stomach, kidney, etc., partly through the bloodstream but mainly through the nerves or other ducts, to vitalize them. The whole complex mechanism that comes into play on the awakening of Kundalini can only be determined through sustained research on the phenomenon. Here it is sufficient to mention that any unhealthy or morbid tendency of the system can be fatal to the proper functioning of this extremely complex mechanism, with a devastating effect on the brain when the power is aroused. The primary aim of the elaborate system of physical yogic exercises, devised in ancient times, was to create a healthy condition of the body and the mind conducive to a safe arousal of the serpent power. The need for a highly balanced and regulated life, as a prerequisite for cosmic consciousness, was recognized in India from very early days. The emphasis of all great religions on a chaste, consecrated life stems from the same necessity. Divested of the supernatural and the magical, the aim of all healthy religious disciplines is to create a highly supple and resilient psychophysiological state able to withstand the tremendous pressure and strains consequent on the arousal of the Kundalini power in the initial stages until the nerves and the tissues become habituated to the new and more potent vital currents circulating in the system. Every sensible aspirant to higher consciousness must, therefore, learn to make a clear distinction between the claims of the pseudo-yogis and the sensational results they promise and the true yogic disciplines, which demand a balanced life, regulated behavior and appetites, self-subdual, devout application, and a keen power of discrimination between right and wrong or good and bad. Side by side with the counterfeit, there are noble sadhus and ascetics in India whose lives are an example of purity, saintliness, and renunciation. But since they are unpretentious and humble, choosing solitude and simplicity to ostentation and display, they are seldom known or accessible to the seeking crowds. The rise from human to transhuman consciousness is an extremely arduous exploit and will need all the resources of science for its achievement in the ages to come. In the eyes of scholars, the difficulties in acceptance of the views I am expressing about Kundalini lie, firstly, in my assertion about the change in the pattern of the bioenergy and, secondly, about the reverse action of the reproductive system. Since this is the first time that these strictly physiological factors have been introduced into discussion of the phenomena of mystical ecstasy and genius, the skepticism and incredulity expressed are understandable. But it is against the spirit of scientific inquiry to reject a hypothesis summarily without any effort at research. This attitude becomes all the more incomprehensible when it is recalled that what I assert is backed by the unimpeachable testimony of hundreds of voracious Indian savants who have themselves been first-hand witnesses to the phenomenon. The tragedy is that the same scholars and scientists are prepared to accept and investigate the counterfeit conditions, deliberately induced to create a sensation, but not the genuine states which are of paramount importance. For instance, they are ready to study a case of suspended animation brought about by pranayama or the control gained over the autonomic nervous system or physical feats like Vajroli Mudra, but not the genuine transformation that results in the emergence of mystical consciousness or genius. This paradoxical trend of the human mind can prove an endless source of wonder for those who detachedly view its behavior. The most striking example of this paradox is the radical difference in values during peace and war. What is a more heinous act in the former becomes a highly praised exploit in the latter. The instinctive love for children and respect for women and old age are transformed into virulent hate and the lust to kill. Beautiful landscapes and habitations which we love to see and admire in other lands during peacetime become targets for our vandalistic fury in war. It is not one man or 100 men who are responsible for this shift from one state of mind to the other. But a sweeping wave of hate and malignancy overwhelms the minds of a whole mass or a whole nation. A hysterical condition settles on minds impervious both to reason and sanity. Confronted with the picture of atrocities committed during warfare, a dispassionate observer can only treat peace as a period of respite from a state of fury which is also as normal to the human mind as the former. I had many occasions even during my early life to witness this contradictory tendency of the human mind. Once, during my stay at Garu in the summer vacation, strange rumors began to float in from the town. It was said that a mysterious supernatural creature was at large and had struck terror in every quarter of the city of Srinagar. Every day, it was alleged, disfigured and mutilated victims testified to its presence at one place or the other. All efforts made to capture the creature or even to identify it had failed. Only the wounded and dismembered victims were there, the rumors said, to tell about its ravages. Everyday travelers between the city and the village brought blood-curdling tales about the monster, but no one ventured any accurate description of its appearance. Some said it was a gigantic bird with sword-like claws, others that it was a vampiric creature, half human and half beast, others that it was a prehistoric animal that could both fly and run, and so on. The villagers of Garu began to whisper to each other, and signs of fear were visible on many faces. It could well be, they said to one another, that the grisly monster might take it into its head to make a flying visit to their village. At this very critical juncture, a sudden call from my sister brought me post-haste to the city. She had heard that the creature had now started to cause devastation in the villages close to Garu. Sick with fright, she sent a messenger to fetch me to Srinagar. Soon after my arrival, I found the city almost in a state of siege. People hesitated to move out of their houses and the shopkeepers looked apprehensive about their safety. Rumors ran hot from one place to another. News about the depredations committed by the horror were rushed from one part of the city to the other. My sister's house was 3 stories high, and there was a small wooden cabin on the roof from which one could have a view of the city. That cabin had formed my study room more than once. I knew the occupants of the surrounding buildings very well. But when I came up this time, a strange sight met my eyes. It was nearing sunset and there was enough light to see clearly for a distance. On roofs here and there that could provide the facility, small groups of men and elders were seated scanning their surroundings with attention. They held strange objects, small drums, cymbals, gongs, large empty tins, wooden mallets and the like, in their hands and whistles close to their lips. Suddenly a clamor rose from one side, and at once all the groups on the roofs jumped to activity, beating the drums, clashing the cymbals, hammering the tins, and shouting at the top of their voices to drive away the monster. I had reasoned myself into the conviction that such a creature could not be possible and the whole uproar was the result of superstition and mass hysteria. But when I heard the pandemonium with my ears and saw hundreds of people gathered in groups at many vantage points shouting and gesticulating, I felt my confidence forsaking me. After all, I said to myself, it is not possible that so many people can take leave of their senses and raise such a hue and cry at the fear of a murderous creature that does not exist at all. I descended from the roof, revolving the whole affair in my mind. That very night a rather frightening incident, closely linked to the rumors, occurred in our own house. The father of my brother-in-law, an old man but courageous for his age, was also skeptical about the whole story. He denounced the episode as the creation of mischief-mongers who wished to plunge the town into a state of panic to amuse themselves. After the evening meal, when the family members were just retiring to their beds, a noise was suddenly heard from the opposite house less than 20 feet from their building. My sister cautiously opened the window and saw a large object flapping its wings on the opposite roof. She gave a cry of fear and at once shut the window and bolted it. Rushing to her father-in-law, she described to him what she had seen. The whole family, with fear on their faces, trooped into the room of the old gentleman for protection. With undaunted courage he rose to investigate, chiding the others for their causeless fright. There was no electric light that evening. Taking a lantern in one hand and a heavy stick in the other, he opened the door slightly and looked out. In order to have better light to see, he thrust the hand holding the lantern through the opening in the door. Seeing the light, the creature on the roof made a dive towards it, hitting the door with violence. Terrified at this unexpected attack, the old man reeled backwards and collapsed in the passage. One of the family who had followed after him when he went down the stairs rushed to the door and bolted it to keep the terror from entering into the house. Next morning they found that it was only a large hawk, which had somehow lost its bearings in the darkness and taken shelter on the roof opposite to them. The hue and cry slowly died down, and after some days normalcy and calm were restored in the city. The people began to realize that there had been nothing supernatural to cause the panic. It was only the circulating rumors of a nameless monster preying upon the unwary that had excited the imagination of the more receptive, while stories of horrible happenings traveled from one part of the city to the other. There had actually been no mutilations, no injuries, and no deaths. All the reported incidents were mere creations of fancy which were avidly seized upon by easily excitable minds, who in turn invented further tales of terror which others swallowed, only to fabricate even more dreadful episodes until the whole city was saturated with fear. The factional fights going on at this moment in many parts of the world, resulting in damage, bloodshed and suffering, are the outcome of this very frailty of the human mind. When the passions are roused at some unsavory incident, the rival faction suddenly assumes the appearance of a monster and rumors run from house to house of the atrocities committed and the indignities heaped, until the whole atmosphere is saturated with hate and violence erupts between the antagonists. Once started, it becomes difficult to quell the disorder, as excited imaginations continue to invent tales and stories or to exaggerate minor occurrences into atrocious episodes, creating a vicious circle which becomes hard to end. I had another experience of this type in a factional riot some years before the Kundalini awakening. Within a few hours, neighbors who had been living close to each other for generations, sharing each other's joy and sorrow as deeply as the nearest kith and kin, always happy to sit, smoke, and chat together, were suddenly transformed into implacable foes, thirsty for the blood of others. The disturbance had started in Srinagar. A number of deaths had occurred, some shops were plundered, and some households looted and ravaged. All shops were closed and the city presented a deserted appearance. My elder brother-in-law came to pay us a visit, mainly to assure himself about our welfare. The streets were empty, and no one had molested him. When he rose to depart, I offered to accompany him, and we left the house together. There were two routes open to us to reach his residence. One led through narrow streets and the other through a road, flanked with shops on either side. I suggested the narrow street, as a measure of safety, but he insisted on our taking the main road as he had just come that way without encountering any danger. I acquiesced and we took that road. He had come on a bicycle which he now pushed with his hand. We were close to a double bend in the road when the noise of an approaching angry crowd and stones hitting the houses close by suddenly smote our ears. At the other bend of the road, about 100 feet away, a huge crowd burst into view hurling stones and bricks at everything that came in their way. A policeman standing about 50 feet in front of us in the middle of the road suddenly collapsed with blood pouring from his head. A stone had struck him in the middle of the forehead and another in the face. My brother-in-law became so nervous that he found it hard to turn the bicycle round to enable us to flee. He hurled it to one side, but I picked it up and we made a dash in the direction from which we had come to escape the hail of stones and the fury of the crowd. Unfortunately, another group hearing the cries had, within minutes, gathered on that side too, to face the oncoming fury. We were literally caught between two fires and prepared for the worst. All at once I saw the entrance to a narrow lane on the right. We dashed into it, pushing the bicycle along, and after sprinting a short distance looked back. A portion of the crowd had stopped at the end of the lane and were debating among themselves whether they should pursue us further or continue on their way with the others. The doors leading to the houses on both sides of the lane were closed and they could have easily brought us down with the stones they were carrying. Thankfully, as luck would have it, they decided not to follow us in the lane and, turning round, disappeared from our sight. The same inexplicable behavior of the mind which lets a trifling incident assume the catastrophic proportions of wholesale massacre, plunder and arson, with the inundation of pent-up feelings of fear, suspicion, and hatred, is also at the base of the tense situation of the world today. Partly on historical grounds and partly to preserve their identity, culture, and assets, many nations regard their neighbors or rivals with mistrust, fear, and suspicion. The excited imagination of the people then has ample opportunities to create bugbears which keep the entire population in a state of fright and panic. Often we do not give sufficient thought to the colossal task which evolution has to accomplish. It represents a rise from the earth to the sky. A clod of earth has to gain the power of thinking, of awakening to the knowledge of itself and then of the universe round it. A handful of insensitive matter has to win a state of awareness where it can mingle with a consciousness which pervades the universe, from a handful of dust to be one with the all. It is a stupendous transformation, a mighty drama which only an absolute power could design, stage, and play. We tend to underestimate the inconceivably vast dimensions of creation and the stupendous proportions of the power of it because our mind and senses, like the brain and the eyes of an ant on a leaf floating upon the surface of an ocean, are not able to register our own insignificant position compared to the titanic forces by which we are encompassed. 8. Living through a prolonged nightmare. At the time of my extraordinary Kundalini awakening in 1937, I was serving as a clerk under the Director of Education in our state. Prior to that, as mentioned earlier in this narrative, I had been working in the same capacity in the office of the chief engineer, from which I had been transferred for having the temerity to question an unjust directive from the minister in charge, who often took morbid pleasure in bullying subordinates. I had no liking for the work in either office, although from the point of view of my other colleagues I held enviable positions. I maintained the classified lists and service records of senior-grade employees, formulated proposals for their promotion and transfer, dealt with their petitions and appeals, and attended to their requests. In this way I had to deal with a large section of the personnel in both departments, many of whom, detecting chances of undeserved favors at the cost of unsuspecting fellow employees, frequented the offices regularly, hunting for easy gains, obliging colleagues to do likewise to save themselves from a possible loss. By the very nature of my duties it was utterly impossible for me to escape comment and criticism of my acts, which influenced the life and career of someone or other. But some of these acts also had the reverse effect of confronting me with my own conscience on behalf of a poor and supportless but deserving candidate. Because of a desire to deal equal justice in all cases, I was frequently brought into conflict with hidden influences surreptitiously at work behind the apparently spotless facade of government offices, which every now and then created insoluble problems and odious situations for me. I had a strong partiality for the underdog, and this trait in RNY character worked equally against my own interests, and on at least 2 occasions impelled me to refuse chances of promotion, out of turn, in preference to senior colleagues. Temperamentally, I was not suited for a profession of this kind, but possessing neither the qualifications for another nor means nor inclination to equip myself for a better one, I continued to move in the rut in which I had placed myself on the first day. Although I worked hard and to the best of my ability, I was more interested in the study and practice of yoga than in my official career. The latter I treated merely as a means to earn a livelihood, just sufficient to meet our simplest needs. Beyond that, it had no value or significance for me. I had a positive dislike of being drawn into controversies with crowds of disputing contestants on every side, as happened almost every day, creating at times disquieting ripples in my otherwise placid mental pool, which I strove to keep unruffled and calm, indispensable to my yoga practices. In the Education Directorate, the conditions were more reassuring for me. There were no chances of corruption on the scale that had existed in the Public Works Department. Consequently, the distracting play of plot and counterplot, which had been a regular feature of the former office, was also absent. Here my path ran more or less smoothly until 1947. It was in no small measure due to the sense of security and the congenial atmosphere in the new office that I was able to retain my link with it in spite of the ordeals I had to face and the suspense I had to bear for a long period while attending to the day-to-day work at my table. The sudden awakening of Kundalini in one whose nervous system has reached the ripe stage of development as a result of favorable heredity, correct mode of living, and proper mental application is often liable to create a most bewildering effect on the mind. The reason for it, though extremely simple, may not be easily acceptable to the present-day intellect, which treats the human mind as a finely sealed product, dependent, according to some, exclusively on the activity of the brain cells, beginning and ending with the body, according to others, on the responsiveness of the bone-shielded gray and white matter to the extremely subtle all-pervading cosmic mind or universal spirit, and according to still others, on the existence of an immortal individual soul in the body. Without entering into a lengthy discussion of the correctness of these hypotheses advanced to account for the existence of mind, it is sufficient for our purpose to say that according to the authorities on yoga, the activity of the brain and the nervous system, irrespective of whether proceeding from an eternal self-existing spiritual source or from an embodied soul, depends on the existence in the body of a subtle life element known as prana, which pervades each cell of every tissue and fluid in the organism, much in the same way that electricity pervades each atom of a battery. This vital element has a biological counterpart, as thought has a biological complement in the brain, in the shape of an extremely fine biochemical essence of a highly delicate and volatile nature, extracted by the nerves from the surrounding organic mass. After extraction, this vital essence resides in the brain and the nervous system, and is capable of generating a subtle radiation impossible to isolate by laboratory analysis. It circulates in the organism as motor impulse and sensation, conducting all the organic functions of the body, permeated and worked by the superintelligent cosmic life energy, or prana, by which it is continuously affected, just as the sensitive chemical layer on a photographic plate is affected by light. The term prana, as used by authorities on yoga, signifies both the cosmic life energy and its subtle biological conductor in the body, the two being inseparable. At the very moment the body dies, the rare organic essence immediately undergoes chemical changes, ceasing to serve as a channel for the former in the previous capacity. Normally, the work of extraction of prana to feed the brain is done by a limited group of nerves, operating in a circumscribed area of the organism, with the result that the consciousness of an individual displays no variation in its nature or extent during the span of life, exhibiting a constancy which is in sharp contrast to the continuously changing appearance of the body. With the awakening of Kundalini, the arrangement suffers a radical alteration affecting the entire nervous system, as a result of which other and more extensive groups of nerves are stirred to activity, leading to the transmission of an enormously enhanced supply of a more concentrated form of pranic radiation into the brain drawn from a vastly increased area of the body. The far-reaching effects of this immensely augmented flow of an intense form of vital current into the cephalic cavity through the spinal cord before the system becomes fully accustomed to it may be visualized by considering the effects of a sudden increase in the flow of blood to the brain, such as faintness, complete insensibility, excitement, irritability, or in extreme cases, delirium, paralysis, or death. The awakening may be gradual or sudden, varying in intensity and effect according to the development, constitution, and temperament of different individuals, but in most cases it results in a greater instability of the emotional nature and a greater liability to aberrant mental conditions in the subject, mainly resulting from tainted heredity, faulty modes of conduct, or immoderation in any shape or form. Leaving out the extreme cases, which end in madness, this generalization applies to all the categories of those in whom Kundalini is congenitally more or less active, comprising mystics, mediums, men and women of genius, and those of an exceptionally high intellectual or artistic development only a shade removed from genius. In the case of those in whom the awakening occurs all at once as the result of yoga or other spiritual practices, the sudden impact of powerful vital currents on the brain and other organs is often attended with grave risk and strange mental conditions, varying from moment to moment, exhibiting in the beginning the abnormal peculiarities of a medium, mystic, genius, and madman all rolled into one. At the time, I had absolutely no knowledge of the technicalities of the science or the mode of operation of the great energy or of the spheres of its activity, as vast and as varied as humanity itself. I did not know that I had dug down to the very roots of my being and that my whole life was at stake. Like the vast majority of people interested in yoga, I had no idea that a system designed to develop the latent possibilities and nobler qualities in human beings could be fraught with such danger at times as to destroy the sanity or crush the life out of one by the sheer weight of entirely foreign and uncontrollable conditions of the mind. On the third day of the awakening, I did not feel myself in a mood for meditation and passed the time in bed, not a little uneasy about the abnormal state of my mind and the exhausted condition of my body. The next day, when I sat for meditation, after a practically sleepless night, I found to my consternation that I completely lacked the power to concentrate my attention on any point for even a brief interval, and that a thin stream of the radiant essence, which had impinged on my brain with such vivifying and elevating effect on the first two occasions, was now pouring into it automatically with a sinister light that, instead of uplifting, had a most depressing influence on me. The days that followed had all the appearance of a prolonged nightmare. It seemed as if I had abruptly precipitated myself from the steady rock of normality into a madly racing whirlpool of abnormal existence. The keen desire to sit and meditate, which had always been present during the preceding days, disappeared suddenly and was replaced by a feeling of horror of the supernatural. I wanted to fly from even the thought of it. At the same time, I felt a sudden distaste for work and conversation, with the inevitable result that being left with nothing to keep myself engaged, time hung heavily on me, adding to the already distraught condition of my mind. The nights were even more terrible. I could not bear to have a light in my room after I had retired to bed. The moment my head touched the pillow, a large tongue of flame sped across the spine into the interior of my head. It appeared as if the stream of living light continuously rushing through the spinal cord into the cranium gathered greater speed and volume during the hours of darkness. Whenever I closed my eyes, I found myself looking into a weird circle of light, in which luminous currents swirled and eddied, moving rapidly from side to side. The spectacle was fascinating but awful, invested with a supernatural awe which sometimes chilled the very marrow in my bones. Only a few days before, it had been my habit, when in bed at night, to invite sleep by pursuing a pleasant chain of thoughts which often led me, without revealing the exact moment when it happened, from the waking state into the fantastic realm of dreams. Now everything was altered. I tossed restlessly from side to side for hours without being able to bring my agitated mind to the degree of composure needed to bring sleep. After extinguishing the lights, instead of seeing myself in darkness wafted gradually to a delicious state of rest preparatory to sleep, I found myself staring fearfully into a vast internal glow, disquieting and threatening at times, always in rapid motion, as if the particles of an ethereal luminous stuff crossed and recrossed each other, resembling the ceaseless movement of wildly leaping lustrous clouds of spray rising from a waterfall which, lighted by the sun, rushes down foaming into a seething pool. Sometimes it seemed as if a jet of molten copper, mounting up through the spine, dashed against my crown and fell in a scintillating shower of vast dimensions all around me. I gazed at it fascinated, with fear gripping my heart. Occasionally it resembled a fireworks display of great magnitude. As far as I could look inwardly with my mental eye, I saw only a brilliant shower or a glowing pool of light. I seemed to shrink in size when compared to the gigantic halo that surrounded me, stretching out on every side in undulating waves of copper color distinctly perceptible in the surrounding darkness, as if the optic center in the brain was now in direct contact with an extremely subtle, luminous substance in perpetual motion, flooding the brain and nervous system, without the intervention of the intermediary channels of the retina and the optic nerve. I seemed to have touched accidentally the lever of an unknown mechanism, hidden in the extremely intricate and yet unexplored nervous structure in the body, releasing a hitherto pent-up torrent which, impinging upon the auditory and optic regions, created the sensation of roaring sounds and weirdly moving lights, introducing an entirely new and unexpected feature into the normal working of the mind that gave to all my thoughts and actions the semblance of unreality and abnormality. For a few days I thought I was suffering from hallucinations, hoping that my condition would become normal again after some time. But instead of disappearing or even diminishing as the days went by, the abnormality became more and more pronounced, assuming gradually the state of an obsession which grew in intensity as the luminous appearances became wilder and more fantastic and the noises louder and more uncanny. The dreadful thought began to take hold of my mind that I was irretrievably heading towards a disaster from which I was powerless to save myself. To one uninitiated in the esoteric science of Kundalini, as I was at that time, all that transpired afterwards presented such an abnormal and unnatural appearance that I became extremely nervous about the outcome. I passed every minute of the time in a state of acute anxiety and tension, at a loss to know what had happened to me and why my system was functioning in such an entirely abnormal manner. I felt exhausted and spent. The day after the experience I suffered loss of appetite, and food tasted like ash in my mouth. My tongue was coated white, and there was a redness in my eyes never noticed before. My face wore a haggard and anxious expression, and there were acute disturbances in the digestive and excretory organs. I lost my regularity and found myself at the mercy of a newly released force about which I knew nothing, creating a tumultuous and agitated condition of the mind as the sweep of a tempest creates an agitation in the placid waters of a lake. There was no remission in the current rising from the seat of Kundalini. I could feel it leaping across the nerves in my back and even across those lining the front part of my body from the loins upward. But most alarming was the way in which my mind acted and behaved after the incident. I felt as if I were looking at the world from a higher elevation than that from which I saw it before. It is very difficult to express my mental condition accurately. All I can say is that it seemed as if my cognitive faculty had undergone a transformation and that I had, as it were, mentally expanded. What was more startling and terrifying was the fact that the point of consciousness in me was not as invariable nor its condition as stable as it had been before. It expanded and contracted, regulated in a mysterious way by the radiant current that was flowing up from the lowest plexus. This widening and narrowing were accompanied by a host of terrors for me. At times I felt slightly elated with a transient morbid sense of well-being and achievement, forgetting for the time being the abnormal state I was in, but soon after was made acutely conscious of my critical condition and again oppressed by a tormenting cloud of fear. The few brief intervals of mental elation were followed by fits of depression much more prolonged and so acute that I had to muster all my strength and willpower to keep myself from succumbing completely to their influence. I sometimes gagged my mouth to keep from crying and fled from the solitude of my room to the crowded street to prevent myself from doing some desperate act. For weeks I had no respite. Each morning heralded for me a new kind of terror, a fresh complication in the already disordered system, a deeper fit of melancholy or more irritable condition of the mind which I had to restrain, to prevent it from completely overwhelming me, by keeping myself alert, usually after a completely sleepless night, and after withstanding patiently the tortures of the day, I had to prepare myself for the even worse torment of the night. A man cheerfully overcomes insurmountable difficulties and bravely faces overwhelming odds when he is confident of his mental and physical condition. I completely lost confidence in my own mind and body and lived like a haunted, terror-stricken stranger in my own flesh, constantly reminded of my precarious state. My consciousness was in such a state of unceasing flux that I was never certain how it would behave within the next few minutes. It rose and fell like a wave, raising me one moment out of the clutches of fear to dash me again the next into the depths of despair. It seemed as if the stream of vitality rising into my brain through the spinal cord, connected mysteriously with the region near the base of the spine, was playing strange tricks with my imagination. Also, I was unable to stop it or to resist its effect on my thoughts. Was I losing my mind? Were these the first indications of mental disorder? This thought constantly drove me to desperation. It was not so much the extremely weird nature of my mental condition as the fear of incipient madness or some grave disorder of the nervous system which filled me with growing dismay. I lost all feeling of love for my wife and children. I had loved them fondly from the depths of my being. The fountain of love in me seemed to have dried up completely. It appeared as if a scorching blast had raced through every pore in my body, wiping out every trace of affection. I looked at my children again and again, trying to evoke the deep feeling with which I had regarded them previously, but in vain. My love for them seemed to be dead beyond recall. They appeared to me not better than strangers. To reawaken the emotion of love in my heart, I held and caressed them, talked to them in endearing terms, but never succeeded in experiencing that spontaneity and warmth which are characteristic of true attachment. I knew they were my flesh and blood and was conscious of the duty I owed to them. My critical judgment was unimpaired, but love was dead. The recollection of my departed mother, whom I had always remembered with deep affection, brought with it no wave of the deep emotion which I had invariably felt at the thought of her. I viewed this unnatural disappearance of a deep-rooted feeling with despondency, finding myself robbed of that which gives life its greatest charm. I studied my mental condition constantly with fear in my heart. When I compared my new conscious personality with what it had been before, I could definitely see a radical change. There had been an unmistakable extension. The vital energy which lighted the flame of being was pouring visibly inside my brain. This had not been the case before. The light, too, was impure and variable. The flame was not burning with a pure, imperceptible, and steady luster as in normal consciousness. It grew brighter and fainter by turns. No doubt the illumination spread over a wider circle, but it was not as clear and transparent as before. It seemed as if I were looking at the world through a haze. When I glanced at the sky, I failed to notice the lovely azure I used to see before. My eyesight had always been good, and even now there was nothing obviously wrong with it. I could easily read the smallest type and clearly distinguish objects at a distance. Obviously, my vision was unimpaired, but there was something wrong with the cognitive faculty. The recording instrument was still in good order, but something was amiss with the observer. In the normal man, the flow of the stream of consciousness is so nicely regulated that he can notice no variation in it from boyhood to death. He knows himself as a conscious entity, a non-dimensional point of awareness located more particularly in the head with a faint extension covering the trunk and limbs. When he closes his eyes to study this entity attentively, he ends by observing a conscious presence, himself in fact, round the region of the head. As I could easily discern, even in that condition of mental disquietude, this field of consciousness in me had vastly increased. It was akin to that which I had experienced in the vision, but divested of every trace of happiness which had characterized my first experience. On the contrary, it was gloomy and fear-ridden, depressed instead of cheerful, murky instead of clearly transparent. It seemed as if prolonged concentration had opened an only partially developed center in the brain which depended for its fuel on the stream of energy constantly rushing upward from the reproductive region. The enlarged consciousness field was the creation of this hitherto closed chamber, which was now functioning imperfectly, first because it had been forced open prematurely, and secondly because I was utterly ignorant of the way to adjust myself to the new development. For weeks I wrestled with the mental gloom caused by my abnormal condition, growing more despondent each day. My face became extremely pale and my body thin and weak. I felt a distaste for food and found fear clutching my heart the moment I swallowed anything. Often I left the plate untouched. Very soon my whole intake of food amounted to a cup or two of milk and a few oranges. Beyond that I could eat nothing. I knew I could not survive for long on such an insufficient diet, but I could not help it. I was burning inside but had no means to assuage the fire. While my intake of food was drastically reduced, the daily expenditure of energy increased tremendously. My restlessness had assumed such a state that I could not sit quietly for even half an hour. When I did so, my attention was drawn irresistibly towards the strange behavior of my mind. Immediately the ever-present fear was intensified, and my heart thumped violently. I had to divert my attention somehow to free myself from the horror of my condition. In order to prevent my mind from dwelling again and again on itself, I took recourse to walking. On rising in the morning, as long as I possessed the strength to do so, I left immediately for a slow walk to counteract the effect of an oppressive, sleepless night, when, forced to lie quiet in the darkness, I had no alternative but to be an odd spectator of the weird and fearsome display visible inside myself. On the way, I met scores of my acquaintances taking their morning constitutional, laughing and talking as they went. I could not share their enjoyment, and passed them in silence with merely a nod or gesture of salutation. I had no interest in any other person or in any subject in the world. My own abnormality blotted out everything else from my mind. During the day I walked in my room or in the compound, diverting my attention from object to object without allowing it to rest on one particular thing for any length of time. I counted my steps or looked at the ceiling or at the wall, at the floor or at the surrounding objects one by one, at each for but a fleeting instant, thus with all the willpower at my command preventing my brain from attaining a state of fixity at any time. I was fighting desperately against my own unruly mind. But how long could my resistance last? How long could I save myself from madness creeping upon me? My starving body was becoming weaker and weaker, my legs tottered under me while I walked, and yet walk I had to if I was to rid myself of the clutching terror which gripped my heart as soon as I allowed my mind to brood upon itself. My memory became weaker and I faltered in my talk, while the anxious expression on my face deepened. At the blackest moments, my eyebrows drew together into an anxious frown, the thickly wrinkled forehead and a wild look in my gleaming eyes giving my countenance a maniacal expression. Several times during the day I glanced at myself in the looking-glass or felt my pulse, and to my horror found myself deteriorating more and more. I do not know what sustained my will so that even in a state of extreme terror I could maintain control over my actions and gestures. No one could even suspect what was happening to me inside. I knew that but a thin line now separated me from lunacy, and yet I gave no indication of my condition to anyone. I suffered unbearable torture in silence, weeping internally at the sad turn of events, blaming myself bitterly again and again for having delved into the supernatural without first acquiring a fuller knowledge of the subject and providing against the dangers and risks of the path. Even at the time of greatest dejection, and even when almost at the breaking point, something inside prevented me from consulting a physician. There was no psychiatrist at Jammu in those days, and even if there had been one, I am sure I would not have gone to see him. It was well that I was not able to do so. The little knowledge of diseases that I possessed was enough to tell me that my abnormality was unique, that it was neither purely psychic nor purely physical, but the outcome of an alteration in the nervous activity of my body which no therapist on earth could correctly diagnose or cure. On the other hand, a single mistake in treatment in that highly dangerous condition, when the whole system was in a state of complete disorder and not amenable to control, might have proved fatal. Mistakes were inevitable in view of the entirely obscure and unidentifiable nature of the condition. A skilled physician bases his observations on the symptoms present in an ailment, relying for the success of his treatment on the uniformity of pathological conditions in the normal human body. Physiological processes follow a certain specific rhythm which the body tries to maintain under all ordinary circumstances. In my case, since the basic element responsible for the rhythm and the uniformity was at the moment itself in a state of turmoil, the anarchy prevailing not only in the system but also in the sphere of thought, nay, in the innermost recesses of my being, can be better imagined than described. I did not know then what I came to grasp later on, that an automatic mechanism, forced by the practice of meditation, had suddenly started to function with the object of reshaping my mind to make it fit for the expression of a more heightened and extended consciousness by means of biological processes as natural and as governed by inviolable laws as the evolution of species or the development and birth of a child. But to my great misfortune I did not know this at the time. To the best of my knowledge, this mighty secret of nature is not known on earth today, although there is ample evidence to show that certain methods to deal with the condition, when brought about suddenly by the practice of Hatha Yoga, were fully known to the ancient adepts. I studied my condition thoroughly from day to day to assure myself that what I experienced was real and not imaginary. Just as a man finding himself in an unbelievable situation pinches himself to make certain that he is not dreaming but awake, I invariably studied my bodily symptoms to find corroboration for my mental condition. It would be a fallacy to assume that I was the victim of a hallucination. Subsequent events and my present condition absolutely rule out that possibility. No, the crisis I was passing through was not a creation of my own imagination. It had a real physiological basis and was interwoven with the whole organic structure of my body. The entire machinery from the brain to the smallest organ was deeply involved, and there was no escape for me from the storm of nervous forces which blew through my system day and night, released unexpectedly by my own effort. 9. An unearthly radiance filled my head. During recent times there have hardly been any instances of individuals in whom the serpent fire burnt ceaselessly from the day of awakening of Kundalini to the last, bringing about mental transformations known to and hinted at by the ancient sages of India. But that there have been many cases of a sporadic type in which the Shakti one was active intermittently admits of no doubt. The mystics and saints of all countries, who from an early age are prone to transcendental visions and pass occasionally into ecstatic trances, thereafter reverting to their normal consciousness, belong to the latter category. The psychics and mediums and all those possessing the power of clairvoyance, mind reading, prediction, and similar supernormal faculties owe their surprising gifts to the action of an awakened Kundalini operating in a limited way in the head without reaching the highest center, where it overshadows the whole consciousness. The same is true of the men and women of genius in whom the energy feeds certain specific regions of the brain, stimulating them to extraordinary phases of intellectual, literary, or artistic activity. In all cases mentioned above, either the flow of the more potent vital current is so regulated and circumscribed that it does not create any disturbance in the system or, as in the case of mystics in whom the impact of the current on the brain is very powerful at times, the condition begins at birth so that the nervous system usually becomes accustomed to it from infancy, when one is not aware of the variations in consciousness nor able to place a meaning on the abnormal happenings in the body, and feel the sense of fear. But even so, the latter often have to face many a crisis and to endure unusual suffering and torment before they acquire a stable and peaceful condition of the mind and are in a position to study and express comprehensively the experience which marks them as a class apart from the normal run of mortals. The individuals belonging to these categories, excepting mystics, do not perceive the luminosity and the movement of nerve currents, except in exceptional cases, as the flow of the vital energy is too restricted to create weird effects. Moreover, having been an integral part of the organism from birth, it becomes an inherent trait of their personalities. The popular books on yoga that I had read years before contained no hint of such an abnormal development and nerve-shattering experience. The learned authors confine themselves to the description of various postures and methods, all borrowed from the ancient writings on the subject. Few of them claimed to have had the experience but were eager to teach to others what they had never learned themselves. In some of the books there was a passing reference to Kundalini Yoga. A couple of pages or a small chapter was all that the authors thought sufficient for describing this most difficult and least known form of yoga. It was stated that Kundalini represents the cosmic vital energy lying dormant in the human body, which is coiled round the base of the spine, a little below the sexual organ, like a serpent fast asleep and closing with her mouth the aperture of the sushumna, the hair-like duct rising through the center of the spinal cord to the conscious center at the top of the head. When roused, Kundalini, they said, rises through the sushumna like a streak of lightning, carrying with her the vital energy of the body, which for the time being becomes cold and lifeless, with complete or partial cessation of vital functions, to join her divine spouse Shiva in the last or seventh center in the brain. In the course of this process, the embodied self, freed from the bondage of flesh, passes into a condition of ecstasy known as samadhi, realizing itself as deathless, full of bliss, and one with the all-pervading supreme consciousness. In only one or two writings were there vague hints of dangers to be met on the path. The nature of the danger and the methods to prevent or overcome it were not explained by the authors. From the vague ideas I had gathered from these works or picked up in the course of discussions or talks about yoga, it was only natural for me to infer that the abnormal condition I had brought upon myself was the direct outcome of my meditation. My experience had corresponded in every respect with the descriptions given of the ecstatic state by those who had attained this condition themselves. There was therefore no reason for me to doubt the validity or the possibility of my vision. There could be no mistake about the sounds I had heard and the effulgence I had perceived. Above all, there certainly could be no mistake about the transformation of my own consciousness, the nearest and the most intimate part of me, that I had experienced more than once, and the memory of which was so strong that it could never be effaced or mistaken for any other condition. It could not be a mere figment of my fancy because during the vision I still possessed the capacity to make a comparison between the extended state of consciousness and the normal one, and when it began to fade, I could perceive the contraction that was taking place. It was undoubtedly a real experience, and one that has been described with all the power of expression at their command by mystics and saints all over the world. But in my case there was one particular and unmistakable deviation from the usual type of vision, the most extraordinary sensation at the base of the spine followed by the flow of a radiant current through the spinal column into the head. This part of the strange experience tallied with the phenomena associated with the awakening of Kundalini, and hence I could not be mistaken in supposing that I had unknowingly aroused the coiled serpent and that the serious disturbance in my nervous system as well as the extraordinary but most awful state I was in some way occasioned by it. I made no mention of my condition to anyone save my brother-in-law, who came to Jammu during those days on a short business visit. He was many years older than I and loved me like a son. I talked to him unreservedly, aware of his deep affection for me. He had himself practiced meditation for many years under the guidance of a preceptor who claimed knowledge of Kundalini Yoga. Frank and noble by nature, he often narrated to me his own experiences in the simple manner of a child, seeking corroboration from me for the results he had achieved by his labors. Without the least pretension to knowledge, he gave me every bit of information he possessed, and thus in a way was instrumental in saving my life. My wife knew nothing of the life and death struggle in which I was engaged, but alarmed by my strange behavior, lack of appetite, bodily disturbances, constant walks, and above all by the never-lifting cloud of anxiety and gloom on my face, she advised me again and again to consult a physician and constantly watched over me day and night, frantic with anxiety. My brother-in-law could not fully grasp the significance of what I related to him but said that his guru had once remarked that if by mistake Kundalini were aroused through any other nadi, nerve, except Sushumna, there was every danger of serious psychic and physical disturbances, ending in permanent disability, insanity, or death. This was particularly the case, the teacher had said, if the awakening occurred through Pingla on the right side of the spine when the unfortunate person is literally burned to death due to excessive internal heat, which cannot be controlled by any external means. I was horrified by this statement and in desperation went to consult a learned ascetic from Kashmir who had come to spend the winter at Jammu. He heard me with patience and said that the experience I had undergone could not at all be due to the awakening of the serpent power, as that was always blissful and could not be associated with any agency liable to cause disease or disturbance. He made another gruesome suggestion, heard from his teacher or picked up from some ancient work, to the effect that my malady was probably due to the venom of malignant spirits that beset the path of yogis, and prescribed a decoction, which I never took. On the suggestion of someone else, I glanced through a couple of books on Kundalini Yoga, translations in English of ancient Sanskrit texts. I could not read even a page attentively, the attempt involving fixity of attention which I was incapable of maintaining for any length of time. The least effort instantly aggravated my condition by increasing the flow of the newborn energy into the brain, which added to my terror and misery. I just glanced through the books, reading a line here and a paragraph there. The description of the symptoms that followed the awakening corroborated my own experience and firmly strengthened my conviction that I had aroused the vital force dormant in me, but whether the agony of mind and body that I was passing through was an inevitable result of the awakening or whether I had drawn up the energy through a wrong nerve, I could not be sure. There was, however, one very briefly stated injunction, call it accident or divine guidance, I picked up from the huge mass of material in that very cursory glance. It was to the effect that during the course of the practice the student is not permitted to keep his stomach empty but should take a light meal every 3 hours. This brief advice, flashing across my brain at a most critical moment when I hovered between life and death and had lost every hope of survival, later saved my life and sanity and continues to do so to this day. At the time I paid no attention to this significant hint which, based on the experience of countless people, many of whom had probably lost their lives in the attempt to arouse the serpent power, had come down through the ages as guidance for the initiates. Even if I had tried my hardest to do so, I could not have acted upon the advice at that time, as food was so abhorrent to me that my stomach revolted at the mere thought of it. I was burning in every part of my body while my mind, like a floating balloon, bobbed up and down and swayed sideways erratically, unable to keep itself steady even for a moment. Whenever my mind turned upon itself, I always found myself staring with growing panic into the unearthly radiance that filled my head, swirling and eddying like a fearsome whirlpool. I even found its reflection in the pitch darkness of my room during the slowly dragging hours of the night. Not infrequently it assumed horrible shapes and postures, as if satanic faces were grinning and inhuman forms gesticulating at me in the blackness. This happened night after night for months, weakening my will and sapping my resistance until I felt unable to endure the fearful ordeal any longer, certain that at any moment I might succumb to the relentlessly pursuing horror and, bidding farewell to my life and sanity, rush out of the room a raving maniac. But I persisted, determined to hold on as long as I had a vestige of willpower, resolved at the first sign of breaking to surrender my life rather than lose myself in the ghastly wilderness of insanity. When it was day I longed for the night, and during the night I prayed fervently for the day. As time wore on, my hope dwindled and desperation seized me. There was no relaxation in the tension or any abatement in the ceaselessly haunting fear, or any relief from the fiery stream that darted through my nerves and poured into my agonized brain. On the other hand, as my vitality ebbed as a result of fasts, and my resistance weakened, the malady was aggravated to such a pitch that every moment I expected the end. It was in such a frame of mind that the holy festival of Shivratri, or the night of Shiva, came to pass towards the end of February. As usual every year my wife had painstakingly prepared some dainty dishes on the day and gently insisted that I, too, should partake of the food. Not to disappoint her and cast a cloud of gloom on her already anxiety-filled mind, I acquiesced and forcibly swallowed a few morsels and then gave up and washed my hands. Immediately I felt a sinking sensation at the pit of my stomach, a fiery stream of energy shot into my head, and I felt myself lifted up and up, expanding awfully with unbearable terror clutching at me from every side. I felt a reeling sensation while my hands and feet grew cold as ice, as if all the heat had escaped from them to feed the fiery vapor in the head which had risen through the spinal cord like the ruddy blast from a furnace and now, acting like a poison on the brain, struck me numb. I was overpowered by faintness and giddiness. I staggered to my feet and dragged myself heavily towards my bed in the adjacent room. With trembling hands I lifted up the cover and slipped in, trying to stretch myself into a position of ease. But I was in a terrible condition, burning internally from head to toe, outwardly cold as ice, and shivering as if stricken with ague. I felt my pulse, it was racing madly and my heart was thumping wildly below my ribs, its pounding distinctly audible to me. But what horrified me was the intensity of the fiery currents that now darted through my body, penetrating into every part and every organ. My brain worked desperately, unable to give coherence to my frenzied thoughts. To call in a doctor for consultation in such an unheard-of condition would be a mere waste of effort. His first thought on hearing of my symptoms would turn to a lunatic asylum. It would be futile on my part to seek help from any other quarter for such an affliction. What could I do then to save myself from this torture? Could it be that in my previous semi-starved condition, subsisting only on a few oranges and a little milk, the fiery current could not attain such awful intensity as it had done now with the entry of solid food in my stomach? How could I save myself? Where could I go to escape from the furnace raging in my interior? The heat grew every moment, causing such unbearable pain that I writhed and twisted from side to side while streams of cold perspiration poured down my face and limbs. But still the heat increased, and soon it seemed as if innumerable red-hot pins were coursing through my body, scorching and blistering the organs and tissues like flying sparks. Suffering the most excruciating torture, I clenched my hands and bit my lips to stop myself from leaping out of bed and crying at the top of my voice. The throbbing of my heart grew more and more terrific, acquiring such a spasmodic violence that I thought it must either stop beating or burst. Flesh and blood could not stand such strain without giving way any moment. It was easy to see that the body was valiantly trying to fight the virulent poison speeding across the nerves and pouring into the brain. But the fight was so unequal and the fury let loose in my system so lethal that it seemed there could be not the least doubt about the outcome. There were dreadful disturbances in all the organs, each so alarming and painful that I wonder how I managed to retain my self-possession under the onslaught. The whole delicate organism was burning, withering away completely under the fiery blast racing through its interior. I knew I was dying and that my heart could not stand the tremendous strain for long. My throat was scorched and every part of my body flaming and burning, but I could do nothing to alleviate the dreadful suffering. If a well or river had been near I would have jumped into its cold depths, preferring death to what I was undergoing. But there was no well and the river was half a mile away. With a great effort I got up, trembling, with the idea of pouring a few buckets of cold water over my head to abate the dreadful heat. But at that moment my eyes fell on my small daughter, Ragina, lying in the next bed awake, watching my feverish movements with wide open, anxious eyes. With the remnant of sense still left in me, I could understand that the least unusual movement on my part at that time would make her cry, and that if I started to pour water over my body at such an unearthly hour, both she and her mother, who was busy in the kitchen, would almost die with fright. The thought restrained me, and I decided to bear the internal agony until the end, which could not be far off. What had happened to me all of a sudden? What devilish power of the underworld held me in its relentless grasp? Was I doomed to die in this dreadful way, leaving a corpse with blackened face and limbs to make people wonder what unheard of horror had overtaken me as a punishment for crimes committed in a previous birth? I racked my distracted brain for a way of escape, only to meet blank despair on every side. The effort exhausted me, and I felt myself sinking, dully conscious of the scalding sea of pain in which I was drowning. I tried desperately to rouse myself, only to sink back again, deadened by a torment beyond my power to endure. After a while, with a sudden, inexplicable revival of strength marking the onset of delirium, I came back to life with a shred of sanity left, Almighty alone knows how, just sufficient to prevent me from giving way completely to acts of madness and self-violence. Pulling the cover over my face, I stretched myself to my full length on the bed, burning in every fiber, lashed as it were by a fiery rain of red-hot needles piercing my skin. At this moment a fearful idea struck me. Could it be that I had aroused Kundalini through Pingala, the solar nerve which regulates the flow of heat in the body and is located on the right side of Sushumna? If so, I was doomed, I thought desperately, and as if by divine dispensation the idea flashed across my brain to make a last-minute attempt to rouse Ida, the lunar nerve on the left side, to activity, thus neutralizing the dreadful burning effect of the devouring fire within. With my mind reeling and senses deadened with pain, but with all the willpower left at my command, I brought my attention to bear on the left side of the seat of Kundalini and tried to force an imaginary cold current upward through the middle of the spinal cord. In that extraordinarily extended, agonized, and exhausted state of consciousness, I distinctly felt the location of the nerve and strained hard mentally to divert its flow into the central channel. Then, as if waiting for the destined moment, a miracle happened. There was a sound like a nerve thread snapping, and instantaneously a silvery streak passed zigzag through the spinal cord, exactly like the sinuous movement of a white serpent in rapid flight, pouring an effulgent, cascading shower of brilliant vital energy into my brain, filling my head with a blissful luster in place of the flame that had been tormenting me for the last 3 hours. Completely taken by surprise at the sudden transformation of the fiery current darting across the entire network of my nerves only a moment before, and overjoyed at the cessation of pain, I remained absolutely quiet and motionless for some time, tasting the bliss of relief with a mind flooded with emotion, unable to believe I was really free of the horror. Tortured and exhausted almost to the point of collapse by the agony I had suffered during the terrible interval, I immediately fell asleep, bathed in light, and for the first time after weeks of anguish felt the sweet embrace of restful sleep. As if rudely shaken out of my slumber, I awoke after about an hour. The stream of luster was still pouring in my head, my brain was clear, my heart and pulse had stopped racing, the burning sensations and the fear had almost vanished, but my throat was still dry, my mouth parched, and I found myself in a state of extreme exhaustion, as if every ounce of energy had been drained out of me. Exactly at that moment another idea occurred to me, as if suggested by an invisible intelligence, and with irresistible power came the direction that I should eat something immediately. I motioned to my wife, who as usual was lying awake in her bed anxiously watching my every movement, to fetch me a cup of milk and a little bread. Taken aback by this unusual and untimely request, she hesitated a moment, and then complied without a word. I ate the bread, swallowing it with difficulty with the help of the milk, and immediately fell asleep again. I woke up again after about 2 hours, considerably refreshed by the sleep. My head was still filled with the glowing radiance, and, to my surprise, in this heightened and lustrous state of consciousness I could distinctly perceive a tongue of the golden flame searching my stomach for food and moving round along the nerves lining it. I took a few bites of bread and another cup of milk, and as soon as I had done so I found the halo in the head contracting and a larger tongue of flame licking my stomach, as if a part of the streaming energy pouring into my brain was being diverted to the gastric region to expedite the process of digestion. I lay awake, dumb with wonder, watching this living radiance moving from place to place through the whole digestive tract, caressing the intestines and the liver, while another stream poured into the kidneys and the heart. I pinched myself to make sure whether I was dreaming or asleep, absolutely dumbfounded by what I was witnessing in my own body, entirely powerless to regulate or to guide the current. Unlike the horror I had experienced before, I felt no discomfort now. All that I could feel was a gentle and soothing warmth moving through my body as the current traveled from point to point. I watched this wonderful place silently, my whole being filled with boundless gratitude to the unseen for this timely deliverance from a dreadful fate, and a new assurance began to shape itself in my mind that the serpent fire was in reality now at work in my exhausted and agonized body, and that I was safe. Here, while begging to be excused for digression from the main thread of my narrative, I wish to emphasize that I believe that the story of my life and family background has significant relevance to the extraordinary development that occurred in me 12 years later, when I was 46. Placing this Kundalini awakening in its proper personal and cultural perspective should aid scientific inquiry in the much disputed realm of the supernormal. I hesitated for nearly 20 years in making the experience public because in the first place, I wanted to make myself completely sure about my own condition, and secondly, I was entirely averse to exposing myself to the criticism of well-meaning friends and the ridicule of opponents. The story I had to relate was so out of the ordinary and so full of strange episodes that I was very doubtful about its being accepted as a truthful account of an experience which, extremely rare, has always remained wrapped in mystery from times immemorial. I thought there might be but few who would straight away believe what I had to narrate about the bizarre phenomenon, but the urge to make the hidden truth known prevailed at last. I knew that with the publication of this work I was exposing myself to criticism from various quarters, especially from those who should be more interested in the subject. Men of science on the one hand and those of faith on the other, some of whom instead of snatching at the chance of reconciliation now offered were likely to treat it as an encroachment upon the preserves of their idolized opinions and views, forgetting for the moment the fact that truth is an entity that grows richer in adversity and stronger in opposition. I knew all this, but yielding to an irrepressible urge, which took shape in my mind soon after the appearance of the abnormal condition and which since then has never been wholly absent, demanding wide publicity for the experience as the first step towards organized research in all manifestations of the superconscious for which the time is now opportune, I have applied myself to the task of recapitulating the story of my life relevant to the subject, with a view to giving background and coherence to the subsequent surprising development, which, though existing in a certain class of people as a natural endowment, has so far eluded every effort directed to its investigation. I have, at the same time, tried to draw attention to the mental and physiological conditions that precede the manifestation of such abnormal developments in human beings, bearing a resemblance in essentials, though differing in detail, to other phenomena of the kind in the past. But for the fact that the manifestations attending the awakening of Kundalini are at present a sealed book to the world, barring perhaps a few exceptions, there is in actual fact nothing unique in my experience, as may be established by other similar occurrences in the future for which this work may create the necessary conditions. The connection between food and Kundalini is an important one, and ancient yoga treatises have stressed that the subtle prana that feeds Kundalini is obtained from both food and air. The sensitivity of my digestive system has been a marked feature of my life. It persists even today. During the first 3 or 4 years of my childhood, as my mother used to tell me, it was difficult for her to make me eat any solid food as the other children did. She had to coax me into eating. Sometimes she sought the help of neighbors to persuade me to eat. They carried me in their arms for some distance to put me into a good humor and then fed me from a small bowl containing cooked rice and other things which my mother wished me to eat. Even now, I have a faint recollection of being carried in the arms of one of our young neighbors, holding me with one arm and the bowl of rice in the other hand. I have also recalled the vagaries of my appetite, in Chapter 3. Until the day of the awakening, my average intake of food was rather less than normal. I usually combined my breakfast and lunch together in the morning repast, which I usually took a little after 9 o'clock. We had to be in the office by 10 o'clock, but I was often late because after this modest meal I used to take a few minutes rest before starting for the office. On returning from there, between 4 and 5 in the afternoon, I could never accustom myself to the regular habit of eating something or drinking a cup of milk or tea before my dinner. The latter I usually avoided unless pressed to take it at the house of a friend or relative. It was immaterial whether I did so or not. My mother always tried to instill in me the habit of a morning snack and an afternoon cup of milk, but I was never serious about it. This indifference towards a vital need of my body could be one of the reasons why, after the awakening, I had to be so meticulously careful in my diet. I have to be extremely attentive to it even now. In spite of my faulty food habits, I never suffered from lack of energy. I could stand the extremes of climate with impunity, as if I had a reserve of energy in me that came into play in exigencies. Only a few years before the awakening, an incident occurred to me in Jammu which showed how well my system was adapted not only to withstand the rigor of heat and cold, but also the deprivation caused by lack of food for several days. It was summer and I was alone in Jammu, living all by myself in an apartment close to the office. I had sent my family earlier to Kashmir to save my wife and children from the inclemency of the heat of Jammu. The superintendent of our office was on leave and I was asked to officiate in his place. He was expected to resume his duties in a couple of months, when I could have the opportunity to join my family in Srinagar. During this period, a case of cow slaughter caused an uproar in the town which, for lack of proper handling, assumed a serious proportion. There was a general strike in the whole city. The tradesmen refused to open their shops. Soon this resulted in a complete closure of business which lasted for several days. The hotels, restaurants, even tea shops, were closed and not a morsel of food could be obtained anywhere. Since the departure of my family, I was having my meals in the house of a friend who lived close by. Only a day before the strike, he was obliged to leave for Kashmir with his family on account of ill health due to the heat, which he could not stand very well. His departure should not have created any problem for me as I was accustomed to cooking for myself when alone. But I had no provisions in the house as I had not been dining at my place. The closure of the shops, all of a sudden, before I could store the provisions, placed me in a predicament which I could not overcome. Actually, it was not such a difficult problem at all. Any one of my friends or colleagues in the office would have been happy to make me his guest. In fact, some of them who knew that my family was away in Kashmir did inquire what arrangements I had for food and readily offered their hospitality. But, reluctant to make my dilemma known to them, I returned evasive answers and did not allow them to have any insight into my difficulty. I supposed that the strike would not last for long. The usual period for closure of business, even in more explosive situations, was 2 or 3 days at the most. I thought that it would not be difficult for me to manage without food for this period. But the strike became prolonged and the shops remained closed day after day for a period of a week. After the first 3 days, I felt hunger gnawing in my interior. Even then, I could have easily dined at the house of any one of my friends, and I had only to open my lips to apprise them of my position after my first refusal. But, as I had once declined their offer, it went against my grain to make my weakness known to them now. It was surely a fault in my thinking since I was exposing myself to a risk in the hot season. I knew that my system could not stand fasting with impunity, but my false sense of self-respect in such a matter made me overlook even this consideration. Had lack of food at that time actually led to an attack of illness, it would have become necessary for me to seek the help of my friends. I could very well have sought it earlier to save myself from starvation and its consequences, but I persisted and continued to go without food for all the period of the strike. During those days, I attended the office and did all my share of the work as usual. Until I revealed it to them months later, not one of my office colleagues had even a suspicion that every day during this interval I was coming to the office and working hard without a morsel of food in my body. But there were no ill effects either during or after the fast. My health and sleep remained undisturbed. From the knowledge that I gained later in life, I became convinced that Kundalini was already slightly active from my birth, but through the solar nerve Pingla and not through the middle path, Sushumna. I am led to this conclusion when I recall my habits, particularly in regard to the antipathy I had towards food from my childhood. There were other symptoms too that are mentioned elsewhere in this autobiography. There are millions of people in whom the evolutionary organ is already slightly active. It is the men and women of this class who comprise the more dynamic and more intelligent section of the human race. But their temperaments are different. The allopathic system of therapy in the West takes no account of the variations in temperament in different individuals. But it might have to revise its attitude in the course of time. Just as there are different types of blood, so there are also different constitutional peculiarities in human beings. These peculiarities spring from the activity of the particular channel Ida, Pingla, or Sushumna, through which the Kundalini force is predominantly active. The bioplasma which energizes all organic systems has a slightly different spectrum for every human being. The variations in the constitution of the Kundalini force are also reflected in this spectrum. This is the reason why, on the awakening of the force, radical changes occur in the working of all the organs in the body, as there is now a change in the pattern of the force which energizes them. In the case of a sudden, powerful arousal of the serpent power, the utmost care has to be taken of the following: 1. The state of mind, 2. The intake of food, and 3. Erotic behavior. The will must have been already cultivated to exercise control over the now chaotic state of the mind. Like the pendulum of a clock, it oscillates between hope and fear, anxiety and assurance, joy and sorrow, for no apparent reason, as if pushed from this side to that and back again by an invisible force from within in a manner entirely unpredictable to the subject of the experience. If the will is not firm and lacks the strength to hold itself in check, the oscillations can lead to those irresponsible acts which are a characteristic of mental disorder. Attention to diet is as necessary as attention to breath. The energy expended by the highly increased metabolism in the body must be replenished time after time to allow the brain to function in its altered condition. The awakening causes an upheaval in the whole system, throwing the normal rhythm of the body into utter disorder. It takes months and even years to bring order into this chaos so that the organs and the tissues get accustomed to the flow of the altered bioplasmic currents. Until then, the body acts in the same way that it does to counteract the effect of a sudden serious infection which threatens life. The reason why the guidance of a competent guru has been considered necessary at this time is because the exigency created needs careful handling, time after time, to avert disaster. The only way to allow the body to cope with the serious situation is to keep its store of energy from depletion. This can only be done through the intake of food at regular intervals in moderate quantities. But the combination of the various articles of diet is also of utmost importance. As in the case of infants, milk is the most appropriate body and brain-building food for this transformation and, when combined with other articles of diet in proper proportion, provides the ideal nourishment for cases of this kind. The veneration for the cow in India has a deeper significance behind it than is generally supposed. It could have sprung from cases of Kundalini arousal in which milk literally acted as the savior of life. This property of milk does not depend merely on its chemical composition but also the quality of prana contained in it. Less than a century ago, even expert physicians had no knowledge of vitamins and hormones. They are wiser now. They will be wiser still when they are able to detect prana and study it. Classification of temperaments into 4 broad categories, namely the bilious, the phlegmatic, the sanguine and the melancholic, 2 according to the ancient Greeks, and into 3 according to the Indian treatises, has a sound physiological reason behind it. More or less activation of Kundalini through the 3 channels can be the cause of these different types of temperament in the individuals in whom the power is working. Preponderance through Pingla can lead to the bilious, through Ida to phlegmatic and through Sushumna to sanguine temperaments. The permutations and combinations of these broad categories can lead to other areas of difference in the constitutions and temperaments of human beings. It is these hidden springs of human life and behavior which further research on Kundalini is sure to bring to light. There is no doubt that a moderate amount of meditation in a balanced individual who avoids overstrain and is free from worry can prove of great help in inner unfoldment and the building of a harmonious personality. But excessive meditation in a system with a leaning either towards Pingla or Ida or under constant mental stress and strain can be harmful instead of beneficial. I am constantly reminded of this fact by other cases of those who have suffered harm with these practices. Inert and passive types of meditation that induce a relaxed, daydream-like state are helpful in soothing tense or strained conditions of the mind. But they can also be a great disadvantage. Constant practice of this type of meditation, which is really reverie rather than meditation proper, can become a habit. It can then intervene even at times when alertness is needed and make concentration and one-pointed application of the mind very difficult. In certain cases, even the power to apply the mind to the everyday problems of life can be lost, and unhealthy tendencies of withdrawal from the world become manifest. Active meditation, moderately done without overstraining the brain, strengthens the will and adds to one's power to keep a grip on the mind when it is applied to a task. With regular practice, the grip on the mind can become firmer until a stage is reached when it can be kept steadily occupied with a problem and absorbed in meditation without conscious effort of the will. This is the crucial point beyond which, with properly directed endeavor, samadhi, or mystical trance, can be achieved. Proficiency in meditation can allow the meditator to concentrate the mind easily without constant effort of the will, in the same way that constant practice enables the nimble fingers of an expert typist to manipulate the typewriter while the mind is engaged in reading what is to be typed. The aim of meditation is to increase the power of attention to a point where the conscious center in the brain is pressed to a greater and more sustained activity under the direction of the will. The ultimate effort of the constant exercise of the conscious center is the activation of the silent paranormal chamber and the arousal of Kundalini. With the start of this new activity, the normal strength and pattern of bioenergy becomes insufficient to feed the brain. Supply from a new source becomes imperative to preserve sanity and life. This new and most potent source of psychic energy is provided by the reproductive system. How the reversal of the action of the generative organs and the activity of the paranormal chamber comes into effect, only sustained research on Kundalini will disclose. 1. See Chapter 10. 2. The natures of the four temperaments, according to the Greeks, are 1. Bilious, bad-tempered or cross; 2. Phlegmatic, calm, cool, sluggish or dull; 3. Sanguine, warm, cheerful, optimistic or passionate; and 4. Melancholic, sad, sober, gloomy or depressed. 10. Still no sign of miraculous psychic powers. Before that fateful morning in December when I had my first glimpse into the superconscious state and saw fabulous Kundalini in action, if even the most truthful man on earth had narrated to me a similar episode, I should have unhesitatingly placed him in that class of intelligent but credulous individuals who, while most accurate and conscientious in all other matters, exhibit a streak of puerility in respect of the supernatural. As this sequel will show, I remained in uncertainty about my strange condition for a long time, utterly at a loss to put a meaning on the occurrence. It was only when, after years of suspense, the adventure culminated in the development of clearly marked psychic attributes not in evidence before that I decided to put the extraordinary episode on paper. This resolve was further fortified by the realization that Kundalini must be active in millions of intelligent men and women of all civilized nations, though in a lesser degree and imperceptibly, creating in the majority psychic and physical disturbances which modern therapy is incapable of preventing or curing because of absolute ignorance about the cause. Considering the colossal nature of the physical and mental metamorphosis that has to be effected as a prelude to spiritual unfoldment, I do not wonder at the accompanying trials and tribulations, since the mystic state represents the last and most arduous lap of the journey which began with the human ascent from dust and terminates with tasting, after suffering and travail, the incomparable bliss of unembodied existence, not after death, but within the human span of life on earth. The path in front of us now is so difficult and of such bewildering alignment that it will need all our willpower and all the resources of our intellect to negotiate it safely step by step until the goal comes clearly in sight. When I awoke the following morning, I found myself too weak to rise from bed without assistance, and I remained lying down, revolving in my mind the fearful incidents of the night, while profuse tears of thankfulness streamed down my face at what I thought was divine intervention at a most critical time to save me from a dreadful fate. The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that a superhuman agency acting through my mind had conveyed the hint, which in that terribly agitated state I could never have thought of myself, by which I was able to extricate myself from an entirely hopeless situation absolutely beyond the reach of mortal aid. No power on earth could have saved me from death or insanity, nor could any medicine have alleviated my suffering. As if planted in my mind from the very start to save me from submitting my body to experimentation by healers not competent to deal with my condition and to protect me from the deleterious effects of common drugs that would have acted as veritable poisons in that extremely sensitive and delicate state of my nerves, I felt from the first day of my affliction a deeply rooted aversion to taking medical men into my confidence about this extraordinary ailment, not that I had no respect for the profession, but because I had a feeling that my malady was beyond the grasp and power of the highest medical authority. With a feeling of relief I at last rose weakly from bed like a man in whom an invisible but intense internal fire has burnt for hours and who finds that not only has the fire been extinguished but even the excruciating pain of the burns has disappeared miraculously overnight. I looked at myself in a mirror and found my face pale and haggard, but the maniacal expression had nearly vanished and the gleam of madness was almost gone from my eyes. I was looking at a sane but terribly weak and anguished countenance that had borne, as it were, the torture of hell for days and days. My tongue was still coated and my pulse weak and irregular, but all other signs and symptoms regarding the condition of my organs were so reassuring that my heart leapt with joy and hope. There was no diminution in the vital radiation which, emanating from the seat of Kundalini, sped across my nerves to every part of the body, filling my ears with strange sounds and my head with strange lights, but the current was now warm and pleasing instead of hot and burning, and it soothed and refreshed the tortured cells and tissues in a truly miraculous manner. For the proper understanding of my condition after the memorable night of my release, it is necessary to say a few words about my mental state as well as about the radiating vital current darting up and down my spine which was now a part of my being. My mind did not function as before. There had occurred a definite and unmistakable change. At that time my thought images came and went against a somber background possessing vaguely the same combination of light, shade, and color as characterized the original objects which they represented, but now the images were vivid and bright, as if carved out of living flame, and they floated against a luminous background as if the process of thought was now done with another kind of lustrous mental stuff, not only bright itself, but also capable of perceiving its own brilliance. Whenever I turned my mental eye upon myself I invariably perceived a luminous glow, both within and outside my head, in a state of constant vibration, as if a jet of an extremely subtle and brilliant substance rising through the spine spread itself out in the cranium, filling and surrounding it with an indescribable radiance. This shining halo never remained constant in dimension or in the intensity of its brightness. It waxed and waned, brightened and grew dim, or changed its color from silver to gold and vice versa. When it increased in size or brilliance, the strange noise in my ears, now never absent, grew louder and more insistent, as if drawing my attention to something I could not understand. The halo was never stationary but in a state of perpetual motion, dancing and leaping, eddying and swirling, as if composed of innumerable, extremely subtle, brilliant particles of some immaterial substance, shooting up and down, this way and that, combining to present an appearance of a circling, shimmering pool of light. The constant presence of the luminous glow in my head and its close association with my thought processes was not a matter for such bewilderment as its ceaseless interference with the normal working of my vital organs. I could distinctly feel and perceive its passage across the spine and nerves into the heart or liver or stomach or other organs in the body, whose activity it seemed to regulate in a mysterious manner. When it penetrated the heart, my pulse became fuller and stronger, showing unmistakably that some kind of tonic radiation was being poured into it through the connecting nerves. From this I concluded that its penetration into the other organs had the same vivifying and invigorating effect, and that its purpose in darting through the nerves to reach them was to pour its tonic substance into their tissues and cells through the slender nerve filaments, stimulating or modifying their action. The penetration was occasionally followed by pain, either in the organ itself or at the point where the linking nerve entered it, or at the point of contact with the spinal cord, or both, and was often accompanied by feelings of fear. It appeared on such occasions that the stream of radiant energy rising into the brain was sending offshoots into the other vital organs to regulate and improve their functions in harmony with the new development in my head. I searched my brain for an explanation and revolved every possibility in my mind to account for the surprising development as I watched attentively the incredible movement of this intelligent radiation from hour to hour and day to day. At times I was amazed at the uncanny knowledge it displayed of the complicated nervous mechanism and the masterly way in which it darted here and there as if aware of every twist and turn in the body. Most probably it was because of its almost unlimited dominance over the whole vital mechanism that the ancient writers named Kundalini as the queen of the nervous system, controlling all the thousands of nadis, or nerves, in the body, and for the same reason designated her as Adi Shakti, basic Shakti, on which depends the existence of the body and the universe, the microcosm and the macrocosm. During the next day and the days following, I paid scrupulous attention to my diet, taking only a few slices of bread or a little boiled rice with a cup of milk every 3 hours from morning until about 10 o'clock at night. The amount of food taken each time was extremely small, a few morsels and no more. After the last meal, when I laid myself down to sleep, I found to my great joy a gentle drowsiness stealing upon me in spite of the shining halo surrounding my head, and I fell asleep enveloped in a radiating and soothing mantle of light. I awoke next morning greatly refreshed in mind but still extremely weak in body. I had no strength to walk and reeled when I stood up. But my head was clear and the fear that had pursued me had decreased considerably. I was able, for the first time after weeks of anguish, to collect my thoughts and to think clearly. It took me about a week to gain sufficient strength to walk from one room to another and to remain standing for any length of time. I do not know what reserve store of energy sustained me during the terrible ordeal before the last miraculous episode, as I had taken little food for more than 2 months. I did not feel as weak then as I now felt, probably because in the poisoned state of my nerves I was wholly incapable of assessing correctly the condition of my body. Days and weeks passed, adding to my strength and to the assurance that I was in no imminent mental or physical danger. But my condition was abnormal, and the more I studied it with growing clarity of mind, the more I wondered and the more uncertain I became about the outcome. I was in an extraordinary state, a lustrous medium, intensely alive and acutely sentient, shining day and night, permeated my whole system, racing through every part of my body, perfectly at home and absolutely sure of its path. I often watched the marvelous play of this radiant force in utter bewilderment. I had no doubt that Kundalini was now fully awake in me, but there was absolutely no sign of the miraculous psychic and mental powers associated with it by ancient tradition. I could not detect any change for the better in myself. On the contrary, my physical condition had considerably deteriorated and my head was yet far from steady. I could not read attentively or devote myself with undivided mind to any task. Any sustained effort at concentration invariably resulted in an intensification of the abnormal condition. The halo in my head increased enormously in size after every spell of prolonged attention, creating a further heightening of my consciousness, with a corresponding increase in the sense of fear now present only occasionally, and that, too, in a very mild form. Perceiving no sign of spiritual inspiration and always confronted by the erratic behavior of an altered mind, I could not but be assailed by grave misgivings about myself after watching my condition for a few weeks. Was this all that one could achieve after arousing the serpent fire? I asked myself this question over and over again. Was this all, for which countless individuals had risked their lives, discarded their homes and families, braved the terrors of trackless forests, suffered hunger and privations, and sat at the feet of teachers for years to know? Was this all that yogis, saints, and mystics experienced in ecstatic trances, this extension of consciousness accompanied by unearthly lights and sounds, carrying a man momentarily into an abnormal mental state and then dashing him again to earth, without creating any extraordinary talent or quality to distinguish him from the average run of mortals? Was this ebb and flow of a subtle radiant essence and the resultant widening and narrowing of consciousness which I witnessed day and night the ultimate goal to which the occult doctrines of the world pointed with confidence? If this were all one could achieve, then surely it was far better not to delve into the supernatural but to devote oneself with undivided attention to worldly pursuits and to follow the common path, to pass an undisturbed, happy existence free from the uncertainty and fear which had now become an inseparable part of my life. I continued to pay careful attention to my diet, as experience had now made me fully alive to the fact that my life and sanity depended on it. I did not eat in excess of the quantity I deemed proper for myself, fixing the amount according to the reaction of my digestive system, nor did I allow any delicacy to tempt me to depart from my self-imposed regimen. There was reason enough to make me extremely cautious on this score, as the slightest indiscretion in respect to the quantity or quality of the food consumed and any disregard of time created results and reactions so disagreeable and distressing as to make me upbraid myself severely for having committed the mistake. This happened time after time, as if to impress indelibly upon my mind the fact that from now onwards I must not eat for pleasure or the mechanical satisfaction of hunger, but to regulate the intake of food with such precision as not to cause the least strain on my oversensitive and overstimulated nervous system. There was no escape from this forced regimentation, and during the first few weeks, even the slightest error was instantaneously punished with an intensification of fear and a warning disturbance at the heart and digestive centers. Usually on such occasions my mind lost its flexibility and I felt powerless to shake myself free of the gloom that unaccountably settled upon me all of a sudden after eating the offending morsel. In my anxiety to avoid those unpleasant visitations, I was meticulous not to commit the least error, but try as I might, mistakes did occur now and then, almost always followed by suffering and penitence on my part. Excepting the abnormal physiological reactions and the existence and extraordinary behavior of the luminous vital currents in the body, which to uninitiated and unprepared subjects like me are sure to bring a host of terrors in their wake, there was nothing in my initial experience which approaches the uncanny. uncanny and entirely abnormal phenomena witnessed in professional mediums and other psychic subjects. What made me hesitate in according publicity to it is the unique nature of the phenomenon. It neither falls in line with the known manifestations observed in mediums, nor does it seem similar in kind to the recorded experience of any known mystic or saint, Eastern or Western. Its peculiarity lies in the fact that, in its entire character, the phenomenon represents the attempt of a hitherto unrecognized vital force in the human body, releasable by voluntary efforts, to mold the available psychophysiological apparatus of an individual to such a condition as to make it responsive to states of consciousness not normally perceptible before. It is this particular aspect of my extraordinary experience which makes it remarkable and demands attention from quarters interested in the supernormal or in ascertaining the physiological basis of superorganic psychic phenomena. It is an undeniable fact that the quest for the unknown was as unmistakable a feature of ancient civilizations as it is now. There was as persistent a search for the spiritual and the supernatural, and as strong a thirst in countless people for the acquirement of supernormal powers and for tearing aside the veil that hides the beyond. But either because of the fact that time was not ripe for complete unraveling of the mystery, or because the human mind revels in keeping the subject dealing exclusively with its own nature enshrouded in uncertainty, fear, and superstition, the discoveries made in this domain were kept the closely guarded secret of a select few. There is not a shadow of doubt that to the ancient adepts of India, China, or Egypt, the cult of Kundalini was better known than it is to the foremost thinkers of today. On the basis of my own experience, I can assert unhesitatingly that the phenomenon of the effulgent current, its circulation through the nerves, the methods of awakening the power, the regimen to be followed, precautions to be taken, and the part played by the reproductive organs were, as is apparent from the ancient writings or from the nature of the ceremonial followed by the initiated, to some extent known to the experts, who, because of the risky nature of the experiment, the hereditary factors involved, and the required mental and physical qualifications, could be but few. It must be said at once, to avoid misunderstanding, that the cult of Kundalini was not the only path by which the ancients approached the difficult-to-reach domain of the supernatural. There existed contemporaneously other creeds, schools, and systems dealing with the mysterious and the supernatural. As happens even during these days, the followers of the various sects must have tried to tear each other down, belittling the methods of their rivals and extolling their own. The existence of this unceasing warfare, as is obvious, could not but be detrimental to the general acceptance of the Kundalini phenomena, which in consequence was relegated to the background, especially because of the rigid physical regimen, the magnitude of the risk, and last but not the least, the rarity of a successful consummation, and in the course of time was consigned to the lumber room of obsolete creeds. It can also be said without any fear of contradiction that the rise of all great religions of the world, in spite of the fact that each is rooted inextricably in the soil prepared and watered by this prehistoric cult, contributed not a little to eclipse the creed of Kundalini as an honored and established system of mental and physical discipline for gaining approach to the transcendental. It does, however, continue to exist in India, although in form only, divested of its former importance and influence, though still retaining much of the fascination that it once exerted on seekers trying to reach the unseen. It is obvious that all religions, all creeds, and all sects, including even the bloody cults of savages and the self-torturing or self-mutilating creeds found up to recent times, owe their origin to the existence of an urge, rooted deep in human nature, which finds expression in countless ways, healthy and unhealthy, and has been the constant companion of the human race all through its ascent from the most primitive condition to the present state. The desire for resolving the riddle of existence, for supersensory experience, for establishing contact with the hidden forces of nature, or for gaining supernormal powers, present in many minds with overpowering and compelling effect, is but a mode of expression of this yet incompletely understood but potent impulse, which, rising from the depths of being, emerges as part and parcel of one's personality, often discernible in thought and action from an early age. All religious observances, all acts of worship, all methods of spiritual development, and all esoteric systems which in one way or another aim to provide a channel of communication with the supersensible, the divine, or the occult, or offer an avenue for exploring the mystery of being, are all means, both effective and defective, to procure satisfaction for the deeply seated and universally present urge. The form taken may be of a heinous bloody sacrifice, self-inflicted wounds, the self-caused blindness of the sun-gazer, constant torture to the body on a bed of nails, melodious chanting of hymns, recitation of prayers, prostration in devout worship, the discipline of yoga, or any other spiritual exercise. The objective invariably is the occult, the mysterious, or the supersensible and divine, demonic, spiritual, or any other form. From the very beginning, the urge has expressed itself in an infinite variety of religious beliefs and creeds, superstitions and taboos traceable to the remotest epochs of man's existence. The impulse to invest the inanimate forces of nature with intelligence, and to credit the spirits of the dead with continued existence beyond the grave, characteristic of the primitive mind and civilized man's attempts to postulate an almighty creator to worship, arose from the same source, and owe their existence to the presence in the human organism of an extremely complicated and difficult to locate mechanism, which the ancient Indian savants called Kundalini. Whether the aim be religious experience, communication with discarnate spirits, the vision of reality, liberation of the soul, or the gift of clairvoyance and prediction, the power to influence people or achieve success in worldly undertakings by supernatural means or any other mundane or supermundane objective connected with the occult or divine, the desire springs from the same psychosomatic source, and is a twig or branch of the same deeply rooted tree. Kundalini is as natural and effective a device for the attainment of a higher state of consciousness and for transcendental experience as the reproductive system is an effective natural contrivance for the perpetuation of the race. The contiguity of the two is a purposely designed arrangement, as the evolutionary tendency and the stage of progress reached by the parent organism can only be transmitted and perpetuated through the seed. Most people have never been able to understand the surpassing efficiency which men and women of genius bring to bear on their intellectual or manual creations, and still less are able to comprehend the mental condition of an ecstatic. The former are completely engrossed in their problem or handiwork, and the latter are lost in the rapt contemplation of a beatific internal display or an external object of adoration. They are both carried for the time being away from the world to a more alluring state of existence and present an enigma for the solution of which it is necessary to look again carefully inside the human frame in order to locate the hidden source from which the brain in these conditions of extreme absorption draws the nourishment required to maintain the highly developed activity for long periods. The completely isolated nature of individual consciousness, caused by the segregating effect of the ego, makes it difficult for anyone to look into the locked compartment of another mind, even of one nearest and dearest to them. This lack of access of one mind to another has given rise to certain common misconceptions which it will take a long time to remove from human thought. The average person, when studying a genius, a mystic, or a medium, is apt to presume, because of this inability to look into their minds as one does into one's own, that they are conscious entities like oneself, but with the difference that one has more intelligence and more skill in wielding the pen or brush or chisel with a greater power of sustained attention and application and a more observing eye. The other, one supposes, has more love and devotion for the deity, with a stronger control over passions and appetites and a greater power of sacrifice or an incomprehensible link with other minds or hidden forces of nature, with the power to create a condition of the brain that allows disembodied intelligences to act through it at times. Without entering into a detailed discussion of the various hypotheses put forward to account for the existence of genius or of supernormal faculties in sensitives and psychics, it is sufficient for our purpose to say that whatever explanation is offered, it is invariably based on the supposition, tacit or expressed, that the individuals possessing these extraordinary gifts, in spite of surprising intellect or uncanny powers and the immense distance between them and the normal mind, have the same nature of consciousness as the average man and woman. This is a most erroneous conception which has always stood in the way of a proper understanding and investigation of the phenomenon. On their side, the gifted, endowed by nature from birth, unable to peep into the minds of others, and often entirely in the dark about the real source of the remarkable variation in themselves, reciprocate the feelings of the common man about them, often attributing their own exceptional talents to the same causes to which they are traced by the latter, ignorant of the always overlooked fact that there exists a basic and fundamental difference in the nature of consciousness, in the very depths of the conscious personality tenanting their bodies, and in the very nature of the vital essence which animates them. There exists at present a general ignorance about the demonstrable fact that the evolving human frame is tending to develop a higher personality endowed with the attributes which characterize seers and men and women of genius by the refining and development of the vital principle, with corresponding adjustments in the brain and the nervous system, somewhat in the same manner as a more powerful electric current passing through a more properly adjusted filament in a bulb leads invariably to brighter illumination. The point has been merely touched here in passing in order to lend clarity to what is to follow in the succeeding chapters. The urge for knowing the unknown, for supersensory knowledge and religious experience, existing deep in the human mind, is the expression of the embodied and incarcerated human consciousness to win nearer to its innate majestic form, overcoming in this process the disabilities imposed on it by the carnal frame. The evolution of human beings in actual fact signifies the evolution of their consciousness, of the vital principle inhabiting the body, by which alone the embodied self can become cognizant of its true immortal state. It does not signify merely the development of the intellect or reason, which are but instruments of the indwelling spirit, but of the whole personality, of both its conscious and subconscious parts, which involves an overhauling and reshaping of the organic machine to make it a fit abode for a higher intelligence, essentially superior in nature to that which resides in the normal human body. It is for this reason that the mode of conduct or intellectual activity normal to a prophet appears entirely beyond the capacity of the average person, whose mind, flooded with passion at the touch of the beloved or assailed by desire at the sight of a coveted object, has seldom been able to live up to the standard of morality prescribed by the former, whose brain, fed by a higher form of vital energy permeating the whole personality, belongs more to heaven than to earth. But I could detect no change in my mental capacity. I thought the same thoughts, and both inside and out was the same mediocre type of man like millions of others who are born or die every year without creating the least stir on the surface of the ever-flowing stream of humanity. There was no doubt an extraordinary change in my nervous equipment, and a new type of force was now racing through my system, connected unmistakably with the sexual parts, which also seemed to have developed a new kind of activity not perceptible before. The nerves lining the parts and the surrounding region were all in a state of intense ferment, as if forced by an invisible mechanism to produce the vital seed in abnormal abundance, to be sucked up by the network of nerves at the base of the spine for transmission into the brain through the spinal cord. The sublimated seed formed an integral part of the radiant energy which was causing me such bewilderment and about which I was as yet unable to speculate with any degree of assurance. I could readily perceive the transmutation of the vital seed into radiation and the unusual activity of the reproductive organs for supplying the raw material for transformation in the mysterious laboratory at the lowest plexus, or Muladhara chakra, as the yogis name it, into that extremely subtle and ordinarily imperceptible stuff we call nervous energy, on which the entire mechanism of the body depends, with the difference that the energy now generated possessed luminosity and was of a quality allowing detection of its rapid passage through the nerves and tissues, not only by its radiance but also by the sensations it caused with its movement. For a long time I could not understand what hidden purpose was being served by the unremitting flow of the newborn nervous radiation, and what changes were being wrought in the organs and nerves and in the structure of the brain by this unceasing shower of the powerful vital essence drawn from the most precious and most potent secretion in the body. Immediately after the crisis, however, I noticed a marked change in my digestive and eliminatory functions, a change so remarkable that it could not be assigned to accident or to any other factor save the serpent fire and its effect on the organism. It appeared as if I were undergoing a process of purgation, of internal purification of the organs and nerves, and that my digestive apparatus was being toned to a higher pitch of efficiency to ensure a cleaner and healthier state of the nerves and other tissues. I encountered no constipation or indigestion provided I refrained from overloading the stomach and followed strictly the regimen of eating which experience was forcing on me. My most important and essential duty now was to feed the sacred flame with healthy food, at proper intervals, with due regard to the fact that the diet was nourishing, containing all the ingredients and vitamins needed for the maintenance of a robust and healthy body. I was now a spectator of a weird drama enacted in my own body, in which an immensely active and powerful vital force, released all of a sudden by the power of meditation, was incessantly at work and, after having taken control of all the organs and the brain, was hammering and pounding them into a certain shape. I merely observed the weird performance, the lightning-like movements of the lustrous intelligent power commanding absolute knowledge of and dominance over the body. I did not know at the time that I was witnessing in my own body the immensely accelerated activity of an energy not yet known to science, which is carrying the human race itself towards the heights of superconsciousness, provided that by its thought and deed it allows this evolutionary force full opportunity to perform unhindered the work of transformation. I little knew that the chaste sacrificial fire, to which so much sanctity and importance has been attached by all the ancient scriptures of India, fed after being lighted with the oblation of clarified butter, dry fruits of the choicest kind, sugary substances, and cereals, all nourishing and purifying articles of food, is but a symbolic representation of the transforming fire lit in the body by Kundalini, requiring when lighted the offering of easily digestible and nutritive food and complete chastity of thought and deed to enable it to perform its godly task, which normally takes epochs, within the span of a single life. After only a few days, I found that the luminous current was acting with full knowledge of the task it had to perform, and function in complete harmony with the bodily organs, knowing their strengths and weaknesses, obeying its own laws and acting with a superior intelligence beyond my comprehension. The living fire, invisible to everyone else, darted here and there as if guided unerringly by a mastermind which knew the position of each vein and artery and each nerve fiber and decided instantaneously what it had to do at the least sign of a hitch or disturbance in any organ. With marvelous agility it raced from one spot to another, exciting this organ to greater activity, slowing down another, causing a greater or lesser flow of this secretion or that, stimulating the heart and liver, bringing about countless functional and organic changes in the innumerable cells, blood vessels, nerve fibers, and other tissues. I watched the phenomenon in amazement. With the aid of the luminous stuff now filling my nerves, I could, by diverting my attention towards my interior, discern clearly the outlines of the vital organs and the network of nerves spread all over my body, as if the center of consciousness in the brain, now always ablaze with light, had acquired a more penetrating inner sight by which it could look inside and perceive dimly the interior of the body as it could see its exterior in a hazy, uncertain light. At times, turning my attention upon myself, I distinctly saw my body as a column of living fire, from the tips of my toes to the head, in which innumerable currents circled and eddied, causing at places whirlpools and vortices, all forming part of a vast heaving sea of light, perpetually in motion. It was not an hallucination, as the experience was repeated innumerable times. The only explanation to account for it that occurred to me was that on such occasions my undeniably extended consciousness was in contact with the world of prana, or cosmic vital energy, which is not normally perceptible to the ordinary individual, but is the first subtle immaterial substance to come within the range of superconscious vision. Like a man suddenly transported to a distant planet, where he finds himself utterly confused by the weird and fantastic nature of the surroundings which he could not even conceive of on Earth, filling him with awe and amazement, I was completely bewildered and unnerved by this sudden plunge into the occult. From the very first day I felt myself walking on a ground that was not only unfamiliar but presented such queer formations that, losing my bearings and self-confidence, I trod hesitatingly with utmost caution, fearing a pitfall at every step. I looked around desperately for guidance, only to face disappointment on all sides. Without mentioning my condition, I talked to several scholars and sadhus well versed in tantric lore, with the object of gleaning some useful hints for myself, but found to my sorrow that beyond a parrot-like repetition of information gathered from books, they could not give me any advice or authoritative guidance based on experience. On the other hand, not infrequently they admitted frankly that it was not easy to grasp the meaning of the texts dealing with Kundalini Yoga, and that they themselves had encountered difficulties at many a place. What was I to do then to set my doubts at rest and to find some sort of an explanation for and, if possible, some effective method to deal with my abnormal condition? I made a mental survey of all possible sources in India of which I had any knowledge to decide which of them I could approach. There were the dignified heads of various orders with hundreds of devoted followers. There were the princely divines residing in cities, counting titled aristocrats, rajas, and magnates among their disciples, and there were the silent ascetics living by themselves in out-of-the-way spots, whose fame brought large crowds from distant corners to pay homage to them. Then there were the ordinary sadhus gathered in colonies or living alone or roaming about from place to place, diversely garbed or almost unclad, belonging to various sects, with striking peculiarities and quaint accoutrements and carrying with them an atmosphere of weirdness and mystery wherever they went. I had seen and talked to many of them from my boyhood, the most accomplished as well as the least sophisticated, and the impressions I had gathered provided no room for hope that there would be even one among them capable of advising me correctly about my condition. At least I did not know of any, and therefore the only alternative open to me was to make a widespread search for one. But I had neither the means nor the physical capacity to travel from place to place looking for a yogi in the whole of the vast subcontinent of India, with all its endless variety of monastic orders and spiritual cults, its religious mendicants, sadhus, and saints, who might correctly diagnose my trouble and heal it with his own spiritual powers. At last, mustering my courage, I wrote to one of the best-known modern saints of India, the author of many widely read books in English on yoga, giving him full details of my extraordinary state, and sought his guidance. I waited for his reply in trepidation, and when it failed to come for some days, I sent a telegram also. I was passing a very anxious time when the answer came. It said that there was no doubt that I had aroused Kundalini in the tantric manner and that the only way for me to seek guidance was to find a yogi who had himself conducted the Shakti successfully to the seventh center in the head. I was thankful for the reply, which fully confirmed my own opinion, thereby raising my hopes and self-confidence. It was obvious that the symptoms mentioned by me had been recognized as those characterizing Kundalini awakening, thereby giving to my weird experience a certain appearance of normality. If I were passing through an abnormal condition, it was not an isolated instance, nor was the abnormality peculiar to me alone, but must be a necessary corollary to the awakening of Kundalini, and with modifications suited to different temperaments, must have occurred in almost all those in whom awakening had taken place. But where was I to find a yogi who had raised the Shakti to the seventh center? After some time I met another sadhu, a native of Bengal, at Jammu, and described my condition to him. He studied my symptoms for a while and then gave me the address of an ashram in East Bengal, the head of which was supposed to be a yogi of the highest order who had himself practiced Kundalini yoga. I wrote to the address given, receiving a reply that I had undoubtedly aroused the Shakti, but the man who could guide me had left on a pilgrimage. I consulted other holy men and sought for guidance from many reputed quarters without coming across a single individual who could boldly assert that he actually possessed intimate personal knowledge of the condition and could confidently answer my questions. Those who talked with dignified reserve, looking very wise and deep, ultimately turned out to be as wanting in accurate information about the mysterious power rampant in me as those of a more unassuming nature who unbosomed themselves completely on the very first occasion without in the least pretending to know any more than they really did. And thus, in the great country which had given birth to the lofty science of Kundalini thousands of years ago and whose very soil is permeated with its fragrance and whose rich religious lore is full of references to it from cover to cover, I found no one able to help me. The only thing I was sure of was that a new kind of activity had developed in my nervous system, but I could not determine which particular nerve or nerves were involved, though I could clearly mark the location at the extremity of the spinal cord and round the lower orifice. There undeniably was the abode of Kundalini, as described by yogis, the place where she lies asleep in the normal person, coiled 3.5 times round the lowest triangular end of the spine, awakened to activity with proper exercises of which concentration is the main adjunct. Had I been under the guidance of a qualified master, my doubts might have been resolved on the very first day, or at least on the day when I passed the crisis, but having neither the practical experience of a teacher to draw upon nor enough theoretical knowledge of the subject to enable me to form a conclusive opinion independently, I remained vacillating in my ideas about the condition. This wavering state of mind was further enhanced by the variations in and the waxing and waning of my consciousness. Perhaps it was destined that it should be so and that I should be guideless and without adequate knowledge in order to allow me to form an independent judgment about the phenomenon without prejudice or prepossession. Perhaps it was destined also that I should suffer acutely for years because of my ignorance and lack of guidance, to enable me by suffering to make smooth the path of those in whom the sacred fire will burn in the days to come. Before proceeding to narrate the incidents that followed, it is necessary to say a few words about this long-known but rarely found reservoir of life energy in man known as Kundalini. Many informed students of yoga hear or read about it one time or another, but the accounts given in modern writings are too meager and vague to serve as helpful sources of authentic information. The ancient treatises exclusively dealing with the subject of Kundalini yoga abound in cryptic passages and contain details of fantastic, sometimes even obscene ritual allusions to innumerable deities, extremely difficult and often dangerous mental and physical exercises, incantations and formulas technically known as mantras, bodily postures called asanas, and detailed instructions for the control and regulation of breath, all couched in a language difficult to understand, with a mass of mystical verbiage which, instead of attracting, is likely to repel the modern student. Truly speaking, no illustrative material is available either in the modern or ancient expositions to convey lucidly what the objective reality of the methods advocated is and what mental and organic changes one may expect at the end. The result is that instead of becoming illuminative and pragmatic, this strictly empirical science has fallen into abuse and disrepute. Some of its practices, forming integral parts of a combined whole and serving as a means to a definite end, such as the asanas and pranayama, breathing exercises, are now being regarded as laudable ulterior ends in themselves to the neglect of the ultimate object for which the exercises were devised. The real object of this system of yoga is to develop a type of consciousness which crosses over the boundaries confining the sense-bound mind, carrying the embodied consciousness to supersensory regions. Distracted by the tyrannical demands of modern civilization and discouraged by the generally incredulous attitude towards the possibility of such a development in oneself, the present-day aspirants often content themselves with a few postures and breathing exercises in the fond belief that they are practicing yoga for spiritual uplift. The descriptions of chakras and lotuses, of supernatural signs and omens accompanying success in the practice, of the miraculous powers attainable, the genesis of the system, and the origin of the various methods, are so overdone and full of exaggeration that to the uninitiated the whole conception embodied in the ancient literature on the subject appears incredible if not preposterous. From such material it is extremely difficult for the modern seeker to gain plain knowledge of the subject divested of supernatural and mythological lore or to find clarification for his doubts and difficulties. Judging from the fantastic accounts contained in the writings, not only in the original ancient treatises but also in some of the modern books, Kundalini for an intelligent, matter-of-fact individual can be no more than a myth, a chimera born of the innate desire in people to find an easy way of escape from the rigors imposed by a rigidly governed world of cause and effect, a kind of philosopher's stone, invented to satisfy the same desire in a different form by providing a shortcut for the acquisition of wealth. In India no other topic has such a mass of literature woven around it as yoga and the supernatural, and yet in no book on the subject is a penetrating light thrown on Kundalini, nor has any expert provided more information than is furnished in the ancient works. The result is that except for perhaps a few almost inaccessible masters, as scarce now as the alchemists of yore, there is no one in the whole of India, the home of the science, to whom one can look for authoritative knowledge of the subject. The system of complicated mental and physical exercises relating particularly to Kundalini is technically known as Hatha Yoga, in contradistinction to other forms of yoga in vogue in India from very ancient times. Hatha in Sanskrit is a compound of two words, ha and the, meaning the sun and moon, and consequently the name Hatha Yoga is intended to indicate that form of yoga which results from the confluence of these two orbs. Briefly stated, the moon and the sun as used here are meant to designate the two nerve currents flowing on the left and right sides of the spinal cord through the two nadis, or nerves, named Ida and Pingla. The former, being cool, is said to resemble the pale luster of the moon, the latter, being hot, is likened to the radiance of the sun. All systems of yoga are based on the supposition that living bodies owe their existence to the agency of an extremely subtle immaterial substance, pervading the universe and designated as prana, which is the cause of all organic phenomena, controlling the organisms by means of the nervous system and the brain, manifesting itself as the vital energy. The prana, in modern terminology vital energy, assumes different aspects to discharge different functions in the body and circulates in the system in two separate streams, one with fervid and the other with frigid effect, clearly perceptible to yogis in the awakened condition. From my own experience I can also unhesitatingly affirm that there are certainly two main types of vital currents in the body, which have a cooling or heating effect on the system. Prana and apana exist side by side in the system in every tissue and every cell, the two flowing through the higher nerves and their tiny ramifications as two distinct currents, though their passage is never felt in the normal state of consciousness, the nerves being accustomed to the flow from the very commencement of life. Because of its extremely subtle nature, vital energy has been likened to breath by the ancient authorities on yoga, and it is maintained that the air we breathe is permeated with both prana and apana and that the vital currents flow alternately through the two nostrils along with the air at the time of inhalation and exhalation. As is well known, the air we breathe is composed mainly of two gases, oxygen and nitrogen. Oxygen is the chief agent in combustion, burning up the impurities in the blood by its action through the lungs, while nitrogen exerts a moderating effect on its fervor. In view of the fact that the old writers on Kundalini Yoga sometimes use the same term for prana or apana, namely, vayu, which is used for the air we breathe, there is a possibility of confusion being caused that breath and prana are identical. This is absolutely not the case. Life as we know it on Earth is not possible without oxygen, and it is noteworthy that this element is an ingredient of both air and water, the two essential requirements of earthly life. This is a clear indication of the fact that on the terrestrial globe the cosmic vital energy, or prana shakti, utilizes oxygen as the main vehicle for its activity. It is possible that biochemistry, in the course of its investigations, may have to accept at some future date the instrumentality of oxygen in all organic phenomena as the main channel for the play of the intelligent vital force prana. The Earth has its own supply of prana, pervading every atom and every molecule of all the elements and compounds constituting its flaming core, the fiery molten regions below the crust, the hard surface layer with its mountains and seas, and the atmosphere to its outermost fringe. The sun, a vast reservoir of vital energy, is constantly pouring an enormous supply of pranic radiation on the Earth as a part of its effulgence. The superstitions connected with eclipses may thus have an element of truth, as on all such occasions the pranic emanations from the sun or moon are partially or totally cut off for a time. The changes in the weather and the vapor and dust content of the atmosphere, which have a marked effect on certain sensitive temperaments, might also be found to cause alterations in the flow of pranic currents. The moon is another big supply center of prana for Earth. The planets and stars, both near and far, are all inexhaustible stores of prana, vitalizing the Earth with streams of energy conveyed by their luster. The pranic emanations from the sun and moon, planets and stars, are not all alike, but each has a peculiar characteristic of its own in the same way that the light of heavenly bodies, when analyzed on Earth after traveling through enormous distances, shows variations in the spectrum peculiar to each one. It is impossible for the human imagination to visualize even dimly the interactions of innumerable streams of light emitted by billions upon billions of stars crossing and recrossing each other at countless points, filling the stupendous stretch of space at every spot from end to end. Similarly, it is utterly impossible to picture or to depict even hazily the colossal world of prana, or life energy, as described by seers. Its unbounded extent is traversed by streams and cross-streams, currents and cross-currents, radiating from innumerable stars and planets with motionless spots and storm centers, vortices and eddies, all throbbing with activity everywhere. The animate worlds rise out of this marvelously intelligent but subtle ocean of vital activity as foam appears on the surface of the perennially moving oceanic currents. In order to explain the phenomenon of terrestrial life, there is no alternative but to accept the existence of an intelligent vital medium which, using the elements and compounds of the material world as bricks and mortar, acts as the architect of organic structures. All show evidence of extraordinary intelligence and purpose, built with such amazing skill and produced in such profusion and in so many diverse forms as to falsify any idea of spontaneous generation or chance. The existence of this medium cannot be proved empirically. Human ingenuity and skill have not yet attained the perfection where one can experiment with media of such subtlety. Immense significance has been attached to the pranic radiations coming to Earth from the sun and moon. In fact, some ancient authorities trace the origin of the human mind to the moon. The whole structure of yoga is based on the validity of prana as a cognizable superphysical stuff. For thousands of years, successive generations of yogis have verified the assertions of their precursors. The reality of prana as the chief agent leading to the superconscious condition known as samadhi has never been questioned by any school of yoga. Those who believe in yoga must first believe in prana. Considering the fact that to attain success in yoga one must not only possess unusual mental and physical endowments but must also have all the attributes of saintly character, honesty, chastity, and rectitude, it would be nothing short of obstinacy to discredit the testimony of numerous renowned seers, who, in unequivocal terms, have testified to their own experience of the superconscious conditions resulting from systematic manipulation of prana as learnt by them from their own preceptors. According to the religious beliefs in India dating back to prehistoric times, the existence of prana as a medium for the activity of thought and transference of sensations and impulses in living organisms, and as a normally imperceptible cosmic substance present in every formation of matter in terms of the classifications made by Hindu cosmologists in earth, water, air, fire, and ether, is an established fact, verifiable by the practice of yoga when undertaken by the right type of individual on proper lines. According to these beliefs, prana is not matter, nor is it mind or intelligence or consciousness, but rather an inseparable part of the cosmic energy or Shakti which resides in all of them. It is the driving force behind all cosmic phenomena, as force in matter and vitality in living organisms. In short, it is the medium by which the cosmic intelligence conducts the unimaginably vast activity of this stupendous world, by which it creates, maintains, and destroys the gigantic globular formations burning ceaselessly in space as well as the tiny bacteria, both malignant and beneficent, filling every part of the earth. In other words, Shakti, when applied to inorganic matter, is force, and when applied to the organic plane is life, the two being different aspects of the creative cosmic energy. For the sake of convenience and to avoid confusion, the term prana or prana shakti is generally applied to that aspect of the cosmic energy which operates in the organic sphere as nervous impulse and vitality, while the generic name shakti is applied to every form of energy, animate and inanimate, in brief, to the creative and active aspect of the reality. In dealing with Kundalini, we are concerned only with prana as prana shakti. Present-day science is being irresistibly led to the conclusion that energy is the basic substance of the physical world. The doubt about the existence of life as a deathless vital medium apart from the corporeal appendages is as old as civilization, and is occasioned mainly by the inexorable nature of physical laws operating on the body, the inevitability of decay and death, the extremely elusive nature of the vital principle, the utter impossibility of perceiving it apart from the organic frame, the finality of death as the end of the organism, and above all, the absence of demonstrable or incontrovertible proof of survival after bodily death. According to the yogis, however, the existence of the life energy as a deathless entity becomes subjectively apparent in the superconscious state of samadhi, and its flow through the nerves can be experienced even before that, as soon as certain measures of success are attained in meditation. When that happens, a greater demand for it is felt in the concentrated condition of the brain, and to meet this, prana, or vital energy, residing in other parts of the body, flows to the head, sometimes to such an extent that even vital organs like the heart, lungs, and the digestive system almost cease to function, the pulse and the breathing become imperceptible, and the whole body appears cold and lifeless. With the additional fuel supplied by the enhanced flow of vital energy, the brain becomes more intensely alive, the surface consciousness rises above bodily sensations, and its perceptive faculty is vastly enlarged, rendering it cognizant of superphysical existences. In this condition, the first object of perception is prana, experienced as a lustrous, immaterial stuff, sentient and in a state of rapid vibration both within and outside the body, extending boundlessly on every side. In yoga parlance, prana is life and life is prana. Life and vitality, in the sense used here, do not mean soul or the spark of the divine in the human being. Prana is merely the life energy by which divinity brings into existence the organic kingdoms and acts on the organic structures, as it creates and acts on the universe by means of physical energy. It is not the reality, as sunshine is not the sun, and yet is essentially a part of it, assuming different shapes and appearances, entering into countless types of formations, building persistently the units or bricks to create the complicated organic structures in the same way that physical energy starts with electrons, protons, neutrons, and atoms to raise the mighty edifice of the universe, all its activity governed by eternal laws as rigid and universal as the laws which rule the physical world. After creating the atoms, physical energy is transformed into countless kinds of molecules, resulting in the existence of innumerable compounds diverse in form, color, and taste, which again by combination and mixture, differences in temperature and pressure, create the amazingly diversified appearance of the physical world. Prana, starting with protoplasm and unicellular organisms, brings into existence the marvelous domain of life, endless in variety, exceedingly rich in shape and color, creating classes, genera, species, subspecies, and groups, using the materials furnished by the physical world and the environment to create diversity, acting intelligently and purposefully with full knowledge of the laws and properties of matter as well as of the multitudinous organic creations it has to bring into being. While remaining constant and unaltered fundamentally, it enters into countless combinations, acting both as the architect and the object produced. It exists as a mighty universe, vaster and more wonderful than the cosmos perceived by our senses, with its own spheres and planes corresponding to the suns and earths of the latter, its own materials and bricks, its own movement and inertia, its own light and shadow, laws and properties, existing side by side with the universe we see, interwoven with our thoughts and actions, interpenetrating the atoms and molecules of matter, radiating with light, moving with wind and tide, marvelously subtle and agile, the stuff of our fancies and dreams, the life principle of creation, which is woven inextricably with the very texture of our being. We do not realize what mysterious stuff animates the cells and organs of living bodies, causing marvelous physical and chemical reactions, while the owners of the bodies, even the most intelligent and perceptive, know nothing of what is happening in them, know nothing of the intelligence which regulates the body machine, which builds it in the womb, preserves it in illness, sustains it in danger, heals it when injured, cares for it when asleep or delirious or unconscious, creates urges and tendencies which move and sway them as wind does a reed. What is more astounding, after doing each and everything, even to the extent of drawing the breath and inducing the thoughts, because of its own marvelous and, for the human intelligence, absolutely incomprehensible nature, it keeps itself always behind the scenes, allowing the surface consciousness, which it maintains as oiled as a flame, to think and act as the master, utterly unconscious of the invisible but amazing activity of the real mistress of the abode, the superphysical medium, prana. Shakti, the life aspect of the cosmic energy. The founders of the practice of Kundalini Yoga, accepting the existence of prana as a concrete reality, both in its individual and cosmic aspects, no doubt after experimentation carried out by many generations of savants, were led to the momentous discovery that it is possible to gain voluntary control over the nervous system to the extent of diverting a greater flow of prana into the brain, resulting naturally in an intensification of its activity, and hence devised all their methods of body control and mental discipline to achieve this end. They succeeded admirably, as the main exercise, concentration, which is the cornerstone of every system of yoga, fits in with the methods prescribed by nature for expediting human evolution. They found that on acquiring a certain degree of proficiency in mind control and concentration, they could, in favorable cases, draw up through the hollow backbone a vividly bright, fast-moving, powerful radiance into the brain for short periods of time in the beginning, then extending the duration with practice, which had a most amazing effect on the mind, enabling it to soar to regions of surpassing glory, beyond anything experienced in the crude material world. They named the channel Sushumna, and as the streaming radiance was distinctly felt mounting up from its base, they treated that spot as the seat of the goddess, representing her as lying asleep there in the guise of a serpent, closing with her mouth the aperture leading to the spinal canal. The systems of nerves on the left and right of the Sushumna, which contributed to the formation of the flaming radiance by yielding a part of the vital energy moving through them, were named Ida and Pingla. Though lacking in the knowledge made available by modern science, it did not take the ancient teachers long in their heightened state of consciousness to postulate the existence of the subtle world of life, interpenetrating and existing side by side with the material cosmos. Consequently, the ancient writings on Hatha Yoga abounded in cryptic references to prana shakti or vital energy and its conducting network of systems in the body, which are not infrequently a source of confusion for beginners.